Chapter 1764. Lin Xian knitted his brows tightly. It was very dangerous, so dangerous that it was a little exaggerated. 15,000 people. Not all of them were experts, but most of them were. And Lin Xian's cultivation realm wasn't high. He wasn't too afraid of a one-on-one as long as he didn't encounter someone with an extremely high cultivation realm. However, Lin Xian knew that although there weren't any Heavenly Dao Realm experts with 80 or 90 stars, there were still Heavenly Dao Realm experts with 7 stars. If Lin Xian was unlucky and was targeted by a Heavenly Dao Realm expert with 7 stars, he would be in trouble. And now Lin Xian raised his hand to look at the watch on his wrist.
Fuck.
This snowy land was a place with no hiding spots. It wasn't like a forest where there were countless trees to hide in. But here, it was completely barren. At a glance, who knew how far one could see? Thankfully, the snowy land's map wasn't very flat. There were undulating snowy hills, and even snowy mountains everywhere. There were also huge snowy mountains that were so tall that one couldn't see the top of them at a glance. If there was a need to hide in a situation where one could know everyone's location, there were actually some possibilities. First, even if one knew the location, they wouldn't know who it was. They would only sneak over to take a look and see if they could beat them. However, with a wide field of vision, there was no place to hide. They would be able to spot you at a glance. And for many other people, it wasn't too much of a problem since they were all the same. However, it was different for Lin Xian. The reason was very simple. Lin Xian looked very young at a glance. Furthermore, they could directly see through Lin Xian's cultivation realm. He was at the 1-star Heavenly Dao realm. In a place where there were Heavenly Dao realm experts everywhere, they would definitely take action the moment they saw a 1-star Heavenly Dao realm expert. Furthermore, Lin Xian glanced at the goatskin scroll in his hand. On it were the detailed rules of the death trial. It didn't mention what benefits one would obtain by killing more people. In short, it meant that the more people one killed, the better the benefits one would obtain in the future. There was another crucial piece of information. That was, other than the number of kills, there was also a quality requirement. To put it simply, killing a Great Void Realm expert was completely different from killing a Heavenly Dao Realm expert. Lin Xian could understand this, but it wasn't so good for Lin Xian.
Why?
This was because Lin Xian looked young. Although he had a Heavenly Dao 1-star cultivation level, with such a rule, a Heavenly Dao 1-star would become the target of Heavenly Dao Realm experts. This was because they would feel that killing 10 Great Void Realm experts was inferior to killing a Heavenly Dao 1-star. Furthermore, killing a Heavenly Dao 1-star might be difficult for a Heavenly Dao 2-star or 3-star Heavenly Dao Realm expert, but there were even Heavenly Dao 7 stars here. Killing a Heavenly Dao 1-star, Heavenly Dao 4-star, or 5-star Heavenly Dao 6-star, 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 Heavenly Dao 6-star. Therefore, if one had the intention to kill a Heavenly Dao Realm 1-star, it meant that one was basically at the 3rd-star Heavenly Dao Realm or higher. Therefore, on the whole, Lin Xian was safe as a 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm expert. But on a smaller scale, he was the most dangerous. Lin Xian scanned his surroundings. His field of vision wasn't considered wide from his position, but in such a tiny spot, in such a tiny region, Lin Xian saw 5 people. This also meant that the snowy region wasn't huge. It was definitely not huge. Of course, those people saw Lin Xian as well, including the others. They had just finished reading the rules. Since they knew the rules, then now it was time for them to make their choice. Some people did not even have the extravagant hope of killing people in the death trial. Even if they had the strength and encountered someone, they did not have the extravagant hope of killing someone. Their goal was to survive. That was all. Although they knew that the future would be very dangerous, at the very least they had to survive, right? To some people, this was purely the time to hunt. They had absolute strength, and at the same time, they did not need to worry about being killed by others. This was because with so many choices, No one would think of killing them even if they were very strong. The gains did not make up for the losses. As for them, what they pursued was a higher reward, allowing them to go further. This was because they knew that the place they had come to was the most dangerous one, but at the same time, it was also the place with the most treasures and the strongest. The further they went, the higher the chances of them obtaining top treasures. Although their realms were already close to the pinnacle of this continent. However, this Fey God Forbidden Ground was a place where numerous Fey gods had perished in ancient times. Back then, there were Heavenly Dao Realm, 10-star Heavenly Dao Realm existences everywhere. Even at their realm, they could only dream of obtaining treasures or cultivation techniques from such existences. Perhaps they might have been stuck for centuries or even millennia before breaking through. And the other group of people, which was Lin Xian's group, had the capital to kill, but at the same time, they were in danger of being killed. As though they had a tacit understanding, the few of them cast their gazes on Lin Xian at the same time. "Punk, prepare to die." An elder bellowed angrily before an unimaginable might blasted out from his body. Apart from this area, fights had already broken out in other places. Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star. Lin Xian's eyes focused. "Since you have a death wish, don't blame me." Shua. Following that, Lin Xian's 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm cultivation level blasted out. However, although Lin Xian's cultivation level was only at the 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm, Lin Xian's overall stats were not simple. He was definitely not an ordinary 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm. And what Lin Xian wanted to do was finish off this Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star Heavenly Dao Realm in a short period of time. The other people's cultivation levels were all at the 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm. When they sensed the strength released by the duo, they stood there hesitating and did not take action. In the beginning, they believed that Lin Xian was a great Void Realm expert that could be crushed to death, but they never expected him to be at the Heavenly Dao Realm. However, they did not leave. Firstly, they did not know where to go. Secondly, they were fantasizing that if the two of them were to fight to the death, wouldn't they be able to take advantage of the situation? Even if they could not heavily injure the other party, they could even find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Then, the few of them would definitely have a tacit understanding to not attack each other. Spatial Seal. Lin Xian immediately released Spatial Seal. This was because he had the means to instantly kill a Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star. Although in the death arena, Lin Xian seemed to be able to hold his own against 2-star opponents, that was because Lin Xian had held back. But now, in this place, Lin Xian did not need to hold back. All he needed was for this person to not escape. Chapter 1765. The Elder's powerful strength had been casually blocked by Lin Xian. Lin Xian had a series of augmentations from the system. At the same time, Lin Xian also had the Door of God's Awakening, which doubled all his stats. What? Seeing Lin Xian easily block his strength, the elder frowned suddenly. Although the possibility of a Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star being able to kill a Heavenly Dao Realm 1-star wasn't very high, it was definitely a one-sided battle. But why was a Heavenly Dao Realm 1-star able to easily withstand his 2-star strength? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled slightly. Then, welcome death. Realm Reduction Domain. Lin Xian's strength erupted, forcefully lowering the Elder's realm to the 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm. Realm Enhancement Domain. Shua. At the same time, Lin Xian's cultivation level rose to the 2-star Heavenly Dao Realm. Strength doubled. Lin Xian was already able to crush the Elder, but now, with Lin Xian's strength doubled from the foundation of a 2-star Heavenly Dao Realm, this Elder. Absolute zero. Shua. Lin Xian did not use any other strength. Instead, he used an ice elemental martial technique, Absolute Zero. Under the suppression of absolute strength, although the Elder released a powerful strength, he was still frozen to the spot. It was difficult for Heavenly Dao Realm existences to die because if they wanted to escape, there was basically no way to stop them. Furthermore, their physique was extremely strong, making them very difficult to kill. Therefore, it was nearly impossible to kill an opponent with a difference of 1 or 2 stars. However, Lin Xian's strength had definitely reached such a level under the present circumstances. At the same time, Lin Xian definitely had the ability to prevent his opponent from escaping. With the Ice Elemental and Spatial Elemental, how are they to escape? Phoenix's 9 Firmaments. Phoenix's 9 Firmaments was likely Lin Xian's strongest move. There was no other. This was the martial skill that Huang Shi had given him. This was a martial skill of the Phoenix bloodline. Even if others obtained it, they would not be able to cultivate it. The reason why Lin Xian could cultivate it was because he had sex with Huang Shi. Phoenix 9 Heavens, you can understand it, as this martial skill has a total of 9 moves. Each move is stronger than the previous one. The strongest move is the 9th move, Phoenix 9 Heavens. How exaggerated was it exactly? Lin Xian's cultivation level was at the 1-star Heavenly Dao realm. Furthermore, Lin Xian's spiritual energy was dozens of times higher than warriors at his realm. However, Lin Xian's release of the Phoenix 9 Firmaments drained a third of his spiritual energy. In other words, for this 9 Heavens of the Phoenix, Lin Xian could only release this martial skill 3 times without releasing anything else. One could imagine just how powerful it was. It was so terrifying that even someone at the Heavenly Dao realm would not be able to release the Phoenix's 9 Firmaments. If not for Lin Xian's immense spiritual energies, he would not have been able to release the 9th move at the 1-star Heavenly Dao realm. This was ridiculous. Screech! A phoenix cry sounded as 9 phoenix phantoms soared into the sky. At the same time, they brought with them 9 terrifying pillars of fire that shot into the sky. Boom! The 9 phoenixes directly devoured the elder who had yet to escape the ice seal. The few of them drew a cold gasp. This was a power that could be released at the 1-star Heavenly Dao realm? Phoenix. That's a phoenix. He's from the phoenix lineage? Thankfully, we did not take action. To think that he's from the phoenix lineage. How terrifying. Is this the absolute suppression of bloodlines? Gulp. They could not help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. It was indeed terrifying. But the horror was yet to come. When the snowstorm dissipated, the elder had already been reduced to a corpse. At the same time, the number Heavenly Dao, 1 appeared on Lin Xian's watch. The pupils of the few people constricted immediately. This? He's dead? He's dead just like that? How is that possible? How can a 1-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior be instantly killed by a 1-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior? This is impossible. Gulp. Let's leave quickly. They originally wanted to reap the benefits from the tussle between the snipe and the clam, but from the looks of it, that was not possible. They had to run. This was an expert. Run? Lin Xian's eyes focus. Since we've encountered each other, it must be fate. Then, don't run. Lin Xian then released a spatial seal. In a short period of time, Lin Xian had easily killed 5 Heavenly Dao realm warriors. He was likely the most efficient person. Although Lin Xian's strength was not strong, his abilities were powerful. He did not play any fancy tricks and directly killed. Then, Lin Xian looked ahead and pondered slightly. Under the premise of a massacre, I have to ensure my own safety. How should I do that? Lin Xian pondered slightly. Right. Array formation. Suddenly, Lin Xian thought of something. Formations were actually a very powerful thing, but there weren't many people in the continent who knew about top-level formations. The main reason was that many array formations had been lost to time. Just like many pill formulas, pills were also very impressive. Unfortunately, many powerful pills had been lost to time. However, Lin Xian knew them. The Heaven-Earth Holy Art not only gave him powerful medical skills, but it also gave him a deep understanding of heaven and earth spiritual items. At the same time, array formations were one of them. It was just that Lin Xian rarely had the chance to use array formations. Most importantly, powerful array formations required time to condense and large amounts of spiritual energy. True strength was not something Lin Xian could use before he reached the Heavenly Dao realm. And now Lin Xian could give it a try. And the place should be here. Then, Lin Xian did not waste a moment as he set up an array formation. Even if the array formation was not completed, it would not be a problem as long as it was not above the 4-star Heavenly Dao realm. Lin Xian could fight a 4-star Heavenly Dao realm opponent, but if the opponent realized that they could not finish off Lin Xian in a short period of time, they would likely not continue fighting. This was because it was not a life-and-death battle. There was no need for them to waste their energy on a difficult opponent. And from Lin Xian's point of view, existences at the Heavenly Dao realm at 4 stars and above would, according to their positioning, head to places with more people. They would then casually slay them. This way, their efficiency would be high. And since there weren't many people in the vicinity, the chances of them coming over were low. Indeed, an hour later, Lin Xian had completed several array formations. During this period, he constantly replenished his spiritual energy. In this hour, 10 people came. The strongest was a 3-star Heavenly Dao realm expert. He fought with Lin Xian for a while before leaving. This was because he realized that he could not defeat Lin Xian in a short period of time. As for Lin Xian, he had the ability to kill him, but Lin Xian did not do so. This was because it would expend large amounts of spiritual energy. Lin Xian did not set up these array formations just to protect his life. If Lin Xian wanted to kill more people, it was absolutely impossible with his cultivation level. However, the array formations had a chance of doing so. Once it was completed, even if a Heavenly Dao realm 7-star came, even if they could not kill them, they would definitely be trapped for a short period of time. If it was completed, the rest would depend on how Lin Xian lured those people over. Chapter 1766. Lin Xian's array formation was basically set up. It was rather dangerous because Lin Xian was greatly drained. Even though he was at the 1-star Heavenly Dao realm, the array formation he set up probably drained the spiritual energy of dozens of 1-star Heavenly Dao realm cultivators. But it didn't matter. He had plenty of pills. Furthermore, Lin Xian had obtained quite a number of relatively useful pills and even heaven and earth spiritual items in the hall. Lin Xian relied on these to quickly recover his spiritual energy. As for things like spiritual energy recovery medicine, they were nearly useless to those at the Heavenly Dao realm. At that realm, to recover one's spiritual energy faster, one needed pills of a rather high grade. Unfortunately, there were very few pill formulas available. However, Lin Xian had countless formulas. Then, all I need to do is wait for someone to arrive. Lin Xian stood there to recover his spiritual energy. Soon, a person rushed over and saw Lin Xian standing there. Such a young punk. He sneered when he saw Lin Xian. Then, without any hesitation, he charged over with immense strength. Heavenly Dao Realm 2 stars. Lin Xian's ability to kill a Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star was very simple, but if he could use an even simpler method, why would he need to use his own strength? Punk, die. The figure charged over and threw a punch at Lin Xian. From his point of view, he had hit Lin Xian, but Lin Xian's figure was reduced to nothingness. Oh! He knitted his brows tightly. Array formation. His pupils constricted. This punk had actually set up an array formation? As for what kind of array formation it was, he was unsure. What kind of useful array formation can you set up? He sneered. Is that so? Sorry, your luck isn't very good. The array formation you are in is called the Yin-Yang Twin Dragon Array. I wonder if you have heard of it. With that said, Lin Xian lit a cigarette in delight. What? Yin-Yang Twin Dragon Array? His pupils shrank. He had heard of this array before. It was a powerful array created by a branch of the dragons, but how did he know how to use it? Grown, within the array formation, the Yin and Yang dragons appeared. The terrifying thing about this formation was that there were a total of 2 dragons. If one person was inside, there would be 2 dragons. If 2 people were inside, there would be 4 dragons, and so on. The people trapped in this formation had to kill the Yin-Yang dragons at the same time to break the formation. This was the only way to break the formation. For stronger existences, it was easy to break the formation. After all, their strength was enough to instantly kill 2 of them. However, it was absolutely impossible for those with similar cultivation levels to do so. For example, the two yin-yang dragon phantoms were condensed from an array formation, and their strength had reached 2 stars of the heavenly Tao realm. How could he break it? He could only be exhausted to death. Furthermore, they couldn't be killed at the same time. Even if you killed one, it would appear again in an instant. Moreover, there was more than one formation here. Lin Xian was waiting for more people to arrive. Heaven and Earth Illusion Formation, open. Shua. An array formation that enveloped the surroundings was activated. This array formation did not have any offensive capabilities, but it prevented people outside from seeing the situation inside. There was no way they could sense it. For example, the experts inside the yin-yang dragon array were engaged in a slaughter, but to the people outside, they could neither see nor sense it. How can I lure more people over? Lin Xian pondered slightly.
Got it.
Following that, Lin Xian injected spiritual energy into his voice and took a deep breath. You're all idiots. Your mothers were all killed by me.
Fuck you.
You're all a bunch of trash.
Trash.
You're all idiots. What's the point of you living? Why don't all of you die? Why don't all of you accompany your beloved mothers? Lin Xian's cursing voice traveled far and wide. After all, Lin Xian's heavenly Tao realm powers were injected into his voice. It was unimaginable how far it could travel. Lin Xian didn't believe that these people would be able to hold themselves back once his voice was heard. As expected, not to mention those experts who were still looking for prey, even those who were in the middle of fighting had stopped. Fuck. This old man has never seen such a savage person. He's courting death. What's the meaning of this? Could it be that he wants to challenge so many of us by himself? To provoke us in such a way, he's courting death. This old man wants to see who dares to be so arrogant here. Shua, from all directions, experts rushed towards Lin Xian's location. Mu Qinshuang frowned. Wasn't this voice Lin Xian's? What was he doing? Wasn't he courting death? Shua. With a swing of her sword, a heavenly Tao expert was killed. Mu Qinshuang looked towards the direction of the voice and sped off. Soon, there were no less than 300 people gathered around Lin Xian. Those who dared to come over must have some strength. The others either did not hear it, did not dare to come over, or took the opportunity to struggle at death's door or recuperate from their injuries. I really don't know what this kid is thinking. There's a path to heaven, but he doesn't want to take it. There's no door to hell. Don't talk nonsense. Let's just kill this troublesome brat. Don't fight with this old man. Let this old man kill him with his own hands. Shua. Then, everyone rushed towards Lin Xian. Patter. Lin Xian lit a cigarette, and then about 50 people rushed over and entered the various formations in an instant. There were arrays all around Lin Xian. Even the weakest array could trap them for a short period of time. What? There are so many arrays. Some people did not come over directly, because Lin Xian had done something no ordinary person would do. Therefore, they decided to wait and see. Then, they saw those people directly enter the various spirit arrays, and the power of the various spirit arrays was released. This is the Heaven and Earth Annihilation Array? Ninyang Nining Array? Who is this kid? How does he know so many top-notch array formations? These array formations come from different sections. How does he know all of them? There are even several powerful array formations that I don't know the names of. Something is probably going to happen to these people. Even if nothing happens, they probably won't be able to escape from the array formation anytime soon. It's no wonder this kid dares to be so arrogant. He wants to use the array formation's powers to kill more people in a short period of time so as to obtain a higher reward. It looks like he's still too young. These array formations might be powerful, but what about those at the heavenly Tao realm or above? Even if he really uses this array formation to kill quite a number of people, what happens after that? Can he survive? Could it be that he was going to continue hiding in here? Any heavenly Tao realm 6-star would be enough to destroy everything, right? Chapter 1767. Everyone was displeased with Lin Xian, but they were also afraid. Those who did not have high cultivation realms were still afraid when they saw those people enter the array and disappear before their eyes. After all, they did not think that anyone was a fool who dared to court death. That meant that he had some confidence. Those who were only around 1 to 3 stars of the heavenly Tao realm would never be able to enter this unknown array. They were waiting to see if there were any other powerful experts who entered to test the waters. Mu Qianshuang also came over and saw the situation, but she did not see anyone enter. This Lin Xian was really awesome. He didn't play by the rules at all. She couldn't understand why he dared to do this. Yes, there were a lot of top-grade array formations here, but with the array formations he released, how many people could he block? He was really courting death. There's an illusion array around here. Is there anyone who can break this array? Let's see what's going on inside. An expert said, "Why go through so much trouble? Honorable Sir Tianqi, why don't you take action and finish off that eyesore? You're a heavenly Tao realm 6-star expert." Honorable Sir Tianqi stroked his beard and said lightly, "This old man can't be bothered to take action." Actually, it was not that he could not be bothered to take action, but he was also observing. This Lin Xian had cursed their mother. Who could tolerate it? No one could tolerate it. But even though his cultivation realm was high, he knew that this kid must know that there were warriors with such high cultivation realms. So, why did he still dare to do it? This was the case for experts. The higher their realm, the more cowardly they were. This was because they felt that life was not easy. They had climbed out from countless battles and countless life and death situations. They enjoyed their current realm and yearned to reach a higher realm. But when they did things that were not necessary, they would still hesitate. Then this old man will break this array formation and see what this kid is up to. After a long time, the array formation was finally broken. What? When they saw the scene inside, their eyes widened. Almost all of them were dead. They died from various array formations. There was even a heavenly Tao realm 4-star expert who died inside. Their pupils suddenly shrank. Mu Qianshuang frowned. This person, his attainments in array formations had completely exceeded her imagination. More than 50, and with so many heavenly Tao, it shouldn't be a problem to get into the top 10. Lin Xian muttered to himself. No, he didn't want to be in the top 10. He wanted first place. I'm afraid this brat has an ancient formation map. It must be. Everyone, let's attack together. As for who will obtain this formation map in the end, it will all depend on our abilities. In any case, this trial requires us to kill. We can use this formation map as an excuse to save us the trouble of finding others to kill. Agreed. Then who will take the lead? An old man walked forward. Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars. The formation diagrams were just a way of saying that they were certain that Lin Xian had all sorts of powerful formations from the ancient times that had been lost. This was definitely a heaven-defying good thing. If they could learn it and set up a formation in their own territory, no one would dare come. Or, if he were to secretly release an array during the battle, he would definitely be able to turn the situation around. This old man will give it a try. Shua. With that said, he charged forward. Mu Qianshuang stood there. With a heavenly Tao realm 7 stars taking action, his array formations were likely useless. Just as expected, the heavenly Tao realm 7 stars had unimaginable strength as they destroyed Lin Xian's array formations in an unstoppable manner. Normal formations had to be broken, and when the disparity in power was too great, it was completely possible to destroy these formations with absolute power. Qi. Upon seeing this scene, many people scoffed. He's indeed a brainless fellow. These array formations that look very powerful are like ants in front of a heavenly Tao realm 7 stage. He thinks he's very smart by choosing a method that can quickly kill more people, but in fact, he's sacrificing himself. Then why did he scold everyone? Even if he didn't scold everyone, by being so ostentatious, he should have attracted the attention of even stronger experts. He will definitely die. Mu Qianshuang did not move. She had no obligation to protect this person. He had done it himself, so who was to blame? As for Lin Xian, he did not panic at all. He knew that there were Heavenly Dao Realm 7 stars and Heavenly Dao Realm 6 stars present. Since Lin Xian had done so, it meant that Lin Xian already had a foolproof plan. This was because there was an array formation here. This array formation had expended most of Lin Xian's effort. The array formation might not be able to kill a Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star since Lin Xian's strength and realm were limited, but there was something good inside that was enough to kill him with the array formation. Soon, the elder came to a spot about 20 meters in front of Lin Xian. However, he stopped and frowned. Experts of this level would be able to detect even the slightest abnormality in their surroundings. Shua. A black force rose into the sky, trapping the expert inside. As for the people outside, they did not think much of it. They appeared very strong. But this expert could easily destroy and penetrate it with a casual strike, right? Boom! A powerful force erupted from within, but it did not instantly destroy the array formation like before. The black energy was gradually spreading towards that expert, and that expert released a terrifying power several times, but he didn't rush out. What's going on? This array formation clearly isn't that strong. Why can't the expert charge out? Strange, it's really strange. But why couldn't the expert charge out? The reason was very simple. Poison. This poison did not have any particularly powerful lethality, but it was definitely effective on the expert. When setting up the array formation, Lin Xian had placed the poison pill in the core of the array. Lin Xian had obtained it from the Grand Hall, so Lin Xian knew what kind of poison pill it was and what its effects were. It was quite a powerful poison pill. Now, this expert's strength had been greatly weakened by the poison, causing him to be unable to break out of the already powerful array formation. Then, these people watched helplessly as the expert was unable to retreat and was engulfed by the black force. In the beginning, he was still struggling, releasing all sorts of terrifying forces, but they were all devoured by the unknown black force. Slowly, the expert's movements became smaller and smaller. His movements also became softer and softer until he was completely silent. Chapter 1768. Gulp. The surroundings were filled with the sounds of people gulping and inhaling.
Gone.
Was he really gone? There was silence. They watched helplessly as the elder was devoured by the darkness before being completely devoured. From the beginning, he struggled with all his might to the point of losing strength. Finally, he completely vanished as he was devoured without a sound. Is he really dead? That can't be, right? It's probably just an illusion. Let's watch and see what happens later. After all, that's a Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star. I don't believe that something like that can kill a Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star in such a short period of time. Yes, I don't think it's that simple. Let's watch. We'll be able to tell soon. Shua. The black fog slowly dissipated. Everyone stared intently at the object in the black fog. Pada. A corpse fell from midair and landed on the ground. What? Those experts widened their eyes, and some of them even stepped back subconsciously. What had happened? The Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star wasn't just a simple corpse. His body had already vanished, leaving behind only a skeleton. The skeleton fell to the ground and shattered into countless pieces. Clearly, this was the elder who had been trapped in the black fog. He had been devoured by the black fog in a short period of time. He struggled and fell silent before dying silently. The most ridiculous thing was that he was a Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star. How did he do it? No matter how powerful the array formation was, it was only set up by a Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star. How could he set up such a powerful array formation? Logically speaking, the array formation shouldn't be that powerful, right? They could roughly sense it, but it was true that the Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star had been devoured. He was unable to struggle out at all before perishing.
It was a little terrifying.
Mu Qianshuang watched this scene with knitted brows. How did he do it? It had to be said that she had underestimated Lin Xian. He was really not that simple. To be able to condense such an array formation, there was only one word to describe him: freakish. Even a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star had died under his hands. Regardless of whether the array formation could still be used, as long as the array formation did not vanish in front of them, they did not dare take another step forward. There are still so many people. Continue coming. Lin Xian smiled and waved at them. Damn it. Those people gnashed their teeth in anger. He trembled with rage. They really couldn't stand being provoked by a kid whose cultivation was so low in their eyes. However, a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars had died right in front of their eyes. They really did not dare take another step forward. Between their displeasure and their own lives, they would obviously choose the latter. Brat, even if you can stay here, do you think you'll be fine? This old man wants to see if you can still be so arrogant after this trial ends, and if you survive it. An old man pointed and snorted coldly. Yes, the activation of the formation needed time. Now that he was relying on this formation, no one dared to go near him. But even if he became one of the 3,000 survivors, how could he leave this place? After leaving this place, he would be a 1-star Heavenly Tao Realm expert. He would not have the time to condense an array formation. Without the array formations, they could easily kill him instantly. Fuck you. Lin Xian cursed at that person. You. The expert gnashed his teeth. Just you wait. The old man snorted coldly before walking away. Trash, do any of you dare come up? If not, scram. Don't embarrass yourselves. Lin Xian shouted at the group of people. All of them gnashed their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. Following that, those people left one after another.
Hey.
Lin Xian saw Mu Qianshuang and waved at her with a smile. Come over. No need. Mu Qianshuang shook her head.
You're on your own now.
With that said, Mu Qianshuang left. Lin Xian sat there as he stroked his chin. What do I do now? With the array formation in place, these people clearly did not dare enter. Killing so many people didn't seem like it was enough, right? The number of people he had killed was definitely the highest, but it was hard to tell how much time had passed. However, with a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star, Lin Xian was certain that no one here had ever killed a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star. It's nothing much. Let's continue staying here. After all, there are only a few hundred people who saw this scene. There are more than 10,000 people here. There will definitely be people who don't know of this and send themselves to their deaths. After all, this wasn't the outside world where everyone was killing each other. It was impossible for the news to spread like wildfire to everyone, right? It was impossible to say that when a few people fought, they had to ask first. Hey, do you know that someone set up an array formation to kill a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star? That was unrealistic. Yeah, let's wait. Time slowly passed soon. A total of 10 hours had passed. There were only 2 hours left. Lin Xian roughly glanced at the location. There were about 6,000 people left alive. That also meant that 3,000 people would die in 2 hours. And even if they didn't die, only 3,000 people would survive when the time was up. The remaining people would be killed according to the number and quality of the people killed. The ones with the lowest ranking would be killed. Therefore, in order to survive in these 2 hours, some people had to be even crazier and take more risks. As for Lin Xian, he had killed enough. He had killed more than 100 people. It was hard to say if he was first, but he was likely in the top 3. This was because the people Lin Xian killed were of very high quality. Many of them were at the Heavenly Tao Realm. After all, those who weren't at the Heavenly Tao Realm mostly hid in order to survive. They used all sorts of means to avoid the pursuit of others. And with Lin Xian here, others had taken the initiative to come. This was because they could see Lin Xian's location. And since they took the initiative to come, it meant that they came to kill. Those who came to kill were basically confident in their strength. Therefore, most of them were at the Heavenly Tao Realm. As such, Lin Xian might even be first. I wonder how many people Mu Qianshuang has killed. Lin Xian pondered. Mu Qianshuang was powerful. Her realm was likely at the Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star. To be honest, she was really powerful. Linglong Shui was only at the Heavenly Tao Realm 2-star. However, Linglong Shui was rather special. Apart from her powerful bloodline, She was of the spatial attribute. She spent most of her energy cultivating spatial attributes. Therefore, her Heavenly Tao Realm 2-star was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian looked ahead and frowned. Mu Qinshuang was being pursued by several people in the void, and she appeared to be injured. Chapter 1769. Lin Xian was rather surprised. Why was Mu Qinshuang injured? Her realm was obvious. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for an expert of a higher realm to target an expert of her realm. It was because the gains did not make up for the losses. Even if one fought normally for 3 days and 3 nights, it would be very difficult to slay a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star unless something unexpected happened. But now Lin Xian took a glance, and it did seem like something unexpected had happened. Mu Qinshuang's situation was not very good. It was very likely that she had been plotted against. If not, she would not have ended up in such a state even if several top experts were attacking her. She was absolutely capable of suppressing these experts in terms of bloodline. Swish! Lin Xian then released a spatial dimension force at Mu Qinshuang. Her figure vanished into the void. Normally, Mu Qinshuang could ignore Lin Xian's spatial dimension because the difference in strength was too great. But at that instant, Mu Qinshuang sensed the spatial dimension and knew that it was released by Lin Xian. She chose to accept it. Open. Swish. Lin Xian opened up a passageway in the array formation. Then, Mu Qinshuang used Lin Xian's spatial dimension to appear beside Lin Xian. You were poisoned? Lin Xian looked at Mu Qinshuang. Indeed, it was as Lin Xian had guessed. Mu Qinshuang was very strong. Against those people, even if they were all at the Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star, she would not be afraid. At the very least, she would not die. However, if she had been poisoned by a poison that could threaten a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star, it would severely weaken her combat strength. She could not escape even if she wanted to, because this place was only so big. She could not leave. Mu Qinshuang nodded. Swish! Those people landed not far away. Humph. You still want to save her? An elder's eyes focused. Wait. Another old man stopped him. What's the matter? This place is filled with powerful array formations. A Heavenly Tao Realm expert was devoured in a short period of time and reduced to bones. I saw it with my own eyes. What? Upon hearing this, they revealed shocked expressions. Indeed. Then, why don't we work together and see if we can break this array formation? I don't think it's going to work. There are many top-notch formations where the more people there are, the stronger they become. I don't recommend it. Damn it. Am I going to let a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars escape, just like that? An old man gritted his teeth. Clearly, they were also afraid. The main reason was that a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 star had died just like that. Furthermore, it had happened in such a short period of time. They were truly afraid. To the Heavenly Tao Realm, a power that could easily slay a Heavenly Tao was something they were extremely afraid of. Don't worry, they can't come over. Lin Xian said to Mu Qinshuang. Thank you. You saved my life, and I saved yours. I'm returning the favor, Lin Xian said. Mu Qinshuang closed her eyes and sat down to recuperate. She then asked, Are you sure the spirit array can block it? If they dare to come in, I can kill them all. The experts outside were also very hesitant. However, this woman might have some faction backing her. Since we have already offended her, if we don't eliminate her here, I'm afraid. Then, if the attempt fails, wouldn't it be? I think we can give it a try. First, this spirit array has already expended a large amount of energy to devour a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 star. I believe it doesn't have much energy left. Even if the number of spirit array users increases in strength, there's still a limit. Second, the 5 of us are Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars. If all 5 of us are wiped out by this spirit array, there's no reason for it. Third, the person who released this spirit array is only a Heavenly Tao Realm 1-star warrior. That's already the limit. Although the spirit array is extremely powerful, I don't think a Heavenly Tao Realm 1-star warrior can defy the heavens. Yeah, That makes sense. Then, let's make our preparations. After all, they won't be able to escape. There are still 2 hours, so there's still time. The poison in that woman's body can't be cured. She will only be poisoned even more. They were still very confident in the poison, but it was true. A poison that could put a Heavenly Dao Realm 7-star in danger was definitely no ordinary poison. How did you get poisoned? Lin Xian asked. I was careless. She had indeed been careless. She originally believed that there was only one Heavenly Dao Realm 7-star, but she never expected that so many of them would join forces to deal with the Heavenly Dao Realm 5 and 6 stars. This gave them a high chance of killing them. As for Mu Qianshuang, she had been locked on to buy them. It was mainly because they had probed her. Mu Qianshuang had been careless and was poisoned, making it impossible for her to fight them. If she continued fighting and released her spirit energy, it would rapidly accelerate the poison's eruption. Let me take a look. Give me your hand. Lin Xian knew that these people wouldn't come so easily, but they might come. The spirit array might not be able to stop them. Therefore, if Lin Xian wanted to be safe, he had to treat Mu Qianshuang. Mu Qianshua looked at Lin Xian in surprise. I'm also a doctor. Doctors weren't considered rare, but this poison of hers, how could a wimpy kid in his 20s cure it? That was the crux of the matter. But now, she didn't have any other thoughts. She could only treat a dead horse as a living one. Hurry up. Then, Mu Qianshuang stretched out her hand. Lin Xian held her hand. See, good girl. Supreme grade. However, Lin Xian didn't have such thoughts at the moment. Tell me about your current situation. Lin Xian asked as he checked her pulse. Meridians and bones are in intense pain. Using spirit energy will accelerate the poison's flow. It's very aggressive and the poison is flowing towards the heart. Mu Qianshuang said. Heart-gnawing poison. Lin Xian released his hand. Heart-gnawing poison. Mu Qianshuang knitted her brows tightly. She had heard of it before and knew what the poison was. However, she couldn't immediately recognize the poison when she was poisoned, but she knew what it was after knowing its name. It's a very difficult poison to cure, but it's not an incurable poison. It's just that she absolutely can't cure it here, and she's afraid that she won't be able to survive until she leaves this place. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't say that something bad would happen. She might even be able to hold on for a few weeks. However, being poisoned in the demon god forbidden ground, it's impossible for her to leave this place alive. I can cure it, Lin Xian said. Huh? Mu Qianshuang looked at Lin Xian strangely. This poison, he can cure it? Fortunately, you've only been poisoned for less than 2 hours. The poison hasn't reached the critical point yet. I can cure it for you. Lie down. Shua. Lin Xian then released a barrier, isolating the outside. No one outside could see the situation inside. Chapter 1770. Lying down? Mu Qianshuang frowned. Hey, are you still thinking that I'm going to take advantage of you? Lin Xian looked at Mu Qianshuang and asked. Mu Qianshuang hesitated for a moment and then said, Can you really detoxify the poison? Nonsense. If I can't detoxify the poison, why would I let you lie down? Hurry up, don't waste time. And Mu Qianshuang then turned around and lied down. You have to take off your skirt. Lin Xian said. Mu Qianshuang frowned. I have to do acupuncture. Your skirt is too wrinkled, and it will affect my acupuncture. Moreover, the poison will be expelled later. This poison is very strong. I guess your skirt won't be able to keep it. Mu Qianshuang hesitated for a moment and then slowly took off her skirt. Of course, there were other clothes inside. Hiss, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. It's really the best. What's the success rate? 100%. Lin Xian said.
And
Lin Xian then took out a silver needle. Shua. The silver needle was released. Lin Xian then took out a pill. Eat it. Mu Qianshuang didn't have any doubts because even if she didn't eat it, she wouldn't be able to survive. Then, Lin Xian took out a spirit treasure of heaven and earth and plucked a petal.
take it.
Lin Xian then said. I'm forcibly detoxifying you. It's not an antidote, so it won't be that comfortable during this period. And Mu Qianshuang could understand Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian put his hand on Mu Qianshuang's butt. Mu Qianshuang. Ding. Touch, little sisters, but Prince Charming points plus 500,000. Don't move. You still have 2 acupuncture points. I have to prick them. Mu Qianshuang frowned. I know medicine, she said coldly. Lin Xian's hand was placed there awkwardly. Ahahaha. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly and moved his hand away. Then, he gathered spiritual energy in his right hand and patted her back. Outside, the 5 experts had more or less made their decision. Gentlemen, let's begin. Yes, let's do it. Schwa. Then, they erupted with extremely terrifying power and charged over. Then, they were trapped by the powerful array formation. Don't hold back. Release your strongest strength. With our 5 Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars cultivation levels, we will forcefully break through this array formation. Alright, about 20 minutes later, the 5 Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars successfully broke through the powerful array formation while panting. The 5 Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars spent 20 minutes to break through. It was obvious that the array formation was indeed very impressive. This array formation is truly terrifying. If the person who released this array formation was a 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior, it might really be dangerous. Their brows were tightly knitted. But now it doesn't matter. They have already broken through, and Lin Xian and Mu Qianshuang are right in front of them. Break! An expert bellowed angrily and released a powerful force, shattering Lin Xian's barrier. Then, they saw Mu Qianshuang meditating while Lin Xian stood there smoking a cigarette. Humph. Upon seeing this scene, they sneered. A Heavenly Tao Realm 1-star clearly did not have the right to stop them. The remaining Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star woman was already poisoned, so she could not stir up any trouble. Killing her was only a matter of time. A Heavenly Tao Realm 1-star actually managed to hold us back for so long. Then, it's time to send you on your way. So, an expert immediately rushed towards Lin Xian. He wanted to use the fastest speed and the simplest method to deal with one of them first. After dealing with Lin Xian, they would then join forces to deal with the poisoned Mu Qianshuang. However, Mu Qianshuang opened her beautiful eyes. He did not expect Mu Qianshuang to take action because she was poisoned. Furthermore, it had been so long that she did not have much combat strength left. If she were to take action, the poison would only worsen, so he did not expect it. Furthermore, Mu Qianshuang's attacks in such a state could not cause any substantial damage unless she was tired of living and wanted to fight to the death. However, Mu Qianshuang had already recovered to her peak state. Therefore, a lightning-fast strike blocked his attack. The Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars pupils constricted. His condition was not good to begin with. Lin Xian's array had drained too much of his stamina. Furthermore, the array had more or less injured them. Mu Qianshuang was now enraged. She was enraged, and at her peak state. She was not to be trifled with. Sword Spirit. Mu Qianshuang locked her powerful strength onto the expert.
What?
The 4 experts behind her felt the strength that Mu Qianshuang had released, and their pupils constricted. No, wasn't she poisoned? How could he still erupt with such power? Furthermore, looking at her condition, it seemed like Lin Xian stood there smoking as he admired the beautiful Mu Qianshuang's performance. Of course, Lin Xian did not know what she looked like, but she was definitely extremely beautiful. She faced 5 Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars alone, and even held the advantage. Holy shit! This woman is really strong. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. However, it was also because the 5 Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars were not in good condition. Furthermore, Mu Qianshuang was furious, so the strength she displayed was extremely terrifying.
Run.
The 5 Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars were not Mu Qianshuang's match. They could guarantee that they would not die, but they could not guarantee that they would not suffer serious injuries. And since Mu Qianshuang could let the 4 of them escape, she would definitely leave one behind. With the 5 of them running together, Mu Qianshuang could not split herself, but she had to kill one today. Then, she randomly chose an unlucky one and charged forward, throwing Lin Xian to the side. Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose. In the surroundings, there were still some people guarding this place. They saw that the array formation had been broken by those experts, and now, that woman was chasing after another expert. Then did that mean that they could now make a move on this man? He was only at the Heavenly Dao Realm 1 star. Furthermore, he did not have the time to set up an array formation.
Fuck.
Did I tell you to posture so much previously? Punk, let's see what you can do now. Die for me. A Heavenly Dao Realm 3 star charged at Lin Xian. And clearly, he was not in good condition because he had been fighting for a very long time. As for Lin Xian, he was already in peak condition. You are only a 3 star, yet you dare act so arrogantly in front of me? Lin Xian's eyes focused. Realm lowers domain. Realm raises domain. Create laws. Second level of the Paramount Sage Heart Technique. Strength multiplied. Lin Xian immediately went all out. He did not hesitate to expend large amounts of his spiritual energy to forcefully suppress his 3 star Heavenly Dao Realm to 1 star. Then, instantly. Chapter 1771. Perhaps it was truly impossible for others to insta-kill them. Even if you were a 2 star Heavenly Dao Realm Warrior, it would be very difficult to kill a 1 star Heavenly Dao Realm Warrior. However, this was only targeted at some special people who were experts with powerful killing abilities. And Lin Xian clearly possessed such an ability. His attributes and martial techniques had such an ability. What? There were still people around. When they saw the 3 star Heavenly Dao Realm Warrior being insta-killed by Lin Xian in a few moves, they were dumbfounded. Escape was impossible. After Lin Xian released his domain, a 2 star Heavenly Dao Realm Warrior would be reduced to a 1 star Heavenly Dao Realm Warrior's cultivation level. With his spatial seal, he could forget about escaping for the rest of his life. Then, with Spatial Blast firmly hitting him, and with Lin Xian's strength, how was he to survive? Space was an extremely terrifying thing to rely on. Who said that Heavenly Dao Realm Warriors were difficult to kill? To Lin Xian, as long as the disparity wasn't too great, he could kill them. But at the same time, Lin Xian's outburst drained a great deal of his spiritual energy. However, Lin Xian also knew that by easily killing a 3 star as a 1 star, he had already frightened the people who were secretly watching him. Others originally believed that Lin Xian had relied on an array formation, but now, from the looks of it, they were shocked. His strength was also that strong. Lin Xian swept his gaze across the crowd. Some of them even retreated. Trash. Lin Xian sneered. Swish. Mu Qianshuang's figure appeared beside Lin Xian as she looked at the 3 star Heavenly Dao Realm Warrior's corpse. How long had it been? How long had she been gone? He had killed a 3 star Heavenly Dao Realm Warrior? He ran? Lin Xian looked at her and asked. Killed him. Lin Xian. No, that's a Heavenly Dao Realm Warrior. You killed him so quickly?
Yeah.
In a one-on-one situation, it was quite ridiculous for a Heavenly Dao Realm Warrior to kill a Heavenly Dao Realm Warrior. Most importantly, he had done it in such a short period of time. Impressive. Who was this woman? Why was he so strong? However, it was normal for the devil race to have such a strong member, just like how the human race also had such a strong member. It was just that Lin Xian hadn't encountered one yet. Otherwise, wouldn't this human be crushed by a single touch from the demon race? Thank you, Mu Qianshuang said to Lin Xian. Clearly, she was thanking Lin Xian for detoxifying her. If Lin Xian had not cured her of the poison, she would not have been able to continue her journey in the God-Beast Forbidden Ground, not to mention the danger that the 5 experts posed to her. He would definitely die here. We're even. Yes. Mu Qianshuang nodded. It's almost time. How many have you killed? Lin Xian asked. You should be the one with the most. Mu Qianshuang lightly said. I've only killed about 100 or so. It was as though 100 or so people were negligible against 15,000 people. But if one thought about it, everyone was killing. Furthermore, Lin Xian had killed so many that nearly all of them were at the heavenly Dao realm. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Mu Qian Shuang nodded. Hey, about that, who are you? Lin Xian asked Mu Qian Shuang. You don't need to know. We've been through life and death together. We can be considered friends, right? As for me, you should know, right? It's fine if we just get to know each other a little, right? There's no need. Mu Qian Shuang rejected. Lin Xian faltered slightly. What was this chick hiding from him? All right. Lin Xian then sat there. There's not much time left. Let's wait for it to end. Mu Qian Shuang sat beside Lin Xian to recuperate. Why did she sit beside Lin Xian? Perhaps it was because she was protecting Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had easily killed a heavenly Dao realm 3-star, but if he were to encounter someone stronger, something would still happen to him. And after all, Lin Xian had saved her. Although they did not owe each other anything, he had saved her life. Mu Qian Shuang was still very grateful to Lin Xian. The final moment quickly passed. Suddenly, more than 100 bolts of lightning struck down from every direction. Following that, everything fell silent. These 100 or so bolts of lightning should have killed more than 100 people, leaving only 3,000 people alive. These 100 or so people should have had the worst results, so they were killed. Lin Xian pondered slightly. It was rather interesting. The Fey God Forbidden Ground was definitely controlled by an expert. Perhaps it was just a remnant soul, but it was definitely very powerful. A gigantic pillar of light appeared in front of him. The survivors entered the pillar of light one after another. Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang walked in as well. After entering, Lin Xian appeared in the white space once again. He was alone again. A voice sounded out of the void. Congratulations on obtaining first place in the trial of death. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he had killed more than 100 people. Furthermore, there were many heavenly Dao and even a heavenly Dao realm 7-star. His first place was well-deserved. The others might be constantly killing, but their efficiency was definitely not as high as Lin Xian's. What's the reward? Lin Xian asked. Life. Oh. Lin Xian frowned. Life? From this moment forth, you will have 72 hours of life. This is your reward for coming in first place. If you are unable to leave this place after 72 hours, you will remain here forever. Lin Xian. First place only has 72 hours? Lin Xian frowned. Second place only has 48 hours. Lin Xian. What about the lowest? 2,500 people only have 3 hours. Only 20 people have a lifespan of more than a day. Lin Xian. Holy shit. Then, what's the point of wasting time? Hurry up and send me out. Schwa. Lin Xian then vanished. When Lin Xian appeared again, he was by the sea. And here there were already tens of thousands of people waiting. Oh. Lin Xian frowned. It's likely that the people from the other passageways are here. From the looks of it, the people from the 12 entrances will be gathered here. Lin Xian pondered slightly. Not far away, a figure's gaze landed on Lin Xian. It was a woman in a blue dress. It was obvious at a glance that she was extraordinary. She only glanced at Lin Xian for a moment before shifting her attention away. That's right. She was the woman who came from Mount Tianyao under her master's orders to protect and find a way to bring Lin Xian to Mount Tianyao. At first, she also wanted to go to the same passageway as Lin Xian. However, when she arrived at the God-Fiend Forbidden Grounds, Lin Xian had already entered one of the passageways. She didn't know which one he had entered, so she just randomly entered one. Lin Xian activated his Eye of Cave Spirit. What were these people waiting here for? Did they not have a lifespan? That shouldn't be the case, right? Also, damn it, they had already come out from that passageway. Why didn't they encounter any halls? Logically speaking, they should be given some benefits. Chapter 1772. When Lin Xian saw Mu Qian Shuang walking over, he smiled and walked over. What's your rank? Lin Xian asked. Second. That's good. Is second 48 hours? Lin Xian asked. Mu Qian Shuang nodded. I'm in first place, 72 hours. Mu Qian Shuang nodded again. Her beautiful eyes looked at the other 10,000 people. Are these people the same as us? Mu Qian Shuang asked. I don't know. I just came out and didn't talk to them. Yes. But they look the same. Why did he say that? This was because Lin Xian overheard some of the conversations. They were asking about the time, and 90% of them had all sorts of impatient looks on their faces. That's right, they might have gone through completely different trials and dangers compared to Lin Xian and the others. However, in the end, they received the same thing as Lin Xian and the others. They all had a fixed amount of time to survive. Everyone, it's almost time. Let's not wait anymore. Although there are still many people who haven't come, we really can't wait anymore. An expert said in despair. Yes, everyone, let's go forward together. We really can't wait anymore. Everyone, let's go together. More and more people stood up and shouted in despair. Why was it like this? Lin Xian didn't need to think to know that these people didn't have much time left to live. What was everyone doing here? They stayed here to wait for the others to follow. Everyone knew how dangerous this place was, so it was safer for everyone to move forward together. However, for those who didn't have much time left to live, if they were to wait here and waste time here, then they would definitely die, so they were anxious. There were already so many people, there was really no need to continue waiting. If these people still wanted to wait, then they really couldn't wait any longer. Even if there was a lot of danger ahead, they still had to rush forward because there wasn't much time left. Who knew how long it would take for them to leave? Yes, this old man thinks it's about time. We should continue moving forward. An old man said. Yes, it's about time. There should be tens of thousands of people who haven't arrived yet. However, we already have so many people. It's enough. We can't afford to waste time. Then, let's set off. Then everyone looked at the sea. Everyone, there must be a reason why airspace is forbidden in this area. Everyone, be careful. An expert said. Here, you can't fly, you can only jump. As for how high you can jump and how far you can jump, it depends on your own ability. But no matter what your realm is, as long as you can't break free from this restriction, you can't fly. You can only stand on the sea and walk forward. Therefore, they concluded that the danger must be in the sea, because they weren't allowed to fly, so they had to be careful. Let's go together. We can look after each other. I have the space. Since this place forbids flying, I think the space should be able to play a greater role. Lin Xian said to Mu Qian Shuang. It's not that Lin Xian is pestering her, but that this woman triggered the mission. Secondly, she is quite special. She saved Lin Xian and them. At the same time, Lin Xian really wants to know why she saved him. It's strange. If she isn't Xue Qilin, then why did she save me? She didn't say anything, nor did she say anything about my identity. Lin Xian felt strange. You say, she saved a stranger for no reason? Lin Xian doesn't think that such a thing will happen. What's more, Lin Xian doesn't think that she saved him because she fell in love with him. Okay. Mu Qian Shuang didn't refuse. Because Lin Xian saved her. At the same time, according to Mu Qian Shuang's current understanding of Lin Xian, he is capable. Although his realm isn't high, but he is capable. The woman looked at Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang with a frown. It's her? Her beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of understanding. Why is she with this Lin Xian? Is it because she has a purpose?
No.
But if I walk over, won't it be too obvious? Her master had told her to come here and get close to Lin Xian. Then, no matter what method she had to use, she had to bring him to Mount Tianyao without first mentioning certain things. But now, she is with Lin Xian. How should I get close to Lin Xian? The main thing is that if she is with Lin Xian, then it will look strange if I go over. Because that woman is too smart, she will definitely see something. Moreover, her identity is very sensitive. And if she takes the initiative to wait for this Lin Xian to come over, then the probability is not high.
No.
After weighing the pros and cons, Su Qining decided to go over. Otherwise, she may not be able to complete the mission given to her by her master. Then Su Qining walked over. Mu Qianshuang's gaze also saw Su Qining. They know each other, and are old rivals. Although they are both wearing veils, they can still recognize each other. Maybe they can recognize the smell on their bodies. Why are you here? Su Qining's target is Mu Qianshuang. It is very natural. Her purpose of greeting is to get close to Lin Xian. Mu Qianshuang frowned and looked at her. Then why are you here? Mu Qianshuang asked. Lin Xian. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the mission. Mission reward. Random divine level physique. Mission time limit. 3 months. Mission punishment. Buzzer disappears. The current mission has been forcibly accepted. Lin Xian. Oh my god. What kind of situation is this? Lin Xian really hasn't triggered a mission for a long time. Lin Xian felt that it's about time. How many girls does he have? There are even a few that he hasn't won over yet. He hasn't really confessed yet. Lin Xian really doesn't want to go womanizing anymore. But what's going on? What's going on? Isn't it just a trip to the demon god empire? Why did he trigger 2 quests? Mu Qianshuang is still okay. Lin Xian can still accept it. After all, she is a cold beauty with a temperament. Lin Xian likes this kind of beauty. But one is enough. Now another one has appeared. This Su Qining is clearly carved out from the same grind as Mu Qianshuang. Their personalities seem to be about the same. They were both cold and icy beauties. Moreover, they must be very proud and aloof. What should he do? Triggering 2 missions at once, Lin Xian really can't take it anymore. This is too difficult. Damn. Chapter 1773. Su Qining felt that Mu Qianshuang was unusual here. Similarly, Mu Qianxue also believed that Su Qining's goal here was definitely not simple. It couldn't be for the treasures of the Fey God Forbidden Grounds, right? Perhaps it was Lin Xian? It could be. This was because she believed that Lin Xian might be that senior's disciple and would be her future opponent. Then, as that senior's disciple, it was reasonable for Su Qining to come here. I'm just here to see if I can encounter any opportunities. Su Qining said indifferently. Me too. Mu Qianshuang said. This is... Then, Su Qining's gaze landed on Lin Xian before looking at Mu Qianshuang. I'm quite surprised that you have a man beside you. Lin Xian then smiled and extended his hand to Su Qining. Hello. I'm friends with her. We might develop into a couple in the future. Mu Qianshuang. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. What nonsense was this bastard spouting? Oh. Su Qining looked at Mu Qianshuang. Just friends. We just met. Su Qining nodded without saying anything. Pretty sister, are you good friends? Lin Xian looked at Su Qining and asked. No. The two shook their heads in unison and said indifferently. Lin Xian was taken aback. This, not friends. Just acquaintances? That wasn't right. Think about it. Even if they were just acquaintances and not friends, there was a high chance that they wouldn't come over to greet each other. At least, if they didn't meet and were extremely close to each other, they wouldn't greet each other. What's more, they were two top-notch experts and girls with such personalities. All the more they wouldn't come over to greet each other. Furthermore, Lin Xian used his eye of cave spirit to take a look. Oh my god. He couldn't see Su Qining's realm, which meant that her realm was likely Heavenly Dao Realm 7 stars. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. The kind of person the people around them would be the same. However, Lin Xian wasn't sure if they were older or younger than Ling Longshui.
It was hard to say.
However, although Ling Longshui's realm wasn't as high, it was mostly because she had spent all her effort on cultivating the space. Yi Renbing's realm wasn't too high. She couldn't help it. Sometimes, the stronger the bloodline of the dragons, the faster their realm would increase. However, there was a definite point, and that was that the stronger their bloodline, the more difficult it would be to raise their cultivation by 1 star, and the greater the improvement they would receive after successfully advancing. To put it simply, if other people received +1 to all their stats, Linglong Shui, and Yirenbing would receive +2 to all their stats. This was the advantage of bloodlines. Why wasn't it certain that one's realm would rise quickly? Just like Lin Xian, the amount of experience he needed to level up was double that of a normal martial artist. Could it be said that Lin Xian was inferior to them? It couldn't be. Bloodline determined your combat power and the height you could reach. It didn't have much to do with your cultivation speed. Of course, it was impossible to compare the strongest with the weakest, right? Then let's go together. We can take care of each other. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian would definitely try to be with these two girls who triggered the mission. Along the way, it would be faster to gain the favor of these two girls than to do it one by one, right? And no need. The two girls gave two different answers. Su Qining nodded her head. Mu Qian Shuang refused. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Let's go together. Lin Xian. Then let's go together. Mu Qian Shuang said. If it was before, she would have left without hesitation, but it was different now. The arrival of this Su Qining made Mu Qian Shuang feel that something was wrong. Coupled with Su Qining's special identity, Mu Qian Shuang felt that it was necessary to follow and see what she wanted to do. Su Qining obviously didn't want Mu Qian Shuang to follow, but she couldn't make it too obvious. She would wait and see. Then, since you know each other, beautiful sister, tell me about her identity. Also, what's your identity? I'm quite curious. Then we'll be friends in the future, right? We can take care of each other and get to know each other. Lin Xian said with a smile. You're friends with her, but you don't even know her identity? Su Qining looked at Lin Xian and asked. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. After all, we just met not long ago, right? Lin Xian said with a smile. Mu Qian Shuang didn't say anything and walked forward. Pretty sister, tell me about it. Lin Xian then said to Su Qining. You'll know. With that, she also walked forward. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. What was going on? Then Lin Xian also followed. A large group of people had already gathered here. Everyone, let's go. Let's go. Shua. Then they all stepped on the surface of the sea and rushed forward. Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit and looked at the surface of the sea. At the moment, he couldn't see anything. Then the three of them also stepped on the surface of the sea and rushed forward. Beautiful sister, how much time do you have? Lin Xian asked. 72. Su Qining said lightly. The same as me. She looked at Lin Xian in surprise. This Lin Xian got first place? Su Qining didn't say anything more. They continued to walk forward. There were many people in front, and they were all very anxious. Because time was tight, they rushed forward at a very fast speed. Although they couldn't fly, everyone's realm was here, and their speed was very fast. In a short time, they were already very far from the coast. Slow down, let's slow down. There's no rush. Let the people in front die first and scout the way for us. Isn't that better? Lin Xian said helplessly to the two beautiful girls. This is the advantage of having more time. Since we have more time, we have to make full use of it. The others don't have much time, and they can rush forward impatiently. They can scout the way for us. Their speed slowed down a little. The main thing was that they were like this. Moreover, when the two of them were together, they could compete. No matter what, they could compete. At this moment, many people stopped in their tracks. Look ahead. Their gazes were looking forward. In front of them, a huge monster appeared in the sea. It appeared on the surface of the sea. This huge monster looked a little like an octopus, but it was too big. Its entire body was in the sea, and the part that was exposed was probably close to 100 meters tall. Most of its hands were waving, and its entire body was blood red. It was extremely terrifying. Abyss disaster. Seeing this huge monster, some people recognized it. The moment they recognized it, their pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 1774. Abyss Calamity was an extremely terrifying fey beast. It had a very top-notch bloodline. This bloodline might not be comparable to the Void Fox, Dragon, Phoenix, or Qilin. However, it was an extremely terrifying existence. This was because the Abyss Calamity was extremely powerful. Apart from that, it might be an Abyss Calamity, but it was very likely that there was more than meets the eye beneath the sea. Furthermore, the Abyss Calamity had extremely powerful recovery abilities. Of course, no matter how powerful it was, it could still be killed. However, this Abyss Calamity's realm might exceed everyone present. It likely had a Heavenly Dao Realm 8-star cultivation level. And for an existence of this level, an 8-star Heavenly Dao Realm 8-star, in addition to its beast form and its special abilities, even with so many people present, it was probably not easy to defeat. Gulp. Everyone gulped a mouthful of saliva. After all, Lin Xian did not have the ability to fight such a monster. Although he knew that the Abyss Calamity was very powerful, Lin Xian carefully thought about it. There were more than 10,000 people present. Furthermore, they were all at the Heavenly Dao Realm. There were also many Heavenly Dao Realm 7 stars. From Lin Xian's point of view, there should be nearly 100 Heavenly Dao Realm 7 stars, right? Although an 8-star Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star was powerful, with so many experts and so many means, it should not be a problem to deal with it. However, beside Lin Xian, Mu Qianshuang and Su Qining frowned. An Abyss Calamity at the Heavenly Dao Realm 8-star will be difficult to handle. Mu Qianshuang pondered. An 8-star Heavenly Dao Realm 7-star is 1 star higher than all of you. With so many people and means, can't you beat it? Lin Xian asked. Mu Qianshuang said indifferently. In the Heavenly Dao Realm, the first 7 stars are relatively easy to raise. There is an absolute divide between 7 and 8 stars. Even for races with powerful bloodlines like dragons and phoenixes, many of them will be stuck at the 8-star Heavenly Dao Realm their entire lives. Therefore, this Abyss Calamity at the 8-star Heavenly Dao Realm is very difficult to handle. There's such a matter? Lin Xian pondered slightly. Roar. The abyssal disaster let out a terrifying roar. Its huge tentacles covered the sky and the earth as they attacked. It casually slapped the sea surface, and a huge tsunami of several hundred meters in size rushed over.
Run.
Many people's pupils constricted when they saw this scene. Those who had reached the Heavenly Dao Realm were fine. Although the tsunami was filled with the power of the Abyss Calamity, it was ultimately not a power directly released by it. A Heavenly Dao Realm's defense was still able to withstand it. However, anyone beneath the Heavenly Dao Realm would probably be smacked to death if they were struck by the tsunami. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't have a good time. Therefore, many people below the Heavenly Dao Realm subconsciously reacted by running. But when they turned around to escape, red tentacles suddenly reached out from under the sea and wrapped around their necks, legs, or waists, dragging them down into the sea. It was quite strange. Lin Xian saw this scene, and so did many others. However, the people who were dragged down never came back up.
It was truly strange.
Think about it. It was just a tentacle. Even if it was related to the abyssal disaster, how strong could a tiny tentacle be? Why couldn't they escape? Furthermore, why did they suddenly turn silent after being dragged down? Logically speaking, if a powerful existence was dragged down into the sea, shouldn't they release a powerful strength to escape? However, it was as though they had died after being dragged down. They didn't release any strength at all. Everyone, don't run. Don't retreat. There are countless tentacles under the sea. They won't attack people who are standing still or walking forward, but if you retreat, they will attack. One of the experts yelled. Many experts who had thoughts of retreating suddenly stopped.
Fuck.
After being dragged down, there was no more movement from them. Who dared to retreat? The terrifying tsunami rushed over. Shua, Mu Qianshuang, and Su Qining both released a powerful force at the same time, wrapping Lin Xian in it and blocking the powerful tsunami. However, it was different for some people. Some people were directly slapped into the sea and then dragged down by the tentacles. Furthermore, there was a ban on flying. Everyone also understood why the sea region had a ban on flying. Lin Xian pondered slightly. It should be a ban on magic. Lin Xian. This tentacle should have the ability to ban magic. When it bound you, You wouldn't be able to use your spiritual power or demonic power. And for a warrior, if they couldn't use their spiritual power, their combat strength would be reduced by 95%. Therefore, they wanted to struggle, but they lacked the strength to do so. They could only be buried and completely dragged down into the abyss before dying. Everyone, an old man shouted loudly. There's not much time left. We really don't have much time left. While everyone is here, let's work together. Those of us who have less time are naturally pressed for time, but those of you who have more time, if we don't kill it, you will only be exhausted to death. Everyone, let's work together. This Abyss Calamity's realm might be stronger, but we aren't weak either. There are so many powerful heavenly Tao 7 stars existences. Let's kill it together while everyone is here. Otherwise, we won't be able to move forward. Yes, that makes sense. Everyone, don't hesitate anymore. If anyone hesitates or doesn't do their best, then the one to die will be each and every one of us. Let's do it. All right, let's do it. Schwa. Then, countless experts rushed towards the gigantic Abyss Calamity. As for those with relatively lower realms, they attacked from afar. Abyss Calamity, water and thunder attributes, fear fire and ice. Everyone, attack. On the other side, Mu Qianshuang glanced at Lin Xian. Can you use your spatial attribute? Su Qining glanced at them. Lin Xian shook his head. I tried just now. I tried to use space to pass through the Abyss Calamity and continue forward, but I couldn't do it. Furthermore, Lin Xian had used his Eye of Cave Spirit and did not see anything else. Therefore, it was clear that the only way to pass through this place was to kill the Abyss Calamity. Then there's no other way. Mu Qianshuang's beautiful eyes focused. She stretched out her hand, and a sword appeared in her palm. Let's attack together, she said to Su Qining. Normally, she would be too lazy to speak nonsense and directly charge forward, but she still needed Su Qining's help. This also reflected how strong Su Qining was in Mu Qianshuang's eyes. Whoosh! The two girls rushed forward and joined the battle. Chapter 1775. Lin Xian scratched his head. He really didn't seem to be able to help much. A Heavenly Tao Realm 8-star had completely exceeded the level that Lin Xian could fight. If it was poison, Lin Xian thought for a moment. With his present ability, poison was definitely unable to poison an existence at this level to death. As for other abilities, there was really no other way. Holy shit! This realm was definitely an insurmountable gap. The main reason was that the difference in realm was too great. Icebound 1,000 miles. After Su Qining charged over, the sword in her hand emitted a blue light as she slashed at the Abyss Calamity and the surface of the sea. There was a burst of blue light as the entire sea surface within a radius of more than 10 kilometers or even further was frozen, including the gigantic Abyss Calamity. Well done. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this scene. It turned out that there was such a terrifying existence with the ice attribute among them. Lin Xian gaped. Holy shit. So powerful. This Miss Su Qining was also very powerful. Everyone go all out. Kill it instantly. An old man shouted loudly. However, just as they were about to attack, the Abyss Calamity that was sealed in ice broke free from the terrifying ice seal. Su Qining stood on the ice surface with her brows tightly knitted. Let's try it together, Mu Qianshuang said.
Yeah.
The two of them once again emitted a powerful frost force as large snowflakes floated on the surface of the sea. Schwa. Two forces surged towards the Abyss Calamity. However, the Abyss Calamity's two gigantic tentacles blocked the two powerful frost forces.
No.
It's an 8-star Heavenly Tao Realm 8-star. Furthermore, it's an Abyss Calamity. Our strength isn't enough, Mu Qianshuang said with a frown. They definitely had the ability to fight across realms. Although it was nearly impossible to fight across realms at this realm, it was still possible to fight across realms. At this realm, the so-called crossing realms meant being able to defeat the opponent. Although they were very strong, their opponent was an 8-star Heavenly Tao Realm 8-star. There was a huge gap between an 8-star and a 7-star. Furthermore, This was an abyss calamity, an existence that belonged to ancient times.
Its strength was terrifying. Roar.
The abyss disaster roared angrily, and countless tentacles rushed into the sky. At the same time, the entire void became covered with dark clouds. The originally clear sky, at least the light was quite bright, but in an instant, it became as dark as night. Lightning flashed across a large area, lighting up this dark place. Lin Xian frowned. Not good. This lightning was obviously extremely powerful. At the same time, this place was restricted from flying. Moreover, they were standing on seawater, and water was conductive. Therefore, if this move landed, it meant that the seawater in this area would be filled with his powerful lightning power.
It was too terrifying.
Everyone attack. Everyone rushed over. The battle was extremely bloody, but in Lin Xian's eyes, they couldn't cause any substantial damage at all. No, there was substantial damage. The most dazzling ones were Su Qining and Mu Qianchuang. They even cut off the tentacles of this huge abyss disaster, but this was the power of the abyssal disaster. Its tentacles grew back in just a few seconds. Fuck, who could withstand this? What could he do? What could he do? Lin Xian fell into deep thought. What could he do? These experts wouldn't die. It could even be said that many Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars wouldn't die so easily, but the key point was that they were limited by their lifespans. They couldn't afford it. They had to think of a way to kill this abyssal disaster. Otherwise, they would die. Everyone would die. Rumble, terrifying lightning struck down in an unknown area. These lightning bolts didn't lock onto everyone. Instead, they fell randomly, blasting the ice surface, shattering it, and blasting into the seawater. The entire surface of the sea was surrounded by lightning. Screams of agony could be heard from all directions. Some of them were directly electrocuted and struck to death. Some of them were paralyzed all over and fell into the abyss, being dragged down by the tentacles below the abyss. Lin Xian released his powerful strength to defend against the lightning beneath his feet. Thankfully, although this monster was powerful, when all the lightning was spread across the entire sea, the power of the lightning wasn't that terrifying. In front of him, some Heavenly Dao Realm 7 stars were directly killed. Although it was difficult for a Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star to die, the abyssal disaster's ability happened to have the effect of killing. Poison, paralysis, inability to use spirit energy, powerful strength, and then, save me. Save me. A Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star was bound by a gigantic tentacle of the abyssal disaster. It exerted more and more strength as his eyes began to protrude. He was a Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star and very strong. However, a Heavenly Dao Realm 8 star was even stronger. Furthermore, most importantly, when he was bound by the gigantic tentacle, he had already lost the ability to use his demonic powers. And without being able to release his demonic powers, how was he to escape from the tentacle? He had to release the strength of a Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star to escape. So, Su Qining charged over and sliced off the powerful tentacle. There was no need to save him, but why should she? This was because any Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star was an indispensable combat force on this battlefield. Lin Xian was thinking of a solution. He was truly helpless. There was really nothing he could do. Can I lower this monster's realm from a Heavenly Dao Realm 8 star to a Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star? Lin Xian pondered. This was because his realm-lowering domain ignored realms. As long as he had sufficient spirit energy, he could do it. Lowering the cultivation of a Heavenly Dao Realm 8 star by a Heavenly Dao Realm 1 star was impossible for others, but Lin Xian might be able to give it a try. This was because Lin Xian's spirit energy was extremely rich, and a Heavenly Dao Realm 8 star was just too powerful. Mu Qianchuang had said that the difference between 7 star and 8 star was a qualitative change. Then, if he lowered the abyssal disaster to a Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star, together with more than 100 Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star experts, they definitely had the ability to slay the abyssal disaster. Let's give it a try. Lin Xian made up his mind. So Lin Xian charged over. After all, a domain had a range. Lin Xian's domain was unable to reach such a distance. So, Su Qining landed in front of Lin Xian. "Retreat," she said faintly. "No, I might have a solution. It's fine. It has so many targets. It won't land on me. I'll give it a try," Lin Xian said. Su Qining knitted her brows tightly. So Lin Xian charged over. "Come on." Lin Xian took a deep breath. He had even made some special preparations. "Realm-lowering domain, open for me." Chapter 1776. A surging energy burst out from Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's realm wasn't high, so this aura didn't seem like much. After all, he was surrounded by experts with higher realms than Lin Xian. However, after this energy burst out, the Abyss Calamity's aura decreased. It went from an extremely terrifying existence to as though the aura from its 100-meter-tall body was slightly higher than a heavenly Dao Realm 7-star. What's going on? Why did the Abyss Calamity's aura suddenly weaken so much? This Abyss Calamity seems to have become not strong at all. Although it's still strong, its aura seems to be at the Heavenly Dao Realm 7-star. It went from Heavenly Dao Realm 8-star to Heavenly Dao Realm 7-star? It's him. Many people's attention was focused on Lin Xian.
Excitement.
Now, apart from shock, they were also excited. Originally, they even thought that they might be finished. If they couldn't resolve this abyssal disaster in a short period of time, then their time would be delayed, and some of them might even die on the way. There was no need to mention the rest of the journey. But now, the Abyss Calamity's aura had been reduced to the Heavenly Dao Realm 7-star. This was a glimmer of hope. Mu Qianshuang and Su Qi focused their gazes on Lin Xian. He was only at the Heavenly Dao Realm 1-star, but his domain was able to reduce the Abyss Calamity's realm by 1 star? Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? To be honest, this was extremely exaggerated. If you were at the Heavenly Dao Realm 1-star, reducing a Heavenly Dao Realm 4 stars or even a Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars by 1 star was still acceptable, but you reduced a Heavenly Dao Realm 8-star by 1 star. Lin Xian didn't feel good at that moment. So, Mu Qianshuang landed beside Lin Xian. Although she didn't wish to show too much, Lin Xian had saved her life after all. "How is it?" Bean-sized beads of sweat streaked across Lin Xian's cheeks. "Hurry up and fight. I won't be able to last long." "Yeah." So, then, feeling the hope of survival, everyone's fighting spirit soared, and they all rushed towards the abyssal disaster. Mu Qianshuang and Su Qining's ice seal made it difficult for the abyss disaster to break free. In a short period of time, Abyss Calamity was killed by the Heavenly Dao Realm 7 stars. That was right. It was that easy. Previously, the Abyss Calamity at the Heavenly Dao Realm 8 stars had left so many Heavenly Dao and Heavenly Dao Realm 7 stars helpless. If this dragged on, it would probably kill everyone. But now it had died just because Lin Xian had lowered its realm by 1 star. You can imagine the difference between a Heavenly Dao Realm 7 star and an Heavenly Dao Realm 8 star.
Great.
That's great. After killing the abyssal disaster, those people revealed excited expressions. "I really want to say, Mom, I miss you." This was too blissful. Originally, they were already in despair, but this person suddenly appeared and lowered the abyssal disaster's realm by 1 star, allowing them to win and survive. Of course, they were indeed grateful to Lin Xian, but not many people came over to express their gratitude to Lin Xian. They were all prideful. They were all experts, and in theory, Lin Xian had saved their lives. But if they went over and thanked him, wouldn't that mean they had to repay him? Wouldn't it be normal to give him a spirit artifact or a heaven and earth spiritual item? Then it wouldn't be a problem if they didn't go over, right? Therefore, they chose the latter. They didn't go over. Right now, Lin Xian only felt dizzy and weak. He was severely exhausted, and his spirit energy was completely empty. If not for his strong willpower, he would probably have fainted. But Lin Xian's figure swayed. So, Mu Qianshuang landed beside Lin Xian and supported Lin Xian. She hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into Lin Xian's mouth. How are you feeling? She roughly knew Lin Xian's situation. He had overused his spirit energy and was severely exhausted. All he needed was rest. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm fine. I'm just a little weak. With that said, Lin Xian fell towards her. Mu Qianshuang subconsciously supported Lin Xian and did not let Lin Xian fall on her. Su Qianshuang looked at Lin Xian. No wonder Master wants him to go to Mount Tianyao. She didn't understand it before, but now Lin Xian's strength was ridiculous. Just the power of this domain was enough to lower his cultivation by 1 star of the heavenly Tao realm by 1 star. It was ridiculous. In any case, she had never heard of anyone who could do this since ancient times. Although he seemed to be in a bad state now, if she thought about it carefully, wouldn't it be several times easier if he lowered his cultivation by 1 star of the heavenly Tao realm to 7 stars? Even if he didn't have enough spirit energy, it shouldn't be to this extent. Wouldn't he still have spirit energy left after lowering his cultivation by 6 stars? Su Qianshuang also landed beside Lin Xian. She could use this to get closer to him. I'm just exhausted. I'll be fine after some rest. Su Qianshuang took out a green leaf and handed it to Lin Xian.
Ah.
Lin Xian opened his mouth and gestured for her to feed it to him. Su Qianshuang didn't think too much about it. After all, Lin Xian probably didn't even have the strength to raise his hand, right? Then, she put the leaf into Lin Xian's mouth. Lin Xian closed his mouth and sucked on her finger. Su Qianshuang quickly pulled her hand away. Bastard. Did he do it on purpose? It didn't seem like it was on purpose, right? When a person was extremely tired, their brain might not work that fast. Furthermore, it was probably very tiring for him to even open his mouth, right? Therefore, it was normal for him to urgently want to shut his mouth, right?
Ding.
Deliberately taking advantage of a young lady. Adonis points plus 500,000. Lin Xian laughed inwardly. The others took a look. Holy shit! Who was this person? A heavenly Tao realm 1 star was actually protected by 2 beauties of that level. After all, they felt that regardless of the reason, Lin Xian was their savior. This was because without Lin Xian it was really difficult for them to kill the Abyss Calamity. Wasting time was equivalent to expending their lives. Many of the others didn't come over. They directly charged forward. After all, there wasn't much time left. They had to quickly take a look. Was there an exit after killing the Abyss Calamity? Or rather, he had 2 choices. Either he continued to walk down or he left. That was likely, right? After all, the Abyss Calamity was a heavenly Tao realm 8 star. They should be given a choice to leave, right? Thank you very much. Su Qianshuang looked at Lin Xian and said indifferently. Yes, this was how she wanted to get closer to Lin Xian. A life-saving grace. That was indeed true. Regardless of whether it was for her own reasons or her sincerity, this sentence was true. Chapter 1777. On this point, Mu Qianshuang really didn't doubt Su Qining's actions. After all, based on her understanding of Su Qining, she was a very similar person to her. The grace of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. This was something that could definitely be done. To put it simply, their 3 views were very correct. Perhaps some of their thoughts were different from others, but there was no problem with their 3 views. It's fine. Lin Xian sat on the surface of the sea and meditated. Then he opened his eyes and shook his head. Su Qining's beautiful eyes looked into the distance. Those people had left. That's right, they didn't even come back to take a look. After saying a few words, they left directly. This was human nature. Lin Xian stood up. Let's go too. Are you in good condition? Mu Qianshuang asked. Lin Xian nodded. It's okay, let's not waste time. I can recover my strength on the way. Now, I just need to recover a little physical strength. And then they walked forward together. Thank you for saving my life. I owe you a life, Su Qining said to Lin Xian as she walked forward. Then how are you going to repay me for saving your life? Lin Xian grinned.
Tell me,
Su Qining said. In this case, Mu Qian Shuang shouldn't be suspicious, right? However, he did save her life. Mu Qian Shuang really didn't suspect anything. With her understanding of Su Qining, she was definitely a person who would repay kindness. Don't you all like to repay with your lives? It's the kind of person who is saved by others and then repaying with your life.
Do you know how to do that?
If you do, then I will be very happy. I will definitely accept it. I'm sorry. You can say something else. As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely do it. For example, spirit weapons, spirit objects of heaven and earth. Or, what do you want me to help you with? Su Qining said. And Lin Xian muttered to himself. I don't seem to lack anything. Su Qining was very annoyed now. Why did this Lin Xian have to meet Mu Qian Shuang? For example, now that this Lin Xian didn't know what he wanted, she could say that he could stay with her. When the time came, no matter what, this Lin Xian would probably agree. Then, she could directly bring him to Mount Tianyao. This way, she would be able to repay him and also complete the task given to her by her master. But now that Mu Qian Shuang is here, she is in a difficult position. The main reason was that Mu Qian Shuang's identity was rather special. Then you can keep it in mind. If you think of anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Su Qining said indifferently. Then how do I contact you? Shua. She threw something that looked like a mirror to Lin Xian. You can contact me at any time.
All right.
Lin Xian then looked at Mu Qian Shuang. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. Me too? Of course. Previously, we were even. I saved your life and you saved mine, right? But now, although I didn't do it, I saved your life again, right? Mu Qian Shuang nodded and then threw something to Lin Xian. People like them don't use QQ or WeChat. In fact, it's very convenient to have a mobile phone. But with a mobile phone, they can't get any signal here. However, I also saved your life again, right? Mu Qian Shuang thought of something.
Huh.
Lin Xian looked at her. Without you lowering your realm, we wouldn't have been able to kill the Abyss disaster, and would have died here. But without us killing the Abyss disaster, you wouldn't have been able to pass and would have died. But it's mainly because of me, right? That's true. They walked forward. In front, they quickly left the sea and came to an empty place. Is it the Vice Hall? Their eyes looked at an incomparably huge hall in front of them. This was dozens of times bigger than the one Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang saw back then, so it might be the Vice Hall. It was almost impossible for it to be the main hall, because it was the kind of place that couldn't be found. Only fated people could encounter it. But after some thought, they had encountered so many dangers along the way. They were probably more than halfway through the journey, and would probably encounter the Vice Hall. Then, they walked over. Damn it! Why can't it be opened? This hall is blocking all paths. It seems that if we want to continue going deeper, we have to pass through this hall. But why can't the hall's door be opened? Some people were really anxious to death. At the very least, they could live for 3 hours. Now, 2 hours had passed, and they only had 1 hour left to live. Now, the only way for them to survive was that there might be a way out for them in this hall. But now, they felt terrible. They couldn't open it. The Heavenly Dao Realm 7 stars had already used a lot of strength to bombard the door, but it didn't budge. They were really anxious to death. Everyone, don't use brute force. This should be the Vice Hall, and in my opinion, a special method is needed to open this Vice Hall. For example, did anyone obtain something special on the way here? Perhaps that's the key to opening this door. Along the way, there was only danger. We didn't encounter a single room or hall, so how can we say that we saw something special? That's right.
Damn it.
Have we really entered the door of death? Something? I have it. Lin Xian's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. It's you. They obviously recognized Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had saved them. Lin Xian's Eye of Cave Spirit could see a special point about the door. And in the hall, Lin Xian remembered that he had obtained something that seemed to be compatible with this place. It was probably the key to opening the door. That's great. Quickly take it out. An expert looked at Lin Xian.
Take it out.
Why should I take it out? Why should I take it out for you to use? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone frowned.
Why?
Are you pissed? Without me, do you think you can come here? Lin Xian lit a cigarette and began smoking silently. The two girls did not know what Lin Xian was up to. In that case, I won't waste any more time. I also hope that none of you will waste any more time. Each of you will hand over a heaven and earth spiritual item to me. I'll bring you in after handing it over. If you don't hand it over, I'm very sorry, but you won't be able to enter this hall. Punk, don't waste any more time. There's not much time left. If you don't say that, you can save 5 seconds. 5 seconds is still very precious to your 1-hour lifespan, right? Chapter 1778. What did Lin Xian lack? He didn't really care about spirit weapons, unless there was something particularly useful about them. As for the rest, Lin Xian actually wanted powerful martial techniques. Regardless of whether it was an amplification or an offensive martial technique, as long as it was powerful, Lin Xian wanted it. Other than that, he probably wanted better spirit stones or natural treasures, because some natural treasures were almost impossible to find in the outside world. Lin Xian liked alchemy and the like, so powerful natural treasures were indeed very useful. However, he could only take one item. Wouldn't it be a loss to take a natural treasure or a natural treasure? There were even level 8 medicinal pills here. How many natural treasures would it take to refine such a pill? However, it didn't matter. Let's see if Lin Xian could find something that caught his eye. What if it looked useless, but was actually very useful to Lin Xian? Lin Xian slowly paced around. The others were also quickly looking for what they wanted. However, they were clearly more hesitant because they could only take one item. Unless it was a treasure that satisfied them at first glance, they were very hesitant. Some good items were in their hands, but when they saw something else, they put it down again. Lin Xian first walked toward the area where the martial skills were displayed. Many people didn't even have the intention to slowly choose a treasure. They only had a few minutes left in their lifespan. How were they supposed to choose? They were just passing by, casually taking an item, and then quickly walking to the back to see if they could reach the exit. Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit and roughly scanned it. Other than seeing some mechanisms, the eye of cave spirit could also see the density of heaven and earth spiritual energy. For example, as long as you released heaven and earth spiritual energy, Lin Xian would be able to see the degree of heaven and earth spiritual energy released. Therefore, in a sense, Lin Xian could also rely on this to choose the strongest heaven and earth spiritual energy. But, martial techniques and the like didn't release heaven and earth spiritual energy. Lin Xian closed his eye of cave spirit. There was also something that he should pay attention to. Martial technique, heaven and earth execution, Lin Xian muttered to himself. The grades of these martial skills were not low. Lin Xian glanced at them. Holy shit, the lowest grade was a heaven tier martial skill. Basically, they were all heaven tier and divine tier martial skills. There were even a few saint tier martial skills, but they had already been taken away by others. Lin Xian didn't care about these saint class martial skills because they might be of the highest grade. However, Lin Xian felt that the highest grade wasn't necessarily the best because this was the demon god forbidden ground. What are these? Some people had discovered some special pillars. There are actually powerful heaven and earth veins on them. This seems to be the most special thing here. So many? What is it? Many people looked over. Lin Xian also looked over. It was a very special item. Then Lin Xian looked over. It was a very simple item. Every pillar seemed to correspond to a teleportation door. One could choose to enter, but if one chose to enter, one could not take anything from here. If you take something from here, you can't come in here. However, no one knew what this place was. Could it be an exit? It shouldn't be, right? One exit is enough. Why set up so many? It's a legacy, an expert said.
What?
Legacy? Everyone was secretly alarmed. That's right. These are all legacies. After you choose one, you will undergo a legacy test from the owner. If you pass the test, you will receive his legacy. If you fail, you will likely die. But there's still a path ahead. Why do we need to pass on their legacies? This wasn't the end, so why bother? Furthermore, they were all Heavenly Tao realm experts. Others might lack legacies, but these experts had no need for so-called legacies. However, we don't know how far we'll have to go, how much danger we'll have to face, and how much time we'll have to waste. If we can get out of here alive by getting the inheritance, isn't that a good idea? That makes sense. That makes sense. Let's go. Then, many people eagerly entered the various legacy passageways. There was no other choice. Those who entered were people who did not have much time left. They no longer had the time to consider this and that. Lin Xian pondered slightly. Should he go in? I suggest you not enter. Su Qining walked past Lin Xian and said indifferently.
Why?
Because you don't need it,
She said.
That's true. Lin Xian then took out a pill. What are you taking out? Lin Xian asked. A pill, Su Qining said. Clearly, she was someone who knew what was good for her. Lin Xian roughly scanned the area. Although there were quite a few good items, many of them did not catch Lin Xian's eye. Finally, Lin Xian chose a grade 9 pill, the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill. This 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill was powerful. A grade 9 pill was the pinnacle of pills on this continent. This 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill was refined using dozens of top-grade heaven and earth spiritual items. Most importantly, it was a very useful pill. It was of little value to Lin Xian. What were its effects?
Healing.
However, the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill's healing effects were extremely exaggerated. It was one of the best grade 9 pills. As long as one still had a breath in them, if they could consume the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill in time, they would be pulled back from the brink of death even if they were at the Heavenly Tao realm. And if one was seriously injured and had no choice but to fight, consuming the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill would allow one to be reborn from the ashes. To Lin Xian, this was no doubt a life-saving measure. Following that, they left the auxiliary hall and walked forward. At that moment, they heard a tragic cry behind them. Lin Xian and company turned their heads. A man who wanted to walk out with the crowd was struck by a bolt of lightning. His body instantly turned into dust and disappeared. 2 things were left in the place where he disappeared. Humph! Insatiable greed. What a worthy death. An elder snorted coldly. Clearly, this person was hoping for a fluke. He had attempted to leave with the 2 items in the hall before he died. Not many people walked out together. As many of them did not have much time left, they chose to enter the various heritage passageways. As for those who walked out, only about 5,000 people remained. Everyone. We are the only ones left. Everyone's cultivation realms are generally very high. It will be even more dangerous later. We have to work together to survive. Chapter 1779. Working together was a must, but it was unknown how long they would need to work together. Everyone knew what was going on, but they had to wait until that time. Yes, let's work together. Right now, the most important thing for any of us is to survive. Only by surviving can we continue to explore the mysteries of this place. At present, it seems that more than half of us have left. The rest should be reaching the main palace soon. And let's move forward. Lin Xian walked with Su Qibing and Mu Qianshuang the entire time. He should be the happiest person in this trip. Damn. How could he not be happy? There were 2 beautiful girls beside him. So far, he had obtained some heaven and earth spiritual items and a 9th level pill. Lin Xian was not very satisfied. Therefore, he must find the main palace. He wanted to see what kind of place the main palace was. Perhaps there is no main palace? Lin Xian suddenly muttered. It's possible. After all, this is the demon god forbidden area. It's not a place for one person. Perhaps the so-called main palace is a place where many more powerful experts stay. You came to the main palace? Su Qianshuang looked at Mu Qianshuang. You didn't? Mu Qianshuang asked lightly. Yes. In fact, she was here for Lin Xian. But she couldn't tell her that she was here to bring Lin Xian back. Ahead, they walked into a place similar to a grassland. Everyone stopped. In such a place, generally speaking, the change of scenery directly corresponded to the arrival of danger. Everyone, pay attention. There may be danger. One of the experts shouted loudly. Rumbled, the entire ground shook. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Everyone took out their spiritual weapons. In the distance, several demon beasts rushed towards them. One of them was nearly 100 meters tall, a Titan giant ape. That's right, it was the Titan giant ape that Lin Xian had killed in the Death Corner fighting arena. However, this Titan giant ape was definitely not an ordinary being. The other was a black fox with 9 tails behind it. Its body was quite huge and looked quite scary. There was also a white crane-like demonic beast that was flying through the air. 3 Heavenly Dao Realm, 8 stars. When these people felt this aura, their pupils shrank slightly. 3 Heavenly Dao Realm, 8 stars. Furthermore, the strength of these 3 Heavenly Dao Realm 8 stars was not much weaker than the Abyss Calamity. It was just that their abilities were different. In terms of difficulty, the Abyssal Disaster might not necessarily be more difficult to deal with than these few. Firstly, the Titan Ape's terrifying defense and his cultivation level at the Heavenly Dao Realm left these people in the dust. Secondly, everyone recognized this 9-tailed magic fox. It should be the strongest of the 3 because its ability was very exaggerated. In terms of combat strength, even in the entire demon clan, there were not many opponents. As for the other one, the Firmament White Crane, not to mention its other abilities, just its speed alone was not something that any of them could compare to. It was very tricky. Don't tell me we have to finish off these 3 demonic beasts before we can continue. This is practically asking us to die. 1 is fine, 2 is actually still acceptable. After all, this place doesn't limit emptiness, but 3. Heavenly Dao Realm, 8 stars. All of them are existences of such strength. How are we to fight them? The crux of the matter is that our numbers are much lower than when we encountered the Abyssal Disaster. Our combat strength is also much lower. Instead, we have to fight 3 Heavenly Dao Realm 8 stars. How are we to fight? Fortunately, they don't have the powerful self-healing ability of the Abyssal Disaster. Those who are fast deal with the Firmament White Crane, and those who are fast deal with the Titan Giant Ape. We don't need to kill the Titan Giant Ape, just delay it. Once we've dealt with the others, we'll deal with the slower Titan Giant Ape together. Lastly, the stronger ones will fight the 9-tailed magic fox. Everyone, we can't relax. Alright, the battle was about to begin. If this were in the past, many people would be slackers. They would do their best in the battle, while they would just make a symbolic move. As for whether they succeeded, that would be another matter. After all, they would be able to maintain a very good state and would not be injured. But now, they knew that they had to do their best. Everyone had to do their best because the moment anyone slacked off, the outcome would be total annihilation. Little brother, can you still lower the cultivation of a demonic beast by 1 star? If you can, let's quickly reduce one of them. An expert rushed to Lin Xian's side and asked, I can. But which one of you can quickly reduce one of your members? The Firmament White Crane has very low defensive capabilities. As long as we restrict its movements for a short period of time and lower its cultivation by 1 star, we can quickly kill it. Even if we can't, we can make it lose its combat strength. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Lin Xian. To Lin Xian, he had to do his best. Being able to destroy one ahead of time would reduce a lot of pressure. Supremacy Zhisheng, I'll have to trouble you to use all your strength to restrain that Firmament White Crane. This little brother needs to lower its cultivation realm. As for the rest, find an opportunity to kill it. The expert roared. Supremacy, Zhisheng's eyes focused.
All right.
He knew that he would be injured. However, it did not matter if he was injured. If he did not do so, he might even die. Ladies, I'll have to rely on you to restrain it with your ice seals. The expert shouted to Su Qining and Mu Qianshuang. The 2 women surged with frost energy. Full power. Realm-lowering domain. Lin Xian directly used his domain on the Firmament White Crane. Men, protect this little brother. Another expert roared. Instantly, dozens of figures rushed to Lin Xian's side to protect Lin Xian. Begin the battle. Pudong, the powerful combat strength that everyone produced was extremely exaggerated. Even though the firmament white crane was considered very strong after being lowered to the heavenly Dao realm 7 stars, the strength that they produced was not weak either. The firmament white crane was blasted to the ground. Following that, countless powerful forces slammed into its body, killing it. There was no other way. They were very strong, but they were not weak either. Think about it. They were all Fae. How could they be weak if they could be raised to the heavenly Dao realm 7 stars? The only difference between them was that they had taken human form while the 3 Fae beasts had not. Fae beasts that did not take human form had the strength to crush those that had taken human form. However, their numbers were still there. Furthermore, the firmament white crane no longer had the advantage of a higher cultivation realm. Pudong. Lin Xian staggered backward before collapsing to the ground. Too tiring. Too fucking tiring. Chapter 1780. Everyone was abnormally excited. Holy shit. Thankfully, there was such a punk. If not, there would be fucking trouble. Although the remaining Titan Ape and Nine-Tailed Magic Fox were powerful, with one less Heavenly Dao Realm 8 star, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. Most importantly, they were short of a Speed-type Heavenly Dao Realm 8 star Fae Beast. This Speed-type Fae Beast was the most troublesome attribute for them. Even if it was not as easy to deal greater damage to them as the other two, its speed would harass them, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Men, continue protecting that lad. Let him recover his spiritual energy and stamina. Then, continue lowering the realms of the other Fae beasts. An expert bellowed. Clearly, Lin Xian had become the father in their hearts. They knew that a Heavenly Dao Realm 8 star Fae beast was extremely difficult to deal with, but they also knew that Lin Xian had the ability to do so. The simplest method was for them to delay and wait for Lin Xian's stamina and spiritual energy to recover. Then, he would lower the realms of the other Fae beasts before they killed him. This way, their losses would be greatly reduced. Furthermore, it was the simplest method. Lin Xian expressed, "Fuck you." However, he did not seem to have a solution. This was because Lin Xian indeed needed to rely on these people's combat strength to clear the level. Then, Lin Xian rapidly recovered his spiritual energy. The most ridiculous thing was that there were constantly experts coming over to give Lin Xian all sorts of pills and spiritual items to recover his stamina and spiritual energy. There were even experts who directly instilled spiritual energy into Lin Xian, allowing Lin Xian to recover his spiritual energy faster. Lin Xian felt rather comfortable. However, these people had their own goals. Lin Xian knew that, but their goals were the same as Lin Xian's. There was no conflict. Screams of agony rang out one after another. Too strong. Is it not done yet? An expert had his body pierced by the Nine-Tailed Magic Fox's 9 tails, instantly killing him. How can it be that easy? Hold it out a little longer. Don't engage in a head-on battle with the Nine-Tailed Magic Fox. Trap it and try your best to hold it back. I can't hold on. Another cultivator screamed as he released a powerful defensive spirit power. However, the Nine-Tailed Magic Fox was also very fast. Its 9 tails instantly shattered his defensive spirit power and stabbed him to death. The Nine-Tailed Magic Fox is erupting with a powerful force. Everyone, come and block it. The Nine-Tailed Magic Fox howled at the sky. Black lightning poured into her body, and a terrifying power wrapped around her body. Quick! Whoosh! Su Qining and Mu Qian Shuang also rushed forward. Lin Xian opened his eyes. As expected, the strength of these two girls should be ranked first or second among all the people here. Whether it was before or now, they were not using their full strength. Perhaps even without Lin Xian's attribute reduction, they would have had a chance to slay the abyssal disaster.
Just like now.
Perhaps they did not want to weaken Lin Xian any further, or perhaps they did not want to owe Lin Xian any more favors. Since they had the ability, they thought that it was time for them to lead Lin Xian or return the favor. Therefore, the two charged at the two fey beasts. Su Qining charged at the nine-tailed magic fox while Mu Qian Shuang charged at the titan ape, which had an extremely powerful defense. Following that, two terrifying auras rose into the sky. Holy shit! Lin Xian was secretly astonished. These two girls really know how to act. They are so ridiculously strong, but they were still. However, it was true that Mu Qian Shuang was injured previously. She was indeed unable to erupt with such terrifying power. However, it was her fault for not erupting with such power when facing the abyssal disaster.
Fuck.
If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have exhausted myself. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly.
What? Who are these two people?
The strength they erupt with is enough to slay a Heavenly Dao Realm 8-star? Although it's only temporary, there aren't many Heavenly Dao Realm 7-stars in the entire Fey race who can slay a Heavenly Dao Realm 8-star. Furthermore, they are so young. Could it be that they are from those factions? From the strength they erupt with, it doesn't seem like they are dragons or phoenixes. For them to be so strong, could they be those few? Hiss, what are they doing here? If that's the case, who is that Heavenly Dao Realm 1-star man? After all, these two women are by his side. Pudong, Su Qining's sword slashed off the nine-tailed magic fox's 9 tails one by one. They were very strong, but as mentioned before, the gap between a Heavenly Dao Realm 8-star and a Heavenly Dao Realm 7-star was huge. They were definitely unable to insta-kill it, but if they could persist, they still had a chance of slaying it. Their combat strength was still extremely terrifying. Lin Xian was comfortably recovering his spiritual energy. Who were these two women? Mu Qianshuang's words had inexplicably saved him. Lin Xian felt that something was amiss. Su Qining's words did not reveal anything special about him.
Seriously.
Under the lead of these two women, the remaining two powerful existences were slain. Although their losses were also very heavy, the majority of them had survived.
Quick.
Let's move forward. Time slowly passed, and everyone's time was gradually running out. There was not much time left for them to exchange pleasantries. Furthermore, they had passed through here because of someone else, so they did not wish to speak any nonsense and directly charged forward. They believed that in front of them was another auxiliary palace, or that they were not far from the main palace. That should be the case. They had already experienced so many dangers, so it was time for them to encounter something truly good. Therefore, the reason why they rushed over was because they wanted to fight for the treasures. Lin Xian stood up. So you are that powerful. Lin Xian looked at the two women. Let's go. They did not speak further. Hey, wouldn't that make me look stupid when dealing with the Abyss Calamity? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Not really. The Abyss Calamity has an extremely strong self-healing ability. With our strength, it's basically impossible to kill it when it's at Heavenly Dao 8 stars. Therefore, we still need your realm to be lowered. Upon hearing Mu Qianshuang's words, Lin Xian felt a little better. All right, let's go. I believe we will encounter something truly good in front. Then Lin Xian and company walked forward together. In front of them, as expected, there was a huge palace. This palace was twice as big as the one they had encountered before. No, there was more than one. 2 auxiliary palaces? Upon seeing the scene, everyone became even more vigilant. Just the appearance of 2 here was enough to make them feel apprehensive. Did it mean that one of them was very dangerous? Chapter 1781. Lin Xian's Eye of Cave Spirit could not tell anything because the 2 halls were sealed. Lin Xian could only tell that the 2 halls emitted spiritual energy fluctuations. Why don't we enter one in a batch? An expert suggested. My suggestion is for everyone to enter together. From my point of view, one of the 2 halls might be safe while the other might be dangerous. However, there's no way to tell. It's safer if we enter together. Isn't that so? It depends on everyone's choice. If someone wants to go to the one on the left or the one on the right, we can't force them to go together, right? Let's split up. It depends on everyone's wishes. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's do it that way. Some of them were secretly sizing up Lin Xian, and the other two. This was because along the way, everyone could tell that the one-star Heavenly Dao realm Lin Xian was rather powerful. The other two women were even stronger. With them around, it was rather safe. If they were to choose which hall to enter, they would be willing to follow the trio. Let's go, Su Qining said lightly before walking towards one of the halls. Ka. They opened the door to one of the halls as Lin Xian looked over with his eye of cave spirit. Don't enter, Lin Xian whispered.
Oh.
We can't enter this one. Let's take a look at the other one, Lin Xian said. They did not know why Lin Xian would say such a thing, but along the way, Lin Xian had indeed shown the ability to convince them. They chose to believe in Lin Xian. Then, they walked to the other hall. The others were puzzled. What was the meaning of this? Was this one dangerous? So they chose the other one? They were not sure. However, they had just pushed open the door and had yet to see anything clearly. Why did they choose the other one? It was truly odd. Then, Lin Xian walked to the other hall and pushed open the door.
Odd.
It still doesn't work. Lin Xian. The eye of cave spirit did not need to see clearly what was inside. Lin Xian only needed to know that if he looked inside, it would be a dead end. He didn't see any danger. Lin Xian only knew that entering these two halls was a dead end. Then think about it, if it's a dead end, what's the point of walking in? Let's not talk about whether or not there would be danger after walking in. If you entered a dead end, then even if you could walk out, then what? Moreover, from Lin Xian's point of view, this dead end was a dead end. It wasn't as simple as there being no exit. Little brother, what do you mean by this? None of you are going in? Lin Xian's performance surprised them and made them panic for no reason. Lin Xian said, It's nothing. I'm just not sure which one to enter. They felt that what Lin Xian said made sense. There's no need to hesitate. We can't see anything anyway. Let's just go in. How could they have known that Lin Xian had the ability to see through all this? Then we'll go in first. It's estimated that there will be danger after we go out. When the time comes, I hope that if anyone goes out first, you can wait for us. We can only go further if we work together. And then they didn't think too much about it. Although following Lin Xian and the other two might be safer, they were all experts. They felt that Lin Xian and the other two would definitely enter one of the two halls. Then, those people didn't follow any rules. They just followed their intuition and entered the two halls.
Why?
Mu Qian Shuang looked at Lin Xian. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be too lazy to care. But this Lin Xian's words, they still had to respect it. Lin Xian said, These two halls are dead ends. There are no exits. You think that at this time, we'll enter a place with no exits, right? No exits? Then where else can we go besides these two halls? Don't tell me we're going to go here? Su Qining pointed to the front. Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang looked over. When did this appear? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. What happened? Originally, the path between the two halls had an end. At the end was a mountain. Everyone knew that although it was a mountain and they could fly over, there was obviously a barrier preventing them from flying over. But now the mountain was gone. The path led to the distance. What was the most exaggerated thing? There was a small sign on the side of the road. There was an arrow on the small sign. The arrow pointed to the front, and there were two words written on it: Main Hall. Lin Xian. What the fuck? What the hell? Could it be like this? Main Hall? Mu Qian Shuang frowned. It wasn't like this just now. After everyone went in, and only we were left, this place became like this. Su Qining said. Even Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang didn't notice it. It changed silently. Then it might be the real main hall. It seems that there is a force that has been paying attention to us. Maybe this force saw that everyone else went in and then saw us as the fated ones and asked us to go to the main hall? Lin Xian said with uncertainty. No matter what, this was a dead end. Then they must be right to take this path. Be careful. It might be a trap. Mu Qian Shuang reminded. It's okay. I'm watching. Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit the entire time. They didn't quite understand Lin Xian's meaning, but they could roughly guess that his eyes should have some special ability. However, would this special ability be useful in such a place? They couldn't be sure. The three of them walked over. Soon, they came to a place with a different world. This is the main hall of the God-Beast Forbidden Ground? There shouldn't be many people who came to the main hall. Lin Xian directly pushed open the huge hall. There was no danger. At least Lin Xian didn't see any danger with his eye of cave spirit. There's no danger.
Come in,
Lin Xian said. At this moment, Lin Xian turned his head. He didn't know when the two women had suddenly disappeared. Lin Xian frowned. Then, he took a deep breath and walked straight in. From Lin Xian's perspective, he came to a very barren place. This was no longer the main hall. Use whatever means you have. If not, then just get straight to the point. Don't waste time. Lin Xian said. Shwa, at this moment, a light pillar suddenly lit up on his right. Shwa, shwa, shwa. At the same time, dozens, hundreds, and thousands of light pillars of different colors rose into the sky. Lin Xian frowned. What the hell is this? Lin Xian then walked toward one of them. Chapter 1782. When Lin Xian walked over, he reached his hand into the light pillar. So that was it. He knew what this was. It should be a legacy. Other than this light pillar, all the other light pillars were legacies. This also proved something. For example, the God-Demon Forbidden Ground did contain the will of many powerful experts in the past. And now, with so many light pillars lit up, it was likely that they were all satisfied with Lin Xian. They were willing to give Lin Xian their legacies, even though Lin Xian was a human. But Lin Xian was not willing. It was not that he did not want those powerful legacies, but Lin Xian felt that they were not powerful enough. At the very least, these lights were definitely not the strongest in the Fey God Forbidden Grounds. Since they were not the strongest, Lin Xian was not interested in them. Therefore, Lin Xian continued walking forward. Are there any more powerful legacies? Lin Xian mumbled as he walked forward. It wasn't that they weren't powerful. It was just that when all of them were gathered together, even if they were powerful, in Lin Xian's personal perspective, they were just SOSO. At the very least, they weren't the strongest here. Soon, Lin Xian came to a position. Using his eye of cave spirit, he saw that he was very far away from the light pillar behind him. If there's no more, let me out. Lin Xian said calmly. He knew that he was being watched by some people right now. Was this the main palace? Lin Xian did not think that this was the main palace. No, he did not think that this was the main palace. Perhaps he had not received the recognition of the God-Demon Forbidden Ground. In that case, Lin Xian could not be bothered to choose the power of others. Then send me out. Don't tell me that you won't send me out even though I'm already here. Lin Xian said. What an arrogant kid. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Lin Xian looked ahead. His eye of spiritual insight was actually unable to see it. A man was sitting there. Clearly, this was a soul body, or perhaps a remnant soul of a single thought. His appearance could not be seen clearly. His entire person seemed to be shrouded in a black robe. But from his voice, he seemed to be in his 30s. A person who might have been relatively young in the past was actually the boss of the God Yao Forbidden Ground. One should know that this was the demon god Forbidden Ground. It was a place where many experts of the demon race had fallen and entered. Those experts could only leave their inheritances in the form of a ray of light. They did not even have a soul body. However, this young man had a soul body. That was enough to show the gap between him and the others. It's not that I'm crazy. It's just that I'm like this. I want the best in everything I do. Otherwise, I'd rather not have it. Lin Xian looked at that person and said, This is enough to see how high your standards are for yourself. The man stood up. No, it's not a requirement. It's just that I don't think it's that useful to me if it's not strong enough. Then, in your eyes, What kind of power is considered strong? Lin Xian, at the very least, it has to give me the ability to fight across realms. Furthermore, it has to be the ability to fight across realms at the Heavenly Dao realm. You already have it. But who would complain about having too little of such power? Humans, there are some powerful ones that aren't that easy to fuse with. The man pondered for a moment. Clearly, he was very satisfied with Lin Xian. For example, it's possible to give me a martial technique or cultivation technique. Lin Xian grinned. Shua. A black beam of light shot towards Lin Xian's glabella. Don't resist it. This mental cultivation technique should be the complete opposite of the mental cultivation technique you possess. Let's see if you can accept it. If you can, then you and this sovereign are considered fated. Lin Xian sensed the power that surged into his body. It was very uncomfortable. What was uncomfortable was not the physical feeling, but the mental torment. Lin Xian's mental cultivation technique was the paramount sage mental cultivation technique. It could be said that it was a cultivation technique that focused on defense. And now, the mental cultivation technique that surged into Lin Xian's mind was the complete opposite of the paramount sage mental cultivation technique Lin Xian cultivated. It was a mental cultivation technique that focused on killing. Under normal circumstances, a person could only cultivate in one mental cultivation technique. At most, they could cultivate in two mental cultivation techniques that were similar in concept. As for Lin Xian, if he were to forcefully cultivate in two completely opposite mental cultivation techniques, he would, in theory, either become an idiot or suffer from qi deviation. Of course, if his willpower was firm enough, it was not impossible to cultivate in two completely opposite mental cultivation techniques. It was just that, in theory, it was best not to do so. And this man clearly knew Lin Xian's paramount sage mental cultivation technique, but he still gave Lin Xian the completely opposite mental cultivation technique. Either he was being irresponsible, or he believed that Lin Xian had the ability to withstand it. Plopped at Lin Xian's body half knelt on the ground. His expression was extremely ugly. If it was just purely accepting this mental cultivation technique, Lin Xian would not have any problems. But his mental cultivation technique and this mental cultivation technique were incompatible. Ka. Lin Xian's hand pressed against the yellow soil on the ground, gripping it tightly. The ground was forcefully crushed by Lin Xian's grip. Lin Xian's face and neck were blue veins popping out. It was obvious that he was in great pain. What was uncomfortable was the indescribable feeling in his heart. The man stood there and looked at Lin Xian indifferently. It's not bad, he muttered to himself for a moment. After a long time, plop, Lin Xian lay on the ground, sweating all over and gasping for breath. Success. He had successfully allowed his heart to accept this power. At the same time, it did not mean that it was compatible with the paramount sage mental cultivation technique, but at least it could coexist. Why did you give me this kind of power? This is not the power that I have been holding on to. Lin Xian gasped for breath. What you have been holding on to is nothing more than protection. Yes. Lin Xian stood up. Then your power is protection. Why can't this power that you have received be protection? Lin Xian frowned. Even if it is killing, if it is to protect, can this killing be considered killing in the true sense? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. What you said makes sense. Since you can accept this mental cultivation technique, then you are qualified to cultivate some of this sovereign's powers. It is not an inheritance. It is just an inheritance of the West and martial arts. You can rest assured. Lin Xian nodded. Come with this sovereign. Shua, with a flash of light, Lin Xian followed him to a place that was more like a small world. Comprehend the stars. This will be your greatest reliance in the future. In the void, there were many stars. Lin Xian sat on the ground. The man placed his hand on Lin Xian's head. Chapter 1783. After a long time, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The moment Lin Xian opened his eyes, the stars in the sky suddenly flickered. Starfall. Lin Xian leaped into the air and unleashed a terrifying power. Boom. Many of the stars in the sky exploded with a powerful force, and then bombarded down. Rumble. The entire ground shook. Lin Xian opened his eyes and felt his spiritual energy being sucked dry. Looking at the destroyed scene around him, he couldn't help but be shocked. This martial technique was so powerful. Most importantly, this wasn't an ordinary martial technique. It was a martial technique that borrowed the power of the sun, moon, and stars. What was the most powerful force in this world? It wasn't space or time. As long as one's realm hadn't reached a certain level, time and space weren't that powerful. Because there was something even more powerful, and that was nature. Naturally, it was the power of the sun, moon, and stars. And it was the true meaning of the sun, moon, and stars. Some people seem to be able to obtain these powers in a short period of time. Although it seemed like that, it wasn't the true meaning of the sun, moon, and stars. As for the meteor fall technique that Lin Xian had just unleashed, it seemed as though it was truly unleashed by borrowing the power of the stars. And it was extremely powerful. Apart from that, the range was also ridiculously large. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. 1,300 stars. You're still far from it. The man said indifferently. Obviously, with Lin Xian's current strength, he could only mobilize the power of 1,300 stars in the sky to explode. How many stars at most? Lin Xian asked. As many as there are in this universe. Lin Xian. Really? The man smiled and said, cultivate well. You're not really the fated person with the sovereign, but since you've come this far, I'll leave this mental cultivation method and this limitless martial technique to you. I hope you can use this power to look down on others in the future. As for the other martial techniques, once you've comprehended this mental cultivation method to a certain extent, you'll naturally obtain them. Shua. Then, the man waved his hand and Lin Xian disappeared. Wait. Lin Xian disappeared before he could finish speaking. No, at the very least, he wanted to know who this man was. In a place like the demon god Forbidden Ground, he could look down on everyone. He must have been an extremely powerful existence in the past. Lin Xian looked around. Where was this? This didn't seem to be the demon god Forbidden Ground, but it wasn't the entrance either. Perhaps it wasn't far. He directly sent Lin Xian out. As for the treasure, Lin Xian did not get it, but it seemed like he had gotten the strongest thing in the god-beast Forbidden Ground. This powerful, limitless martial skill, and the evil god's mental cultivation method. Evil god. Is he an evil god? Lin Xian did not know this name. Obviously, Lin Xian's knowledge was not enough, and it might have been too long ago. The evil god's mental cultivation method was also a mental cultivation method, similar to the sage mental cultivation method, but it would give Lin Xian a power called the evil god's force. Lin Xian opened his hand, and a black power wrapped around his palm. Once this power was activated, Lin Xian's will would be eroded. To put it simply, when Lin Xian used this power, he might gradually lose himself due to the battle and some of his emotions. Perhaps Lin Xian could not fully control this power. As for how much it would increase, Lin Xian had used it before, but he could not be sure. The evil god's mental cultivation technique didn't have many levels, just a single level. It seemed to increase according to Lin Xian's enlightenment, negative emotions, and rage points. The angrier he was, the stronger the evil god's mental cultivation technique would become. As for how strong it would be, Lin Xian could not be sure, but this meteor martial skill was really powerful. Phew, I guess I did get something, but I didn't get any top-grade spiritual tools. But that's not important. I wonder what Mu Qianshuang and Su Qining got. They had walked to the main hall with him, but they were forcefully separated. Obviously, they must have gotten something powerful. Whoosh, at this moment, a light flashed, and Su Qining's figure appeared beside Lin Xian.
Hey, how was it?
Lin Xian quickly asked. She looked at Lin Xian. Not bad, I didn't come in vain. Su Qining said calmly. Then she looked around, obviously looking for Mu Qianshuang. She hasn't come out yet? Lin Xian nodded. Come with me to a place. Su Qining said.
Ah.
Where? You've been there before. Lin Xian knew that her purpose was not pure. The main thing was that although it seemed natural for her to get close to him, Lin Xian thought that the development between them was too fast. It was not about their relationship, but just talking. She would accept anything. At first, Lin Xian thought that she got close to him because of Mu Qianshuang, but now he did not think so. I've been there before. Other than the death arena, I've only been to Mount Tianyao. It's Mount Tianyao. Lin Xian frowned. Mount Tianyao. Let's go. Su Qining. So smooth? This was easier than she thought. And why did Lin Xian want to go?
Damn.
He wanted to ask that senior and see what was going on with Linya. He had to go. As for why she wanted him to go to Mount Tianyao, Lin Xian didn't know and didn't care. But it couldn't be a bad thing.
And
then, Su Qining disappeared with Lin Xian. As for Mu Qianshuang, Lin Xian believed that nothing would happen to her. Hey, why are you looking for me? Lin Xian asked as they hurried. You'll know when we get there. Su Qining said indifferently. Don't tell me you want us to get married?
ha ha ha.
Lin Xian joked. Su Qining did not answer. Who is Mu Qianshuang? You know, she won't tell me.
Tell me.
After all, they were all triggering missions. Lin Xian definitely had to understand. Her? She might be your future opponent. Huh. Lin Xian scratched his head. My future opponent? What do you mean? Mount Tianyao's enemy for tens of thousands of years, the Holy Maiden of the Forbidden Land of Holy Thunder. Forbidden Land of Holy Thunder? Never heard of it. You can think of it as one of the top forces in the entire demon clan, as famous as Mount Tianyao. Lin Xian. That seems to be within our expectations. After all, her realm was so high. Then, why do you say that I might be her opponent? You might know when you go to Mount Tianyao. I'm not sure about the specifics. I need Master to tell you.
Huh?
Your master asked me to go? Su Qining. She quickly said, No, I like you, and asked you to go. You want to hit on me? Chapter 1784. Su Qining clearly knew that Lin Xian had misunderstood something. What I meant by taking a fancy to you is not that aspect, but your potential, and so on. It's because I took a fancy to you in this aspect that I recommended you to Mount Tianyao. Perhaps it will bring you great opportunities.
Su Qining said.
In any case, her master had said that she should try her best not to tell Lin Xian that she was the one who wanted Lin Xian to go over. That was why Su Qining told Lin Xian that she was the one who had taken a fancy to Lin Xian and wanted Lin Xian to go to Mount Tianyao. I see. I thought you fell in love with me. Lin Xian sighed. Then I won't go. Su Qining. Was there something wrong with this person? Up to you. How could Su Qining spoil Lin Xian? Although it was a mission given by her master, she couldn't stand such a lowly person. She didn't like him, so he wouldn't go? Who could withstand this? Hey, I'm just joking. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly, and then hurriedly chased after Su Qining. You mean, I'm going to Mount Tianyao to become the disciple of your master? Lin Xian asked. It's possible, Su Qining said. Then what if I refuse? Up to you.
All right.
Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the foot of Mount Tianyao. This place was nothing special from the last time Lin Xian came here. You said that Mount Tianyao is a faction. I've been here before. There seems to be only one top-notch expert in Mount Tianyao. Does Mount Tianyao have other headquarters? Lin Xian asked. You'll know later. Follow me. Su Qining brought Lin Xian to the mountain. Master, Qining brought someone. Su Qining said respectfully. Lin Xian had been to this place before. Previously, he had stayed here with Linglong Shui. This seemed to be the front yard of Mount Tianyao. The voice of a very noble woman came from the hall in front of him. This woman should be Su Qining's master. Lin Xian then cupped his fists and said, Junior Lin Xian greet Senior. Junior has visited Senior once before. Yes. A voice came from the hall, and Lin Xian saw a figure slowly walk out. Beautiful, noble, indescribable. Perhaps this represented her true status and strength. The moment she walked out, it was as if the heavens and earth were overshadowed. Although she was wearing a veil, her white dress made her seem as if she was one with the heavens and earth. In Lin Xian's eyes, Su Qining was already very good. Her temperament was top-notch, but when this woman came out, Su Qining was still inferior. There was a substantial difference. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the mission. Mission reward, unknown. Mission penalty, none. Mission time limit, 3 months. Lin Xian. No way. This woman also triggered a mission? How could Lin Xian hold a bowl of water evenly? Yes, this woman looked invincible and beautiful, but Lin Xian felt that he couldn't do it. This was an existence that was a senior, even in front of Linglong Shui.
Fuck.
Who could withstand this? Master. Su Qining bowed respectfully. Yuliuli's beautiful eyes swept over Lin Xian. Sit. She sat on the stone bench. Lin Xian also sat down. Su Qining poured tea for them. This, senior, I wonder why you called me here? Lin Xian asked. In fact, whether it was Su Qining who liked him, Lin Xian, or the senior who called him here, Lin Xian probably knew. He felt that it was more likely this senior. Su Qining stood awkwardly at the side. Was she exposed? I'll give you a chance to become stronger. Let's see if you can grasp it. Lin Xian nodded. Of course I can grasp it. So, your choice is to give it a try? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, of course. And Yuliuli nodded and stood up. Shwa! Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted. Lin Xian had just picked up the cup of tea when his entire body fell to the ground. The cup of tea spilled and a human-shaped crater was formed on the ground. Pooh! Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. No, what was he trying to do? What the hell? Lin Xian was shocked.
Ka. Ah.
Lin Xian let out a blood-curdling scream as the bones in his arm shattered. What the hell was this for? Su Qining, who was next to him, seemed very calm. It was as if she had seen this scene too many times.
Ka. Ah.
Lin Xian had never suffered such an injury in his life. After a long time, plop, Lin Xian was thrown into a medicinal tub full of medicinal baths, and his body had been repaired. Master, is he okay?
Su Qining asked.
And he'll wake up in a few days. Yuliuli said indifferently. I didn't expect him to really withstand this kind of pain. This kid's willpower is not ordinary. This is within my expectations. Keep an eye on him for the next few days. Yes. 3 days later, hiss. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air and slowly opened his eyes. What the hell? Lin Xian felt that his entire body was exploding with pain. As he stretched, the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. He recalled for a moment what happened before. Previously, that Yuliuli shattered all the bones in his body. His chest and back were also slapped. Other than his internal organs being intact, his bones were really shattered. Some of his meridians were also shattered. His dantian was preserved, so his realm was preserved. However, Lin Xian didn't understand what was going on. It hurt so much. He really almost couldn't bear it and died. He felt that he was only a moment away from death. But she must have her own reasons. Lin Xian jumped out of the medicinal bath.
And
what did he feel? He felt that his body seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. You're awake. A faint voice came from the side. Lin Xian looked over. Su Qining was sitting there meditating, and then opened her beautiful eyes. Although Lin Xian was not wearing any clothes, only a soaked trouser, Su Qining was still able to maintain her composure and threw a set of clothes to Lin Xian. No. What do you mean? I was almost fucking tortured to death. Lin Xian said miserably. This is Master's cultivation method. Master places great importance on the cultivation of the physique. Don't you feel that your physique has undergone a qualitative change? Lin Xian nodded. There is a qualitative change. Normally, your cultivation would have been crippled by Master, but your foundation is very stable, so your cultivation was not crippled by Master. Rest, rest. There will be 2 more times like this in the future. Lin Xian? Chapter 1785. When Lin Xian heard Su Qining's words, his entire body trembled. No, what are you talking about? 2 more times? In other words, I have to suffer this kind of torture twice? What's wrong? I went through it the same way. Su Qining stood up and said indifferently. Fuck. Wait until you've endured the pain of 3 broken meridians. You'll be grateful that you've been given such an opportunity. Su Qining said to Lin Xian. Will you marry me? Lin Xian asked with a smile. I'm your senior sister. Of course, if you survive. Huh? Will I still die? Lin Xian scratched his head. All the meridians and bones in my body are broken. If I can't endure it, won't I die? That's true. But in theory, the most dangerous thing is the first time. If you survive the first time, the chances of dying in the following 2 times will be much lower. Lin Xian showed a pained expression. Don't be in pain. Not many people in the world are qualified to enjoy this medicinal bath. Since Master intends to nurture you, she will definitely work hard. But why do you want to nurture me? I don't understand. Aren't you stronger than me? Lin Xian looked at Su Qining. Maybe I'm stronger than you now, but the future is hard to say. There's another reason. You're a human. What's wrong with the human race? The potential of the human race is greater. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. That's true. Then why me? Because you're outstanding enough. Nonsense. There are many people in the human race who are more outstanding than me. In your heart, do you really think so? Su Qining looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. Ha ha ha, don't expose me, okay? Lin Xian laughed awkwardly. Yes, in Lin Xian's eyes, there were many powerful people, and there were many that he couldn't compete with. However, he never thought that he was inferior to those people. It was just a matter of time. Especially since you have obtained some of the power of the evil god in the god-beast forbidden ground. Master might not need to hesitate anymore. How did you know? Don't forget, Master is proficient in divination. To Master, there are almost no secrets in this world. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. This was indeed admirable. Who exactly is this evil god? Lin Xian asked. He's a famous expert from many years ago. He can be considered a villain. Villain. You can say that because countless innocent people have died at his hands. However, you can't call him a true evil person because he didn't kill for cultivation, but because he couldn't control his emotions. Lin Xian frowned. It's that exaggerated? He remembered that the evil god had told him that the use of these powers might lead to a situation where one's mind would be blinded. To put it simply, one might become a person who couldn't be controlled by one's mind and be controlled by one's will. At that time, Lin Xian also felt it, including the fact that this mental cultivation method only had 1 level. The stronger your emotions, the stronger the power obtained. Therefore, Lin Xian definitely paid attention to this. Therefore, if you can, try to use this power as little as possible. Of course, this power has a very high upper limit, which means that the upper limit of your combat strength is extremely high. This is what Master said. When the time comes, Master will remind you.
All right.
Lin Xian nodded. Oh, right. Tell me about the situation in Mount Tianyao. When you survive, you will naturally know. You make it sound like I die easily. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. Just like that, half a month passed. In this half a month, Lin Xian went through the same torture twice. How is it? In the back garden, Yuli was sitting there drinking tea. He should be waking up soon, Su Qining said respectfully.
Yeah.
Yuli nodded slightly. Master, will the evil god mental cultivation method he obtained have any negative consequences? Even if his will is extraordinary, but perhaps. Yuli said indifferently. But if he can withstand the erosion of his will, his future strength will become especially strong. At that moment, Lin Xian walked over from afar. Holy shit, it really hurts. Lin Xian walked over. However, Lin Xian was feeling great. His realm had been raised to the 2-star Heavenly Dao realm because of the medicinal bath and his broken bones and meridians. It allowed him to quickly absorb the medicinal essence of the medicinal bath and raise his realm. Of course, there was another key factor. It was Lin Xian's physique. His physique was now at the 3-star Heavenly Dao realm. What did that mean? It meant that although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 2-star Heavenly Dao realm, he did not feel any pressure when facing a 3-star Heavenly Dao realm. This was because in front of a 3-star Heavenly Dao realm, Lin Xian was a 3-star Heavenly Dao realm. His physique strength was there for all to see. The only difference was spiritual energy and strength. In a sense, Lin Xian at the 2-star Heavenly Dao realm could be considered a 3-star Heavenly Dao realm cultivator. It was too terrifying. And this was all thanks to Lin Xian's 3 rounds of torture. It had to be said that Lin Xian was quite impressed with Yulioli. She was even able to think of such a cultivation method. But to be honest, this was not something that everyone could withstand. This was because in most cases, others would have already died from such heavy injuries. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian bowed at Yulioli. You should call her master. Su Qining reminded Lin Xian. Does it count? If Senior doesn't mind, I don't mind. Lin Xian grinned. Anything is fine. Yulioli said lightly. Then I'll call you Fairy Master, because you are really like a fairy. Su Qining. Awesome. Sit down. This supremacy has something to tell you. Yulioli said. Yes. Lin Xian then sat in front of her.
About that.
Fairy Master, I actually want to ask about my sister's situation. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and looked at her. You don't have to worry about her. It's just that you won't be able to see her for a while. Her improvement isn't any worse than yours. Yulioli said. Lin Xian was secretly alarmed.
What?
Linya's improvement wasn't any slower than his? Didn't that mean that Linya was at the 2-star Heavenly Dao realm and above? Oh my god. Lin Xian was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. From this day forth, you are a part of Mount Heavenly Demon and also my 5th disciple. Yulioli said. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Qining is your eldest senior sister. You still have 3 senior brothers. Where are they? Lin Xian asked. In any corner of the world. You will meet them in the future. Lin Xian nodded. Now, this supremacy will tell you what you need to do in the next few years. Chapter 1786. Lin Xian really wanted to know what Yulioli wanted from him. The only time they had interacted was when Linglong Shui brought him over. Therefore, Lin Xian did not know what Yulioli saw in him. Lin Xian believed that Yulioli represented the pinnacle of strength on this continent. Even Linglong Shui addressed her as senior. However, although Lin Xian felt that he had a promising future, he had only advanced to the 2-star Heavenly Dao realm with her help. As for Su Qining, she was already at the 7-star Heavenly Dao realm. What did he have to do that couldn't be done by Su Qining, who was stronger and not weaker? Fairy Master, please speak. Yulioli clearly ignored Lin Xian's form of address. She did not have any feelings for Lin Xian. At most, she admired Lin Xian. That was nonsense. She definitely admired Lin Xian and had taken in Lin Xian as her disciple because of Lin Xian. The first thing is also something this supremacy wants you to do. 2 years later, you will fight the disciple of the Sacred Lightning Forbidden Land's owner as my disciple. Lin Xian. Wasn't it Mu Qianshuang?
Why?
It's just a 10,000-year-old enemy. It's not that there's a huge grudge between us, but it's something that both sides have to do every generation to determine the victor. Then, why isn't little Qining the one fighting? Why does it have to be me? I'm already at the 2-star Heavenly Dao realm. Can I reach the 7-star Heavenly Dao realm in 2 years? Besides, she will probably be at the 8-star Heavenly Dao realm by then, right? Isn't little Qining just right? She's at the 7-star Heavenly Dao realm, the same realm as her. Lin Xian. You are more suitable. Yulioli sipped her tea and said indifferently.
Ah.
Then what if I lose? Do your best. She knew that Lin Xian was a person who refused to admit defeat. Therefore, if he could win, Lin Xian would definitely fight for it. All right, I got it. Lin Xian nodded. It was fate after all. It was just that it was a little awkward for Lin Xian to be involved in this battle of fate. However, what kind of enemy is this? To what extent? Lin Xian asked. After all, Mu Qianshuang was his wife. Lin Xian didn't want to. It's just the level of rivals. They're not mortal enemies. A long time ago, the Forbidden Land of Holy Thunder and the Heavenly Demon Mountain were the two strongest forces of the demon race. They almost split the world into two. It was also from then on that they've always been rivals until now. What's the benefit of winning? Lin Xian asked. There are no benefits, Yulioli said. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. For example, what benefits will a mortal master give me? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Well, there will still be. Then there's no problem. Lin Xian smiled. The second thing, Yu Liuli said indifferently. Next, you will stay with the sovereign for 10 years. 10 years? No, I can't take it. Time's spirit tool. 10 years inside, 3 months outside. Lin Xian muttered. Then there's no problem. In these 10 years, what you need to do is not to raise your cultivation level. You don't need to raise it at all. You only need to cultivate a set of mental cultivation methods and martial skills that this sovereign will teach you. Mental cultivation methods again? Immortal Master, I already have 2 sets of mental cultivation methods on me. If I continue to cultivate, will it have some effect on me? Yu Lioli nodded. It will. However, the mental cultivation method that this sovereign will teach you should help you fight against your evil god mental cultivation method together with your absolute saint mental cultivation method. As long as you can master the balance between the 3 mental cultivation methods, it will benefit you greatly. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. It can also increase battle strength? It's a bit special. You'll know when you cultivate it. Qining, bring him over, and let him get used to that place first. Yes, Master. Then Su Qining glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian obediently walked away with her. What place? You still need to get used to it? Lin Xian expressed that he didn't understand. You'll know when you get there. Hey, your attitude towards me is different from before. Can you be more gentle? Lin Xian leaned over and quietly rubbed his hand against Su Qining's small hand. My attitude towards you before was just to bring you here. Su Qining said straightforwardly. Lin Xian, you're really straightforward. Aren't you afraid that I'll run away in a fit of anger? Obviously not. That's because you also believe that Master can give you more help. In fact, that's the case. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. It wasn't easy being a smart woman. Then she opened a time mystic realm.
Go on in.
When Lin Xian stepped in, he finally understood why Yu Lioli got Su Qining to bring him here to get used to it. Heavens! How was this a place for humans? The moment Lin Xian entered, he felt a scorching heat that drilled into his pores. The heat here was so high that even Lin Xian, a 2-star heavenly Dao realm, felt his heart palpitate. You want me to cultivate in such an environment? It's to train your physique. When the time comes, there will be extreme cold. Be it scorching heat or extreme cold, it can be fatal to a 2-star heavenly Dao realm. However, you will be cultivating in such an environment for 10 years. 10 years later, you will thank Master. If you aren't ruthless to yourself now, you will eventually be trampled underfoot by others in the future. With that said, Su Qining walked away. Lin Xian slowly paced around. Wow, this fairy master sure is impressive. She's practically a natural educator. Lin Xian sighed. However, not everyone could be educated by her. Firstly, she didn't think highly of anyone. Secondly, not everyone could survive such torture. For example, the scorching heat was something that even a 2-star heavenly Dao realm could feel. If he were to cultivate here for 10 years, there would be extreme cold. Lin Xian knew that the next 10 years wouldn't be easy. Lin Xian stayed there for 3 days. 3 days later, A blue-dressed Yuli slowly walked over with a veil over her face. Lin Xian opened his eyes. "Are you ready?" she asked lightly. Lin Xian stood up and nodded. "Yeah, I'm ready. Next, this sovereign will teach you a cultivation technique named Fey God Record. During this period, you are not to circulate the heretical god cultivation technique. Fey God Record, the name of the cultivation technique, was rather special. I'm a human. Can I cultivate it?" Lin Xian asked. "Yeah, that's because you have some Fey powers in you."
Huh?
Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Dark Phoenix, Void Fox, Darkness Shadow Dragon. They are all top Fey bloodlines. Cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly. This was so fucking awkward. But how could this work? Chapter 1787. Yu Liuli looked at Lin Xian and said, "You should be able to withstand this power." Lin Xian nodded. "That's fine. Let's begin." Then, she reached out her slender hand and tapped Lin Xian's forehead. In the next instant, a surge of power shattered the mountains and rivers.
Pain.
When this power entered Lin Xian's mind, Lin Xian felt incomparable pain. But it was still acceptable. After a long time, Yuliuli retracted her power and Lin Xian opened his eyes. So this is the demon god's record. Lin Xian was secretly shocked. The demon god's record. You mainly cultivate your ability to control any demonic power. There's still a long way to go, so take your time to get used to it. Also, I will only teach you one martial technique, or rather a sword technique. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He liked sword techniques. After all, the sword was a man's romance. This sword technique is called one sword. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Of course, Lin Xian was in the time-secret realm. Only 3 months had passed in the outside world. For Lin Xian, 10 years was like the blink of an eye. When he put all his focus on the demon god's record and one sword, Lin Xian realized that time passed very quickly. So, why was it said that for many experts, 100 years was like the blink of an eye? As long as there was nothing to worry about. Because Lin Xian knew that only 3 months had passed in the outside world, he wouldn't worry about his girls missing him. So Lin Xian put all his focus on cultivation. In the past 10 years, not only did Lin Xian reach the 3rd level of the Supreme Sage Cultivation Technique, increasing all his stats by 6 times, his constitution had also been enhanced once again. Lin Xian had been tormented for the past 10 years by the scorching heat, severe cold, and even blade-like storms that could kill a 2-star heavenly Dao realm. However, he was very happy. His constitution had really been enhanced. He felt that he was at his limit. He even had a feeling that he could withstand a 3-star heavenly Dao realm strike without releasing any defensive spiritual energy, even if he was a 2-star heavenly Dao realm warrior. Of course, it wasn't to say that he could withstand a full-powered strike from a 3-star heavenly Dao realm warrior, but Lin Xian really felt that he was invincible against a 3-star heavenly Dao realm warrior. He was even invincible against Shixing. This was because Lin Xian's physique was already at the 2-star heavenly Dao realm, nearing 4-star. This improvement was an extremely huge increase in him. Demon Gods. Lin Xian stood up. The Demon God's record was a rather special item. Rather than calling it a cultivation technique, it wasn't wrong, but it was better to call it a special ability. It would not give Lin Xian any increase in speed, strength, realm, or any other aspect, but in the past 10 years, Lin Xian had adapted to the corrosion of countless demonic powers. This was what Lin Xian had been doing for the past 10 years with this cultivation technique. Then, what was the use of the Demon God's record? To put it simply, it could give Lin Xian 9 additional laws or domains. Wasn't that a little exaggerated? That's right. That was more or less what it meant. How should he put it? Lin Xian could absorb the powers of the Fae. To put it simply, every Fae had a special ability that was similar to the laws and domains of humans. It was their signature special power, and as long as Lin Xian killed them and absorbed them, Lin Xian would be able to obtain the phase power. Lin Xian could absorb a total of 9. Therefore, Lin Xian could absorb the special powers of 9 Fey gods. Didn't that mean that Lin Xian could have 9 additional powers similar to laws and domains? As long as Lin Xian could control the power he obtained, that power would be his. Whether it was a power that increased one's combat strength, special pupils, or special control, Lin Xian could do it all. Therefore, what Lin Xian needed to do next was very clear. He needed to kill Fey beasts with outstanding abilities and obtain their powers. Holy shit! If he could get all 9 of them, how much would his combat strength increase? Moreover, the key point was that Lin Xian couldn't obtain those useless or weak abilities. He had to ensure that every ability he obtained was good. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste? Wow, this is already a heaven-defying profit for me on this trip. Lin Xian exclaimed. That's right. There's only one of this martial technique. Wouldn't it be better to give me 2 more? Lin Xian was still lacking in martial techniques. He had just obtained a powerful martial technique, Starfall, and now he had a sword. No wonder Yu Liuli said that this sword could be called a martial technique, but it could also be called a sword technique. What were the effects? Infinite stacking. What did that mean? It meant that when Lin Xian activated this martial technique, the strength of each strike would increase. As long as he wasn't in a combat state, he would constantly increase the strength of each strike. Of course, as the strength of each strike increased, the expenditure of each strike would also increase. In theory, the most terrifying aspect of this increase was that it had no upper limit. Therefore, the more he fought, the braver he became. As long as he fought, Lin Xian's ability to fight above his level would become stronger with the passage of time. It was said that when this sword reached a very high level, one strike could shatter stars. Of course, this was only a rumor. This was because it didn't seem like it could support him, slashing out that many strikes. Stamina was a problem, as was spiritual energy. Phew. Lin Xian took a deep breath. At that moment, the surroundings were extremely cold. Lin Xian's body was covered in frost, but he had completely withstood the cold that could even freeze a heavenly Dao Realm 2-star to death. This was probably one of the most powerful things Lin Xian had obtained in the past decade. Such things might not be very intuitive, but the enhancement it gave to Lin Xian was real. If Lin Xian were to encounter fire elemental or ice elemental warriors in the future, Lin Xian's immunity would be greatly enhanced. Awesome. Let's go out. Lin Xian then stepped out of the pocket world. Only 3 months had passed in the outside world. During this time, the girls outside had lost contact with Lin Xian. This was because Lin Xian had lost the signal after he entered. However, before he entered, Lin Xian had mentioned it in the group. Therefore, no one was too worried. They just missed him a little. After all, everyone had their own things to do. It just so happened that everyone could focus on their own things. You're out? When Lin Xian saw Yu Liuli sitting there drinking tea, he went over. Chapter 1788. Lin Xian sat down in front of Yu Liuli. I've improved tremendously this time. Lin Xian said.
Yeah.
Yu Liuli replied with a soft, terse acknowledgement. I didn't pay much attention in the past, but now I understand the importance of constitution. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian also knew that Yu Liuli's help in his cultivation was mainly to temper his body. In the past, Lin Xian really didn't pay much attention to it. He believed that a warrior's constitution would improve along with their realm. The higher their realm, the stronger their constitution would be. But after Yu Liuli's enhancement of Lin Xian realized it. It wasn't that simple. A warrior's constitution could be enhanced in such a manner. It was even possible for a warrior's constitution to be enhanced so much at the heavenly Dao realm. Although this method was a little risky and even a little perverted, the facts proved that it was feasible. The vast majority of people think that physique will improve along with their realm, so they don't need to care about it. Even if a small number of people realize the importance of physique, they don't have a set of guidelines to cultivate physique, or rather, they don't want to try. Yu Liuli sipped her tea and said lightly, That's right. That's what I think. But if one pays attention to cultivating their constitution, allowing a warrior's constitution to reach 3 stars at the 1-star Heavenly Dao realm, wouldn't that mean that a 1-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior's defense is equivalent to a 3-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior? Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Therefore, even if one's strength is insufficient, as long as one's defense is sufficient, a 1-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior can even fight a 3-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior. If one is a little stronger, it's not impossible to fight a 4-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior. At the very least, there's no need to worry about me losing my combat strength after being struck by a 3-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior. Your constitution has probably reached the standard of a 4-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior, right?
Yulioli asked.
Lin Xian nodded. I think it's about there. At the very least, it's an ordinary 4-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior's constitution. Lin Xian was now at the 2-star Heavenly Dao realm, and his physique was at the 4-star Heavenly Dao realm. What sort of concept was that? The concept was that Lin Xian's battle between a Heavenly Dao realm 2-star and a Heavenly Dao realm 4-star felt like a battle at the same realm. Lin Xian didn't even need to defend against a Heavenly Dao realm 3-star expert or a Heavenly Dao realm 2-star expert at the same realm as him if they didn't use greater strength. This was because Lin Xian had a Heavenly Dao realm 4-star physique. This was what Lin Xian had obtained in these 10 years. Although he had been tormented by the wind and rain for the past 10 years, it was all worth it now. From now on, you can leave this place. Come back 2 years later and finish what I asked you to do. Yulioli said indifferently.
Ah.
You're chasing me away just like that? You are the fairy master. Aren't you going to teach me something else? Some things don't need to be taught, and some things can't be taught. It's enough to give you the most crucial part. You can comprehend the rest by yourself. All right then. Lin Xian suddenly thought of something. By the way, I still don't know why you want to take me in as a disciple. Also, my realm is clearly much lower, but you want me to fight. Is it really because I'm more suitable? It's because your potential is greater. Yulioli said. I'm afraid I won't be able to improve that much in 2 years. Dear best. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Holy shit.
Coldness.
About that. Finally, I have a favor to ask of Fairy Master.
Speak.
Do you want to give that eldest senior sister, Su Qining, a heads up? Is it to set us up? Lin Xian coughed dryly. Yulioli. Schwa. The next instant, Lin Xian left MT Heavenly Demon. Holy shit. Heartless. Lin Xian looked in the direction of MT Heavenly Demon. Needless to say, he really liked Yulioli. Lin Xian never expected that the pinnacle expert he had visited with Linglong Shui would one day become his disciple. Although they had only spent a short amount of time together and had only met a few times, this so-called master of his did not teach Lin Xian anything through novels or television dramas. But Lin Xian was truly grateful. But how was he to woo her? He did not want to think about it for the time being. Lin Xian then took out his cell phone and informed everyone that he was safe. It's about time. It's time to head to Fei Wind City. Lin Xian then vanished from his spot. 7 days later. Holy shit. How did you reach 2 stars at the Heavenly Dao realm? Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian in a dumbfounded manner. That can't be, right? Everyone was searching for opportunities. Although it had only been a short period of time, one really couldn't reach the 2-star Heavenly Dao realm right after advancing to the 1-star Heavenly Dao realm. Is it the Fey God Forbidden Ground you mentioned to us previously? Asked Xiao Xinhua. Lin Xian shook his head. No, but you should really take a look at that Fey God Forbidden Ground. It's indeed not bad. It's all in the past. Everyone has already advanced to 1 star at the Heavenly Dao realm. Apart from Lin Xian, who's at 2 stars, will our lineup be able to fight in the Death Corner arena? Ling Ying said with uncertainty. The difference in realm is a little huge, but everyone has already stepped into the Heavenly Dao realm. Previously, we at the Great Void realm were able to wrestle with 3 stars at the Heavenly Dao realm. Now that everyone is at the Heavenly Dao realm, I think it won't be a problem, said Zhuge Feng. Lin Xian said, "The difficulty from before shouldn't be too high. Our greatest opponents are the 10 people from the Blood Qilin clan. Let's fight there first. Little Yu, let's see if you can advance to 2 stars in the next 19 matches." Murong Yu was the closest to 2 stars in the Heavenly Dao realm, and their following opponents were basically all at the Heavenly Dao realm. If they killed all of them, the experience points would probably be enough. Murong Yu nodded. "All right then, let's enter." Then, the 10 of them entered Fei Wind City once again and entered the Death Corner Arena. Let's register for the upcoming Battle of the Heavens. Storm Battle Team. Upon seeing Lin Xian and company's emblem, the few of them took a few more glances at them. "All right, there will be a match for all of you in 2 matches. Please make your preparations." Lin Xian and company nodded before entering the lounge. "Lin Xian, where have you been for the past few months?" They were chatting.
Me?
"I went to a Fey faction. Over there I obtained some things. Martial techniques, mental cultivation techniques, etc. It can be considered a huge improvement. Of course, most importantly, Lin Xian had yet to absorb the 9th level of the Fey God record. Then, in the Death Corner Arena, Lin Xian would be fighting Heavenly Dao Realm existences. If Lin Xian felt that someone was stronger, he could kill them and absorb them. Chapter 1789. Soon it was Lin Xian and company's turn. Now, let us prepare for the next clash between the 2 teams. One of them is the Monarch Battle Team with an 81 win streak, while the other is the Storm Battle Team that has disappeared from our sights for several months. Today, the Storm Battle Team has returned. Their strength is still unknown, so now, please place your bets. As the beautiful MC's voice faded, everyone revealed looks of pleasant surprise. Storm Battle Team? They're actually back? I thought they wouldn't dare to come back. It's useless. Although this Storm Battle Team has indeed set the fastest record of 80 consecutive wins, and even defeated their opponents with the greatest difference in Cultivation Realm, this Monarch Battle Team has 10 Heavenly Dao Realm members, with the strongest being a Heavenly Dao Realm 4-star. They only had one Heavenly Dao Realm member a few months ago, and one of them only advanced later. After a few months, even if all 10 of them are Heavenly Dao Realm members, so what? That's right. Even if all 10 of them are at the Heavenly Dao Realm, they are only at the Heavenly Dao Realm 1-star. I think their chances of winning are still very low. The final odds were 130 for Lin Xian and company. This was already very high. However, there were indeed quite a number of people who chose to be an upset. They also felt that the Storm Battle Team's chances of winning weren't high, but that was what they thought in every previous match. However, they were always upsets, so this time, they chose to be an upset as well. This was because the Storm Battle Team members were no fools. They knew very well what the standard of a team with 80 consecutive wins was like. They definitely had a certain level of confidence in themselves before they dared to fight, right? As for Lin Xian and company, they did not know who their opponents were. Everyone, after advancing to the Heavenly Dao Realm, there's nothing to worry about. At the very least, you won't be like the Great Void Realm where you had to worry about being insta-killed. From now on, this is the true meaning of training.
Lin Xian.
Roger that. Now, let's welcome the 2 teams to the stage. Then, they walked straight into the arena. Storm Battle Team. The Monarch Battle Team's eyes narrowed when they saw Lin Xian and company. Truth be told, Storm Battle Team was giving them a lot of pressure. But there was also good news, and that was that their realm wasn't high, which was where their advantage lay. Pay attention later. As long as we get rid of that Storm's captain, their combat power will completely collapse. Later, when you fight with the others, pull the battlefield closer. Wait for my signal. Everyone, unleash your power on that Storm's captain at the same time. Before that, it's better to get injured than to expose some of your strength. Understood? The captain of the King Squadron, Bat Ian, said to his team members. Understood. Then, both of them entered a random arena. The arena was still covered in snow. Simply put, it was a fighting arena. There was no place for you to hide. The 20 of them were not far from each other, and then they walked together towards the center of the front. Soon, the 20 of them bumped into each other. Begin, Lin Xian replied.
Got it.
In the next instant, Lin Xian and the others made the first move and rushed towards those people. Lin Xian, of course, rushed towards Captain Ba Tian. Everyone was secretly shocked.
Fuck.
Were they that unreasonable? Their realms were far lower than the other parties, yet they were going to make the first move? In fact, everyone was very confident. Although the difference of 1 star in the Heavenly Dao realm was huge, other than that 4-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior, the other 9 were basically around 2-star Heavenly Dao realm warriors. Even if they couldn't beat him, they were definitely able to hold him back. Furthermore, there was absolutely no difference of 1 or 2 stars in the early stages of the Heavenly Dao realm. To them, the difference between the Great Void realm and the Heavenly Dao realm was huge. Therefore, they were not afraid. Furthermore, their attributes and combat strength were not to be trifled with. Heavenly Dao realm 2-star. Batian sensed Lin Xian's momentum as he charged over, and his eyes narrowed. He was indeed rather afraid. As Lin Xian had previously killed a Heavenly Dao realm 3-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior as a 1-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior, he was now a 2-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior, while he was a 4-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior. Boom! The two of them clashed with their fists. Then, what? Everyone was secretly alarmed when they saw this scene. This? A Heavenly Dao realm 2-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior clashing with a 4-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior. Although the 4-star Batian has a slight advantage, this shouldn't be a reflection of the 2-star difference between the two. That's right. Previously, Storm's captain was strong because he released some special power to strengthen himself and weaken his opponent. But now he didn't. What's going on? Doesn't that mean that if he continues strengthening himself and weakening his opponent, Batian will be completely thrashed? This was the strength of Lin Xian's constitution. Now, although Lin Xian was only a 2-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior, his constitution was a 4-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't even dare to fight without any enhancements. The main reason was that Lin Xian wanted to clearly feel what it was like to face a Heavenly Dao realm 4-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior. At present, Lin Xian already knew. There was no problem. As for Batian, he had come up with a plan, but he probably couldn't carry out the plan because it was time for Lin Xian to kill him. Realm Reduction Domain. Schwa. Lin Xian didn't reduce his cultivation by too much. All he did was reduce Batian's cultivation by 2 stars. If he forcefully reduced it, Lin Xian could reduce it by 3 stars, but Lin Xian would also expend a great deal of energy. 2 stars was enough. They were both at the same realm at the 2-star Heavenly Dao realm. Batian's pupils constricted. This was it. Back then, he had used this power to kill a powerful 3-star Heavenly Dao realm existence. Spatial seal. Lin Xian sealed the space he was in. So, then, Lin Xian charged over. A tragic cry was heard as Batian exchanged a punch with Lin Xian at full strength. Then, his right arm was shattered by Lin Xian. Everyone was dumbfounded. No way. Even if Batian's realm had been reduced, but they were at the same realm. How is it that one punch could shatter his arm? It was because Lin Xian's constitution was a 4-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior. It was even somewhat similar to Lin Xian fighting a 2-star Heavenly Dao realm warrior at the 4-star Heavenly Dao realm, although it wasn't as exaggerated. But it was definitely not bad. Soon, the battle ended. Lin Xian did not absorb it because Lin Xian didn't think highly of the 10 people's strength. Chapter 1790. Lin Xian and company walked out. Deafening applause resounded around them. An upset. Another unexpected upset. They are so strong. Their ability to fight across realms is the strongest I know of. Of course, I know that there are stronger ones, but the ones we have come into contact with are truly terrifying. That's right. It's not easy for Heavenly Dao realm existences to perish. Look at the other Heavenly Dao realm battles. How many of them die in a day with 20 Heavenly Tao Realm existences? Why are the Heavenly Tao Realm existences in this team that fought Storm like paper? This can only mean one thing. The disparity in combat strength is huge. Only with such a huge disparity in combat strength can one easily kill Heavenly Tao Realm existences across realms. They are indeed extraordinary. What sort of people are they? Their combat strength is actually so terrifying. Then, tell me, if their realm is sufficient, wouldn't it be possible for them to defeat the Blood Qilin clan team? To be honest, if they are at the same realm as the Blood Qilin clan team, I think they really have a high chance of defeating them. Let us congratulate Storm for obtaining their 81st consecutive victory. Lin Xian and company would occasionally turn around and leave. Time slowly passed. The more Storm fought, the more famous they became. Although they had attracted quite a number of enemies, few of them took action. This was because news of the 9th Fey God's Temple had spread and caused a huge stir. They knew that there might be a top-notch expert protecting them from the shadows. As such, they welcomed the last week of the year. After this week, they would end their experiential training with a Fey race. They had already achieved their goals for this experiential training. They had all advanced to the Heavenly Tao Realm. This was their goal for coming out. Then, what followed was to become even better. And they had already reached 99 consecutive victories. Next was the final battle for them to achieve 100 consecutive victories. And this battle was their battle with the Blood Qilin clan. Today, there were especially many people at the death arena. Today's match was different from all the other matches. The reason for this difference was very simple. Under normal circumstances, no deaths would occur in this match. In other words, even if Lin Xian and the others won, they couldn't kill the Blood Qilins. The Blood Qilins wouldn't kill Lin Xian and the others either. Little Shuang, we're going to fight the Blood Qilin clan today. Do you want to come over and take a look? Lin Xian used the 1,000-mile sound transmitting talisman to chat with Mu Qian Shuang. Lin Xian had already looked for Su Qining, but she didn't come at all. What could Lin Xian do? Mu Qian Shuang was silent for a while. I'm not free. After Mu Qian Shuang finished speaking, she hung up the 1,000-mile sound transmitting talisman. Lin Xian, what's going on? Why is this girl suddenly so cold towards me? Did he offend her in any way? Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Yo, which girl are you chatting with now? Linging sucked on his lollipop and glanced at Lin Xian. No. Don't tell me you've picked up another pretty girl in the demon race? Linging asked. The point was, if Lin Xian was chatting with a little sister of the human race, he wouldn't use the 1,000-mile sound transmitting talisman. How is that possible? Do you think I'm a saint? I'm just a mortal, Lin Xian said. Yeah. Linging rolled his eyes. What? Little Ying, are you jealous? Scram. Linging glared at Lin Xian and walked away. Lin Xian scratched his head and followed after Lin Xian. Lin Xian and the others were all in a room. Lin Xian, do you have any plans for this battle? Han Chushu asked. Lin Xian muttered. To be honest, I don't know what plans I have. Let's just fight normally and play it by ear. Do you know who our opponents are from the Blood Qilin clan? Anyway, we let different people from the Blood Qilin clan fight with a 99-win streak. To the Blood Qilin clan, those 10 people might not be strong, but to them, it's a form of training. But to others, they are powerful existences that they can only look up to, Xiao Xinyu said. Lin Xian nodded. What about their realms? In terms of realms, they are basically 4 or 5 stars of the Heavenly Tao realm. There aren't any 6 stars. This is because those who have a 99-win streak in the Death Corner arena are basically 5 stars of the Heavenly Tao realm. But at the same realm, how many can be a match for the powerful bloodline of the Blood Qilin? Wu Yunhua said. They don't hold back at all. We are generally 1-star Heavenly Tao realm, but they are 4 stars and 5 stars. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, we are the only 1 or 2-star Heavenly Tao realm teams that have a 99-win streak. Let's see if the Blood Qilin clan will still choose to send 4 or 5 stars Heavenly Tao realm experts after they learn of this news. Lin Xian looked at the time and said, It's about time. Let's warm up and prepare to head over.
All right.
Time slowly passed. Everyone, today is the 100th battle the Storm Battle team has fought. They will be facing the noble Blood Cheelin clan. At the same time, they are also the first team to achieve a 99-win streak in a year since the birth of the Death Corner Arena. Furthermore, they have broken record after record. So today, will they be able to continue writing their legend and leave a deep mark in the Death Corner Arena? Let us welcome the 10 members of the Storm Battle team. Amidst intense applause, Lin Xian and company walked onto the stage. The Storm Battle team has 2 Heavenly Dao Realm 2 stars and 8 Heavenly Dao Realm 1 stars. Next up, they will be facing the Blood Cheelin Battle team. Then, the beautiful MC shouted loudly, "Next up, let us welcome the Blood Cheelin Battle team with the loudest applause." The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched.
Fuck.
Even the Fey race is so snobbish. Lin Xian was convinced. They only introduced the Storm Battle team with a few words and then welcomed the Blood Cheelin Battle team with the loudest applause? Why didn't they use the loudest applause to welcome the Storm Battle team?
There's no other way.
After all, they have to give the Blood Cheelin race face, said Wind Chime. All right. Let me see what kind of team the Blood Cheelin race will send this time. To be honest, Lin Xian was rather flustered. If the Blood Cheelin race really sent a team of 10 Heavenly Dao Realm 4 stars or 5 stars, Lin Xian and company would truly not be their match. Even if Lin Xian had improved a lot this time, his opponents were the Blood Cheelin race. Lin Xian found it very difficult. However, Lin Xian felt that the Blood Cheelin race might not send all of them with such high cultivation realms. After all, Lin Xian and company's cultivation realms were there for all to see. Be it for the sake of face or training, they should send people with lower cultivation realms. Chapter 1791. 10 figures walked out amidst the enthusiastic applause. They were all men. Furthermore, they were all rather handsome. These 10 people belonged to the category of people who didn't know them. Even if one didn't know that they were from the Blood Cheelin race, one could tell at a glance that they weren't simple. Even if they didn't release their spiritual energy or realm, one could tell at a glance. Such a disposition wasn't something ordinary people could possess. When the 10 of them looked at Moromu and the other girls, they were all stunned. At first, they didn't notice. Even if the Storm Battle team spread the news, they couldn't be bothered. Even if the Storm Battle team spread the news, they couldn't be bothered. Even if they came here to fight, it was arranged by their race. Otherwise, as the noble Blood Cheelin race, they would feel that it was an insult to themselves to fight with people who could only earn heaven and earth spirit treasures here. But now they didn't think so. Heavens! What sort of godly team was this? Each and every one of these beautiful women simply stunned them. Lin Xian swept his gaze across the 10 people. Good news! Only 2 of them are at the Heavenly Dao Realm at 5 stars. The other 8 are at the Heavenly Dao Realm at 2 stars.
Lin Xian said.
Clearly, the Blood Cheelin race had sent people to fight Lin Xian's team. If they were to send a bunch of Heavenly Dao Realm at 4 or 5 stars, they would lose face. However, they didn't want to lose too much. However, they didn't want to lose so easily. Therefore, they sent out 2 Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars to hold the fort. 5 stars. They pondered slightly. Lin Xian said, "Leave the 2 Heavenly Dao Realm at 5 stars to me. Even if it's the Blood Cheelin race, I shouldn't have any problems. I'll leave the rest to you. Listen to little Yuyu's instructions."
All right.
If others were to hear Lin Xian's words, they would definitely be shocked to death.
What?
You, a Heavenly Dao Realm at 2 stars, claim that you won't have any problems facing 2 Heavenly Dao Realm at 5 stars? Alright, taking a step back, even if you can, you are facing the Blood Cheelin race, a member of the Orthodox Cheelin bloodline, Xue Cheelin. After all, they were no pushovers. A bunch of 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm and 2-star Heavenly Dao Realm warriors actually managed to achieve a 99-win streak. This is the first time this has happened to you. Not bad. Blood Kirin team's captain, Blood Battle, walked over and smiled at Lin Xian. Of course, he was mainly talking to the group of girls. Lin Xian was especially displeased with his tone.
Not bad?
Don't fucking talk like you're their elder. Even if you're over 1,000 years old, humans are different from demons. Speaking of which, they're about the same age as Lin Xian, maybe a few years older than Lin Xian and the others. They look down on others and themselves. And then? Lin Xian asked. And then? Blood Battle smiled and said, then you'll be defeated by us. After all, the difference in realms is obvious. Of course, even if there's no difference in realms, we can still crush you in the same realm.
There's no doubt about that.
But if you lose, you lose. Don't feel indignant, because losing to us doesn't mean that you're weak. Zhuge Feng couldn't help but laugh. Then, what if you lose? Ling Ying asked. Lose?
Ha ha ha.
Blood Battle and the others laughed. Then I'd like to see what ability you have to make us lose. Then, the beautiful host said, all right, then let's invite both parties to enter the arena. Then, both parties entered the arena. It was snow again. I hereby announce that the competition has officially begun. Lin Xian and the others stood there, waiting for the blood Qilin race to arrive. Lin Xian. They look down on us, so they must be very conceited. The blood Qilin race is a powerful force, isn't it? Wang Xintong nodded. Yes, yes. The blood Qilin race is one of the most powerful races among the demon race. Their attributes are quite special, and they don't belong to the normal attributes. It's a type of attribute called battle. You could also say that they have no attributes. The blood Qilin race has many bloodline powers, but they're all related to blood. For example, the blood realm, blood pact, and so on. Lin Xian. That's actually quite easy to deal with. Purely increasing one's battle prowess was actually easier to deal with than some powers with special effects. No, actually, you couldn't say that. It was just that they weren't difficult enough to deal with. They were purely suppressing one's battle prowess. But absolute battle prowess was also an easy way to end a battle. The blood Qilin race was just like that. They used absolute battle prowess to end a battle. Their strength, defense, speed, and other attributes were all very balanced. It's very troublesome, alright? It's said that when the blood Qilin race activates some of their powers, it can even increase all their stats at the Heavenly Dao realm by 5 times. This doesn't include their other means to increase their battle prowess. If they have any more, they can double it, increasing all their stats by 10 times. Feng Ling said. Lin Xian then said, it's fine. That's why I said they are conceited, especially since all of you are so beautiful. Furthermore, they are certain that they will definitely win. Therefore, they will definitely have the intention of having some fun at the beginning of the battle. Don't use your full strength either. Just act as though you can't do a thing to them. They won't use their full strength either. Once I finish off the 2 Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars, the rest will be nothing to me. Then I'll have to rely on you alone again. Ling Ying said helplessly. Yes, the main thing is that my strength is enough to end the match. Of course, all of you are very important as well. Got it, got it. They nodded. At that moment, the 10 blood Qilin race members walked over leisurely. Everyone, don't be nervous. Why are all of you so nervous? Bloody Battle looked at Lin Xian and company and laughed. The main reason was that Lin Xian and company had already conjured their spirit artifacts. Don't lose when the time comes. Lin Xian said nonchalantly as he lit a cigarette. Bloody Battle was most displeased with Lin Xian.
Fuck.
What realm are you at to posture here? He was just a human. Why did he have the power of a phoenix? That wasn't important. He was a human. Even if he had the power of a phoenix, it wasn't the full power of a phoenix. Furthermore, he was only at the 2-star realm. Although he had defeated and even killed a few Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars, they were nothing but a bunch of trash in Bloody Battle's eyes. He could easily and simply kill them. He could even fight across realms. It wasn't impossible for him to fight 7 stars.
Attack.
Bloody Battle targeted Lin Xian directly. Chapter 1792. In Bloody Battle's eyes, only Storm's Lin Xian posed the greatest threat. As for the others, they weren't a threat at all. This was because many of the previous battles had relied on Lin Xian. Although each of them had displayed extremely exaggerated combat strength in the subsequent 90 consecutive victories, Lin Xian was still the best when it came to ending a match. Although Bloody War didn't care too much about it, as long as he got rid of Lin Xian, he would be able to play with this group of sisters. However, could Lin Xian do as he wished? That was impossible. A Heavenly Dao Realm 5-star Blood Qilin charging at Lin Xian, a Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star Blood Qilin, was a terrifying matter. However, in the audience stands, there were some special people watching this martial arts competition. The first batch was naturally the few experts from the Blood Qilin clan. They naturally came to watch a battle between juniors from their clan. After all, the Blood Qilin clan held a competition every few years. Furthermore, they were rather interested in Lin Xian. "What do you think of this battle?" asked an elder. "What else can I think of it?" "Seventh elder, do you really think that the Storm battle team can win?" said another elder. The seventh elder shook his head. "That's not necessarily the case. I think that as long as this human Lin Xian can quickly finish Bloody Battle, they still have a chance of winning. After all, Lin Xian has killed countless Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars.
Kills.
How can those Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars be compared to Bloody Battle? There's no comparison, but they aren't weak. Besides, how can you be sure that Lin Xian used his full strength?" Seventh Elder, what do you mean by that? Shuizhan is a Heavenly Dao Realm 5-star, while Lin Xian is a Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star. Do you really think that the Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star Lin Xian can defeat the Heavenly Dao Realm 5-star Shuizhan? Besides, it's not just Bloody Battle. Then what if I say that Lin Xian might have been an MT Heavenly Demon all this while?
What?
Upon hearing that, the surrounding elders were rendered speechless. And the other person was Mu Qianchuang. Yes, although she had told Lin Xian that she wouldn't be coming, Lin Xian had specially invited her, so she still came. Of course, she had another reason for coming. She wanted to see how much Lin Xian had improved over the past few months in MT Heavenly Demon. She knew that although it seemed like he had only been outside for a few months, it was very likely that Lin Xian was several years. However, when she saw that Lin Xian's had been a Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star, He Xian's improvement was raised for cultivation logically speaking. He was a Xian's for heavenly was he? Shi Xian for heavenly demon for the heavens Xian. S Xian's. Could it be that he wasn't an MT heavenly demon? That's not right. According to the intelligence, Lin Xian should have been brought to MT heavenly demon by Su Qining. That was likely correct.
He must have obtained something.
Mu Qianchuang watched carefully. What are you pretending for? Lin Xian looked at Bloody Battle, who was charging at him. Yes, the strength he released was very strong, but he didn't use any fucking martial techniques or mental cultivation sutras. He didn't even use any spiritual artifacts. All he did was release his spiritual energy with a punch. What the fuck are you pretending for? Realm lowering domain. Realm raising domain. As for Lin Xian, he didn't like such posturing. Furthermore, this was Lin Xian's opportunity. For a conceited person, his first move was always the one with the greatest flaw. Then Lin Xian only needed to use one move to make him lose his combat strength. All that was left was a Heavenly Dao Realm 5-star, and Lin Xian had the ability to make him lose his combat strength. Furthermore, Lin Xian wanted to grab this opportunity. The release of two domains instantly pulled down the gap between them. Lin Xian's realm rose to 3 stars, while the Heavenly Dao Realm 5-star Bloody Battle's realm dropped to 3 stars. At that instant, Bloody Battle could not help but panic. What? He knew that Lin Xian had the power to lower a warrior's realm. In fact, he had taken it seriously. This was because he knew that Lin Xian was able to kill a Heavenly Dao Realm 5-star because he could lower his opponent's realm. For a Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star to lower a Heavenly Dao Realm 5-star's realm was ridiculous. However, Bloody War was thinking about how he could block or react to it before it was successfully used on him. He was Bloody Battle, not some other piece of trash. Then he realized that he was wrong. Without any warning, immediately, a force acted on his body, causing his cultivation realm to drop from 5 stars to 3 stars of the heavenly Tao realm. To bloody battle, his absolute confidence stemmed from the fact that he was from the blood Qilin race. There was another important reason. He knew that his realm was enough to crush them, but all of a sudden, his realm was equal to Lin Xian's. He had indeed panicked at that instant. As for Lin Xian, he did not give him any chance to react. Law of creation, 3rd level of the Supreme Sage Heart Technique, strength multiplies. With these 3 powers activated, Lin Xian's stats instantly increased by more than 10 times. If the blood Qilin could do it, so could Lin Xian. Bloody battle sensed Lin Xian's aura. Midway through his charge, a sanguine glow suffused his body. Blood pact. He felt that something would happen if he did not release it. This was because Lin Xian's aura had already exceeded his. Furthermore, it far exceeded his. With the release of the blood pact, bloody battle's strength increased by 5 times, no, 10 times. This was because he had also released another heart technique. But both of them were at 5 stars of the heavenly Tao realm and had their strength increased by 10 times. Was Lin Xian afraid of him?
No.
However, it was impossible for Lin Xian to make him lose his combat strength with this move. However, Lin Xian had to use this move to make him lose his combat strength. Therefore, Heretical God Force. Heretical God Force could be used as little as possible, but that did not mean it could not be used. It was unknown how much the Heretical God Force could increase Lin Xian's strength, but at the very least, it did not increase at all. At that moment, the black energy that lingered around Lin Xian's body was the Heretical God Force. Just this thing alone was enough for Lin Xian to make up for the difference of 1 star, or even more. Boom! Their fists collided. Kacha! Amidst the loud collision, there was a very faint sound, but many people heard it. It sounded like the sound of bones breaking. But whose bones were broken? Everyone felt that it was Lin Xian. It was impossible for it to be the blood Qilin's bloody battle. That was the blood Qilin. There was a scream. What? Chapter 1793. Everyone could tell who the scream belonged to. It was definitely not Lin Xian's. When the dust settled, everyone looked at the scene in shock. Blood Battle's right arm was crippled. In fact, a crippled arm only needed time for a person at his level to recover. Therefore, Lin Xian's strike had been measured. But he couldn't really cripple him, right? This battle was different from the previous ones. If he really crippled him, he would have offended the Blood Qilin clan. However, Blood Battle's present situation wasn't a big deal. It just meant that he was basically crippled in this battle. Even if he wasn't, then time stop. Lin Xian's time attribute was activated. So, even in Blood Battle's present state, he had no time to react. Even 0.1 seconds was enough. Bang! Lin Xian punched him in the chest, completely depriving him of his combat strength. A heavenly Tao Realm 5-star had been finished off by Lin Xian. All of this happened in a split second. With the other blood Qilins being held back by Morongyu and company, even if they could react in time, they wouldn't have been able to.
What?
The blood Qilin clansmen could not help but stand up when they saw this scene. They watched the scene in disbelief. How did this punk do it? It's still Blood Battle's carelessness. He didn't even use a fifth of his strength. He didn't even use a single demonic skill. Although he condensed a blood contract at the critical moment, he didn't have time to use any martial skills. Furthermore, the strength Lin Xian produced is unimaginable. He was careless. He was indeed careless. However, Blood Fiend shouldn't be careless. Blood Fiend was another heavenly Tao Realm 5-star. Perhaps he had been careless in the past, but now he had witnessed Blood Battle being defeated by Lin Xian. He would definitely use all his strength to fight Lin Xian. But what was that black energy that wrapped around Lin Xian's body? Everyone could tell that Lin Xian's strength was about the same as Blood Battle's. In their eyes, Blood Battle might even have the advantage. They had increased their strength by so many times, but Blood Battle was a blood Qilin. He was a race that was extremely strong in melee combat. Therefore, the reason Lin Xian was able to defeat Shuezhan with a single strike wasn't because of Lin Xian's overwhelming strength, but because of the black energy. I don't know. I really don't know what it is. Perhaps I can only find out when I face it personally. Right now, I just look at it and have no clue. It's not simple. It's indeed not simple. Damn it. This person. The other 9 blood Qilin the blood battle size. Their eyes narrowed. Everyone, pay attention. Don't be careless. I'll deal with that person. After Blood Fiend said battles level 2, Blood Fiend didn't hesitate to release the blood contract. That was because he had seen Shuezhan lose to Lin Xian even after releasing the blood contract. So, why shouldn't he release it? He had to. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Whoosh, the holy sword appeared in his hand. The realm reduction area was still active. When Blood Fiend entered Lin Xian's area, his terrifying aura dropped sharply, but he was still very strong. I have to end this quickly. Lin Xian kept his area active every minute and every second, which consumed a lot of spiritual power. If this dragged on, Blood Fiend would be exhausted to death. However, it was clear that Blood Fiend wouldn't be as easy to deal with as Blood Battle. Blood Battle lost because he was careless, but Blood Fiend wouldn't be careless. Take this. Blood movement. A monstrous blood-red color erupted from his body. His aura was unimaginable. Lin Xian could truly feel the power of this bloodline. Space jump. Whoosh. Lin Xian obviously couldn't face Blood Fiend head-on with this move. This move was too powerful, and it wasn't even Blood Fiend's strongest move. It was too fucking fierce. However, Lin Xian could try to use Starfall. However, Starfall might not be enough. This was because even though Starfall was extremely powerful, its area of effect was even more terrifying. Lin Xian was unable to gather the power of tens of thousands of stars into a single point. If Lin Xian could gather the power of tens of thousands of stars into a single point, then there would be no martial skill in the world that could compare to it. However, it could be done, but it was difficult for Lin Xian. He needed to practice. Boom! A terrifying force bombarded Lin Xian's original position. I'd like to see if you can still overturn the heavens. Blood Fiend's eyes narrowed. However, Lin Xian had already appeared behind him. Space. Blood Fiend's eyes narrowed. Damn it. Time was truly a troublesome power. Do you only know how to dodge? Blood Fiend turned and stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Fine. Then let me see if you'll run out of spiritual power first with your domain. Then, Blood Fiend charged at Lin Xian again. Obviously, Lin Xian would run out of spiritual power first. In the eyes of outsiders, they felt that Lin Xian couldn't handle it anymore. In fact, that was indeed the case. The Blood Qilin clan's powerful bloodline and power were too terrifying. Whoosh! Lin Xian reached out, and a sword appeared in his other hand. Xianyuan sword. Lin Xian held 2 swords in both hands and his aura sword. He couldn't use Starfall because its effect wasn't enough, and it consumed too much spiritual power. So now, how could Lin Xian defeat him? 1 sword. Whoosh! Then Lin Xian went up to him. You're courting death. When Blood Fiend saw that Lin Xian dared to charge at him, he couldn't wait. Blood Spirit. Blood filled the air as a sword fell from the sky and landed in his hand. It didn't matter if he dragged it out because Lin Xian would lose in the end. Since you want to compete with me, I'll do as you wish. So, what if you have 2 swords? Lin Xian withdrew his domain. Blood Fiend was stunned. What? Did he withdraw his domain? His spiritual power was insufficient? That shouldn't be. Why did Lin Xian withdraw his spiritual power? Compete with swords? Then Blood Fiend had fallen for Lin Xian's trap. Whoosh! 2 figures charged at each other, and their swords were extremely fast. But Lin Xian was at an absolute disadvantage. Because of the difference in realm, The difference in power was huge. Lin Xian was completely suppressed. This Lin Xian can't hold on anymore. That's right. After all, this is the Blood Kirin clan. The disparity between their cultivation levels is too great. Furthermore, he doesn't dare to continue releasing his domain. That means that he has already lost. His teammates won't be able to help him at all. It's only a matter of time. Chapter 1794. Lin Xian and Xuesha kept flashing and attacking, but Lin Xian kept retreating. There was an absolute difference in strength between the two. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? It looks like you don't have much strength left after using all your strength. Then you will lose because you don't have what it takes to fight me. Domain, activate. The moment Xuesha activated his domain, his strength increased exponentially. Clearly, Xuesha's domain was used to increase his combat power. It was very compatible with the Blood Kirin's attributes. So, after his combat power increased, how could Lin Xian continue to fight him with just one sword? One sword needed to slowly increase its strength, but right now, its strength hadn't increased yet. He still needed a few thousand more swords to do so. But Lin Xian wasn't someone to be trifled with. Although he was worried about overusing his spiritual power, he couldn't possibly use that much strength to continue fighting, could he? But Lin Xian had to keep attacking. Realm Reduction Domain. Xuesha's 5-star Heavenly Dao Realm strength exploded, but Lin Xian reduced his strength to 3-star Heavenly Dao Realm strength. Prung prung prung. Lin Xian's dual swords also increased his combat power by a lot. Lin Xian's dual swords aren't low grade. Yeah, those dual swords make up for his lack of strength. Strange, Xuesha is having such a hard time ending the fight, even though he's using so much strength. This Lin Xian hiss, why is his defense so strong? What? Because the difference in strength between the two is huge. Xuesha's sword pierced Lin Xian's stomach and caused him to bleed, but it didn't pierce through. This caused everyone to reveal a shocked expression. How can this be? He's wearing a spirit weapon? No, he's not wearing a spirit weapon. There's no sign of him using any power. It's as if his body forcibly blocked the sword from piercing through his body. This? That's Xuesha's sword. His body can block it and not be pierced? I can't accept this. That's right. Lin Xian had indeed blocked it because of his powerful physique. Now Lin Xian's physique had reached 4-star Heavenly Dao Realm strength. Elder, he won't lose, right? Someone from the Blood Kirin clan looked at the elder. The elder frowned. Xuesha can't do anything to that punk. He couldn't tell. Logically speaking, Xuesha was much stronger than Lin Xian, so why couldn't he do anything to him? But how was he able to withstand it? The S's had released strengths means his blood had a blood contract, had a blood contract released his ASS. S had also had Wa. His had his. S he can. S, another old man said. Take a look. Although Xuesha has yet to end the battle, he has completely dominated the battle. Furthermore, this Lin Xian is slowly reaching his limits. Taking a step back, even if he drags it out, he can drag out the battle until Lin Xian loses. However, our Blood Kirin clan is actually unable to end the battle with someone so much weaker. However, this Lin Xian is indeed very strong. His combat strength should be among the top humans. It should be. Xuesha is only at the middle of the pack in the Blood Kirin clan, so it shouldn't matter too much. Yeah, that's true. It's just that I'm a little uneasy. This Xuesha clearly has even stronger strength. Why is he fighting Lin Xian with his sword? He should have just released a stronger Fei technique to end the battle. I'm just worried that he might fall for Lin Xian's trap. After all, I've heard of how sinister that punk can be. Time slowly passed. Everyone felt that this Lin Xian was about to reach his limit. His spiritual power was probably depleted, and his physical strength was about to run out. Furthermore, Lin Xian had many injuries all over his body. Although they all looked like superficial wounds, his arms had to be under a lot of pressure from continuously receiving stronger attacks. However, Lin Xian wasn't finished off. Lin Xian didn't even use the heretical god's power. This was because Lin Xian's sword had already cut down enough. Now, the one who felt that something was wrong was Xuesha. Initially, Xuesha's every sword attack was very easy. However, he now realized that his strength was getting closer and closer to Lin Xian's. This wasn't right. Logically speaking, as the battle continued, Lin Xian should be the one who was more exhausted. His strength should be getting lower and lower. Why was he getting stronger and stronger? Furthermore, at this moment, Lin Xian's two swords were exploding with power that was about to change his offense. No, something was very wrong. Xuesha felt that something was very wrong. It's my turn. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Shwa shwa shwa. The two swords in his hands were getting faster and stronger. What? Many people couldn't help but stand up. What's going on? He's actually changing his offense? He's actually starting to suppress Xuesha? How can this be? How did he mysteriously go from being at a disadvantage to being at an advantage? His strength seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Not good. The Blood Kirin clan elder frowned. It's one sword. What? One sword? You mean the one sword from Mount Tianyao? The Blood Kirin clan elder nodded. That's right, the one sword from Mount Tianyao. I didn't notice it before. Sure enough, this was all part of this kid's plan. From now on, although there is an absolute gap between Lin Xian and Xuesha, his strength has reached a level where he is not weaker than Xuesha. Xuesha no longer has an advantage in terms of cultivation. Mu Qianshuang looked at Lin Xian. Sure enough, he had indeed become the disciple of that person from Mount Tianyao. Sure enough, they were still opponents. What her master said was right. That person from Mount Tianyao had indeed taken a liking to Lin Xian. Perhaps it was within reason. It was just that the truth was now confirmed. Mu Qianshuang stood up and walked away. Because there was nothing left to see. Lin Xian had already won. This Lin Xian was insidious. Although he had countless big moves, he didn't use them. This was because he knew that even if he used big moves, he wouldn't necessarily win the mid-level battle. This was the Blood Kirin clan. Lin Xian had provoked Xuesha's fighting spirit and made him fight with him. Would Xuesha use big moves when he had the advantage? Obviously, Xuesha didn't. So, he fell for Lin Xian's trap. He let Lin Xian use one sword to gather his strength. It was too late. The strength of Lin Xian's sword had already surpassed Xuesha's, and it would only get stronger and stronger. Unless Xuesha finished the battle, otherwise. Chapter 1795. Blood Fiend was alarmed. How did Lin Xian become so strong? Blood-packed. It's too late. Lin Xian's eyes focused. Following that, he went all out. Lin Xian no longer needed to hide the remaining spiritual energies. Heretical God Force, Laws of Creation, Paramount Sage Heart Sutra, Strength multiplied, and 2 domains were released. He went all out. Potong. A few minutes later, Blood Fiend was lying on the snowy ground, charred black. He had lost his combat strength. Hua. Everyone was alarmed, and in an uproar, they stood up. Their faces were filled with disbelief. He won. In fact, they didn't even understand how he had managed to win the battle. And clearly, the 2 Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars from the Blood Qilin race had lost their combat strength. As long as Lin Xian still had combat strength, the remaining people, Lin Xian swallowed an elixir and targeted the others. 15 minutes later, the battle ended. Everyone from the Blood Qilin race had lost their combat strength. Are you alright? Lin Xian looked at them. They were more or less injured. It's nothing serious. Yeah, we won. Lin Xian. Shua. With a flash, they vanished from their spots and appeared outside. Outside, there was thunderous applause. It was the cheers of the crowd. Elder, we lost. The Blood Qilin race elder looked at Lin Xian. We were a step too late. He sighed. Elder, what's the meaning of this? If we had been a step earlier, this Lin Xian might have become a member of our blood Qilin race. Now, he is a member of MT Tianyao. So what? Everyone knows that if one obtains 100 victories, they will obtain the power of our blood Qilin race's blood essence. However, they have to join our blood Qilin race. Otherwise, they will be eliminated. This is an unspoken rule that everyone knows. How dare he defy it? How dare he defy it? The elder looked at them and said, "Don't forget that he didn't dare defy it in the past. But now he has MT Tianyao backing him. Do you think he dares to defy it?" That's right. He's from Mount Tianyao. We have to think about it carefully. Are we just going to give these things to him for free? And we won't get any benefits? The elder pondered for a moment. Clearly, we can't be enemies now. As for the benefits, perhaps we can become friends in the future? This can be considered a benefit. Elder, what if we can't become friends? The elder stood up. This old man has made up his mind.
So be it.
The beautiful host landed on the ground. Let us congratulate the Storm team once again. They have defeated the Blood Kirin team and obtained their 100 victories. Once again, he has created a legend. Thunderous applause rang out. Next, let us invite the seniors of the Blood Qilin clan. The 8th elder of the Blood Qilin clan walked forward. Lin Xian looked at him. Strong. I can't tell how strong he is. The surroundings quieted down. The 8th elder walked past them.
Good.
Not bad. The 10 of you are the strongest so far. Although there have been teams that have defeated my Blood Qilin clan, they were all at the same level. As for you, your average level is much lower than my Blood Qilin clan. However, all 10 of you are in good condition. 9 of you are at the Heavenly Dao Realm 1 star, and Heavenly Dao Realm 2 stars. Against 8 Heavenly Dao Realm 2 stars of the Blood Qilin clan, you were able to hold on for so long. You even beat 2 of them until they almost lost the battle. Then he looked at Lin Xian. And you? The 8th elder stared at Lin Xian. Once in 100 years. He said these 4 words. Lin Xian cupped his fists. Senior, you are too kind.
Ha ha ha.
The 8th elder laughed. Then he patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. If you want to come to the Blood Qilin clan in the future, you are always welcome. Hua. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar.
What?
What does this Blood Qilin clan elite mean by this? Does he mean he knows that these people won't join the Blood Qilin clan, but he's still going to let them go? I think that's right. This person is from Mount Tianyao. The Blood Qilin clan must be afraid of Mount Tianyao, so they can't follow their usual practices. Yes. Mount Tianyao. Lin Xian nodded. Then I will respectfully accept your offer. The 8th elder nodded. Whoosh, then 10 drops of essence blood flew out, glowing with a blood-red light. They flew in front of the 10 of them, and the aura that erupted from them instantly suppressed the entire Death Corner arena. Lin Xian felt this aura, and he was inwardly shocked. A single drop of essence blood from the Blood Qilin clan was terrifying. Lin Xian believed that the Blood Qilins he had encountered before were only mediocre among the Blood Qilins. Although they were mediocre compared to the rest of the Blood Qilins, they were still terrifying existences. So, how powerful were the truly top-tier Blood Qilins, or existences with such a bloodline, exactly? Lin Xian had never experienced such a thing before. That's right. Mu Qianchuang and Su Qining should be about the same. They should be at the pinnacle, but they were not at the same realm. Lin Xian could not sense it clearly. Take these, said the 8th elder. Take these, said the 8th elder. They slowly extended their hands and placed the drops of essence blood that contained immense power in their palms. Then, they placed them into their interspatial rings. Keep up the good work. I hope to see all of you continue to shine on this continent. The 8th elder patted Lin Xian on the shoulder before walking away. Thank you, senior. Following that, the 10 of them left immediately. They came to an uninhabited place to recuperate, cultivate, and refine the Blood Qilin essence blood. 3 days later, the 10 of them opened their eyes one after another. Everyone had entered the heavenly Tao realm at 2 stars. Lin Xian and Morongyu remained at 2 stars. This essence blood is terrifying. My strength has increased by an unknown amount. Wang Xintong could not help but exclaim in shock. Han Chushua nodded. This is their strength. Apart from advancing to 2 stars of the heavenly Tao realm, this drop of essence blood has also greatly increased our combat strength. It's hard to imagine how powerful such existences are. Lin Xian asked, if you were to face those blood Qilins in a one-on-one battle, would you be able to defeat them? Windling said, I'm about the same, but I should only be able to defeat them if I'm at the same realm. I won't be able to defeat them if I'm 1 star weaker. Yes, that's about the same. I definitely won't be able to defeat them. Wang Xintong whispered. Lin Xian smiled as he patted her hair. It's fine. This was because Wang Xintong was different from everyone else. Everyone's attributes were mostly combat attributes. Her water and light attributes did not improve much when faced with such a level of opponents.
All right.
It's about time. Let's return to the human race. Chapter 1796. Among the humans, Lin Xian and company returned directly. After returning, everyone went their separate ways. After all, they had already been away for a year. Even if they were back now, there was nothing for them to do right away. Arabadi, I'm back. When Lin Xian returned home, the first thing he saw was little Shirshir sitting on the sofa. Another year had passed, and little Shirshir was already 2 years old. She was extremely beautiful. I owe my little Shirshir daddy's kiss. Lin Xian could not help but lean over and hug her. Then, he kissed her forcefully, causing her to look at him in disdain. Little Tianny sat by the side as she looked at Lin Xian with her big eyes in anticipation. Of course, there's also my little Tianny. Lin Xian also kissed little Tianny forcefully. Linglong Shui knew that Lin Xian was returning today, so she was already preparing dinner at home. You have gained a lot from this trip. Yiren Bing poured a cup of water for Lin Xian and placed it on the table. Huang Shi had already returned and was not here. That's right. This trip to the demon race was indeed very rewarding. I'm already at the 2-star Heavenly Tao realm. Lin Xian grinned. Bing Lingyue was helping Linglong Shui in the kitchen. Tisk. Linglong Yue made a tisk sound. Tsk your head. In the past, your realm crushed mine. Now that my realm is higher than yours, what's there to tisk about? Lin Xian glared at her. I'm a demon. How can demons be the same as you humans? Ling Longwei glared back at Lin Xian indignantly. Trash. You're the trash. Ling Long Shui walked out with soup. Let's eat. She looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Coming. Little Shirshir, little Tianny, I'll bring you to eat. Then, they sat around the table. You went to Mount Tianyao? Ling Long Shui asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. It's that senior from before. I'm now her disciple. It's a good thing. But I don't know much about Mount Tianyao. Lin Xian. The Heavenly Demon Mountain is a representative of a power. Although there aren't many people on the mountain, the power represented by the Heavenly Demon Mountain is an overlord among the demon race. I see. Lin Xian said as he ate a mouthful of food. Remember to consolidate your realm. Ling Long Shui said. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, I know. Previously, Lin Xian's cultivation level was not high. Now he has already reached the Heavenly Tao. Bing Lingyue sighed. What's the use? You're still going to be beaten up by Big Sister. Ling Longyue mumbled.
Fuck.
I think you are getting more and more mischievous recently. Do you believe that I won't hang you up and spank you? Then, Tianny and little Shirshir happily clapped their hands. The two of you, I doted on you for nothing. Ling Longyue pouted. What plans do you have after this? Yiren Bing looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. After this, as Lin Xian ate, he thought, I don't have many plans. Since I'm already a Heavenly Tao, I'll slowly raise my realm. Then, I'll resolve the evil fiend temple's matter. After that, it will be a matter of humans and demons. It's fine as long as everyone is fine. The main thing was that Lin Xian had already passed the stage of fighting. He was already at the 2-star Heavenly Dao realm, so what couldn't he pass? The demons haven't been very peaceful recently. Some demon factions have been constantly probing the humans. Furthermore what? Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui. Some secrets of Lin and City might have been leaked. Oh? What secrets can there be in Lin and City? It's the land of the dragon vein. Leaked? Lin Xian frowned. It was likely leaked by the Yang family. They have already lost the ability to compete for Lin and City. Now, Lin and City is in the hands of our Art Pavilion Corporation. They can't compete, so they might have leaked the news to other factions or family clans. It resulted in many experts secretly entering Lin and City to investigate this matter. Let them investigate. What can they find out? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. After all, the territory was his. There should be quite a number of treasures or worldly treasures appearing. Furthermore, Lin and City's spiritual energy has been surging recently. It feels like the dragon vein is about to appear, or a top-grade worldly treasure. Lin Xian pondered. Then, these things should be ours, right? Lin Xian asked. It should be. After all, we have already bought the land. It's considered our private property. Then what right do they have to snatch it? Lin Xian ate. Some things don't make sense. Since Lin and City is yours, don't you need to consider some things because of this matter? I'll let Bai Xian consider this. I'm not suitable for these things. Okay. After eating, they leaned on the sofa and chatted while watching TV. Xiao Linglong, Little Bing Bing, if the humans and the demon clan fight, what will you do? Lin Xian rested his head on Linglong Shui's snow-white thighs. Neutral, they said faintly. Yes, what could they do? What else could they do besides being neutral? As a demon, it was difficult for them to say that they would fight against the demon clan for the humans. At most, they would protect a certain place. But they couldn't help the demon clan fight against the humans. That's enough. I reckon that there will be a fight soon. Lin Xian watched some of the news reports on the TV. They were all about small-scale attacks that had happened in various places recently. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's go to sleep. Lin Xian sat up and hugged Linglong Shui, who was beside him. Little Shir pouted and quickly pulled Lin Xian's hand, trying to pry Lin Xian's hand away from Linglong Shui's waist. What? You want two more? Yi Renbing saw this scene and said with a slight smile. This person was getting more and more impudent. Hey, that's not true. Let little Shir and little Tian sleep on the other side. Let's sleep together. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to chat with you guys. Think about it, chatting in the dark until you feel sleepy and then sleep. How comfortable would that be? Lin Xian said with a grin. How could they believe Lin Xian's words? After all, they had known each other for a long time. What was the main reason? They couldn't allow Lin Xian to have sex with them alone. Maybe in the future, but definitely not now. It's getting late. Let's rest. Yi Renbing carried little Tian away and returned to her room. Bing Lingyue, on the other hand, pulled little Shir away. Obviously, they were giving Lin Xian and Linglong Shui space. They all knew that Linglong Shui was destined to be a special existence to Lin Xian. She was more special than them. Simply put, between them, Linglong Shui was the main wife. Chapter 1797. Lin Xian rubbed his hands and looked at Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui also knew what would happen next. There was no need to think too much about her relationship with Lin Xian now. They were indeed an old couple. Xiao Linglong. Lin Xian then returned to the room with Linglong Shui. They hadn't seen each other for a year. Did Linglong Shui miss Lin Xian? Of course, she missed him. After taking a shower, Lin Xian went to bed and hugged Linglong Shui's delicate body. Xiao Linglong, I missed you so much. Lin Xian rubbed against her. Linglong Shui's pretty face was slightly red. Yes. Did you miss me? Yes. She softly said. Yes. Our little Shir is slowly growing up. It's pretty good. It's not good. Yes? Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian in confusion.
Why?
Think about it. The older she grows up, the more disobedient she will be. She's so cute now, but when she grows up, she won't be cute anymore. She can kiss and hug you whenever she wants, but when she grows up, she won't be able to. Lin Xian said with a smile. She has to grow up eventually. It's good to grow up. Good my ass. When she grows up, she has to get married. Who can bear to do that? Linglong Shui smiled slightly. What about little Tianny? He has to learn from me and ruin more beautiful girls. So, you don't want your daughter to find a boyfriend, but you want her son to find more girlfriends. Linglong Shui said helplessly. Hee, you have to understand how a father feels. Then why don't I? Because you're a mother. Mothers and fathers think differently. Linglong Shui didn't understand. For example, if your father sees you getting married, he will definitely feel the same way. Almost all the fathers in the world are like this, more or less. Linglong Shui nodded. All right, let's get down to business. Linglong Shui. The next day, Lu Yufan, Yi, Zhao Yunqi, and the other maidservants came to visit with gifts. Originally, Lin Xian was going to take the initiative to look for them. Who would have thought that they would come looking for him? This made Lin Xian feel quite embarrassed. According to them, they were here to see little Shir and little Tianny, not Lin Xian. Everyone's realm improved very quickly. Everyone put their minds on cultivation because they knew that Lin Xian was no longer on the same path as them. Lin Xian had reached such a high realm. They couldn't be a burden to Lin Xian. Even if they couldn't reach the heavenly Dao realm, they had to become celestial venerables or great void realm. Lin Xian also accompanied them for a day. The next morning, he went to the art pavilion group. Hey, young Master Lin. Murongqing looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Stop fooling around. What's the matter? Lin Xian and Murongqing walked into the office together. Luo Chenxi was also waiting for Lin Xian in the office. Luo Chenxi poured a cup of tea for Lin Xian. Sit down and talk. They sat there. Recently, many people from various factions have come to us to talk about some matters in Lin and City. Everyone's focus is on the matter of the dragon vein in Lin and City that you mentioned previously. Some of them are willing to pay an unimaginable price, or even 10 times the price we paid previously, to buy a certain piece of land. They are eager to have a piece of land in Lin and City that isn't too small. Lin Xian lit a cigarette.
They want to have a piece of land.
This way, after the dragon vein erupts, they will have the right to use a small part of Lin and City. It's like this. They have used countless methods, but to no avail. They can only compromise. Murongqing said. Then don't compromise with them. Yes, I know. However, there are more and more people like this. Therefore, this news should have spread within the top factions. This shouldn't be a secret anymore. Luo Chenxi said. Lin Xian had never thought that he could hide this matter. What's the point? Even if they don't have a piece of land in Lin and City, they can still come in. It's not like Lin and City is sealed off. Lin Xian asked. There is still a point. For example, the interference of the 3 major factions. The 3 major factions will definitely do their best to protect Lin and City. Lin and City is now ours. Those families and factions will definitely want to enter Lin and City. However, in this case, they can only send people. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Then what do you want me to do now? Lin Xian asked. Increase our forces. We must have the capital to protect Lin and City. In short, some big families and factions can use all kinds of methods to occupy a certain piece of land in Lin and City even if we don't give up on Lin and City. They can act shamelessly and almost occupy those places for themselves. What the 3 major factions do is to protect Lin and City. Therefore, these things that are bound to happen must be handled by us. We need to have the capital to do so. Lin Xian pondered. How's the Azura Palace? Bai Xian has made the Azura Palace develop quickly and in an orderly manner. However, it's not enough. Therefore, I've asked you to come here in hopes that you can think of a way to increase the Azura Palace's strength by tens of times, or even more. You have to know that times have changed. In the past, it was difficult to see Heavenly Dao Realm experts. But now, Heavenly Dao Realm experts from various top factions have appeared. There are even powerful Heavenly Dao Realm experts at your age. The Azura Palace's strength is not enough. Clearly, Lin Xian knew why Morong Qing had asked him to come here. This was because many people from the Azura Palace came here for benefits. Lin Xian could give them such benefits, but they couldn't. Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette and said, "It's simple."
Huh?
They looked at Lin Xian with some doubts. Aren't those big families and factions coming for the dragon's vein? Then you can use this to attract other experts. Although we don't know what benefits the dragon's vein has, it's obvious that many people want to come. Then we can use this to attract them. The two women pondered for a moment. You mean, whatever those big families want, we'll give it to those top experts who are willing to join the Azura Palace. Moreover, there are only so many things. Let's see how they compete. Morong Qing's beautiful eyes lit up. You're really sinister. Lin Xian chuckled and said, "How can you say that I'm sinister? I'm the one who chooses my own path. No one knows what will happen in Lin and City under the dragon vein. The only thing I know is that the spiritual energy there is dense. However, Lin and City isn't sealed off and they want more. They think that Lin and City contains countless spiritual items of the heavens and earth that have existed since ancient times, so let them come. I've never said that I want to take everything for myself. All right, I understand. Then, I'll come up with a plan." Chapter 1798. Lin Xian then went to see Bai Xianxian. Bai Xianxian was in charge of the Azura Palace while Morong Qing and Luo Chenxi were in charge of the Art Xian Group's business. However, Leng Wuxin was also helping Bai Xianxian with the Azura Palace's business. After staying at the Art Xian Group for 4 to 5 days, Lin Xian went to Tiandu. This was because other than the Art Xian Group's business, Lin Xian had another important identity. He was the leader of a small team from the Divine Sanctum. Moreover, Lin Xian was now planning to do something about the Evil Fiend Hall. Young Master Lin. Lin Xian had just gotten off the plane when a car stopped in front of him. At first, Lin Xian thought that the people from the Divine Sanctum were here to pick him up. However, when Lin Xian got into the car, he realized that these people were from the Evil Fiend Hall. "What's the matter?" Lin Xian asked. It's like this. Young Master Lin should know that Lin and City is the dragon vein of the mainland, right? A middle-aged man in the front passenger seat said with a smile. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. The Evil Fiend Hall is planning to move their base camp to Lin and City. When the time comes, we'll need young Master Lin's help. Lin Xian nodded. This is a small matter. However, where did you get this information? I guess it was leaked by the Yang family. Young Master Lin should know about it too. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Well, I understand. However, how good is the dragon vein? I'm not sure. Well, it's hard to say. However, the central area of the mainland is where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is the most basic. There are also various spiritual items of heaven and earth. They might even be ancient existences. In short, the benefits must be great. Any force or family would definitely want to have a place in Lin and City, or even control some places. The benefits are great. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. So, why are you looking for me now? That's obviously a good thing. Now that young Master Lin has reached the Heavenly Dao Realm and has even reached 2 stars of the Heavenly Dao Realm, you have made a name for yourself in the Fey race. Therefore, there are some things that young Master Lin should know. For example, I'm bringing young Master Lin to meet the Hall Master now. Hall Master? The Hall Master of the main palace? He smiled and nodded. That's right, the Hall Master of the main palace. Go to the main palace. Yes, let's go to the main hall. Lin Xian deliberately concealed his excitement. Why are we going to the main palace? I'm not very interested. If there's anything, just tell me directly. There's no need to make a trip. Lin Xian said. That's still necessary. The Hall Master plans to hand the evil divine palace over to you in a few days. The man laughed. Sorry, I'm not interested in power. I want to be more relaxed, so even if you want to give me the position of Evil Divine Palace's Hall Master, I don't want it. Thank you for your kind intentions. If there's nothing else, let me go. I still have something to do. Lin Xian deliberately acted as if he didn't care in order to not arouse suspicion. However, even if Lin Xian didn't do so, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. This was because in the eyes of the people from the Evil Divine Palace, they were very confident. They were very confident that their poison pill was incurable. They didn't know if Lin Xian was afraid of death, but they knew that Lin Xian was very loyal. His women had all taken the poison pill. Even if it wasn't for himself, for his women, he definitely had to obediently listen to the Evil Divine Palace. It's fine, it's fine. The main palace isn't far from the divine capital. It's very convenient to make a trip there. Lin Xian nodded. All right then. Then, they drove all the way to a huge manor. This is a manor, and this is the main palace. The man smiled and said, Looks like there's something else inside. Young Master Lin, you'll know once you enter. Then Lin Xian followed them in. From the outside, one couldn't see anything special. However, when Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit, Lin Xian knew that there was indeed something else here. There was a passage here. It could be said that it was a secret realm. After entering the secret realm, there should be another universe. Young Master Lin. A man walked in front of Lin Xian. You are? The Hall Master has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. Lin Xian nodded and followed him into the secret realm. When they entered the secret realm, there were various halls and ancient castles in front of them. This is the main hall of the Evil Divine Palace. Lin Xian muttered to himself. That's right. The Hall Master has already set up a banquet. Please follow me. Then, he led Lin Xian into a hall. Welcome. Welcome. After Lin Xian walked in, he saw dozens of people sitting in the hall. When they saw Lin Xian, they all stood up. Leading them was a masked man. He was the Evil Divine Palace's Hall Master. He's young and promising. To reach the 2-star Heavenly Dao realm at such a young age, he has already reached the ranks of the top geniuses of the human race. That's right. He's young and promising. He's indeed young and promising. The people began whispering. Everyone, you're too polite. Lin Xian said. Come, sit here. The Evil Divine Palace's Hall Master looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian walked over and sat beside him. I didn't let you come here previously because I was waiting for you to advance to the Heavenly Dao realm. It's not that I don't trust you, but once you reach the Heavenly Dao realm, there are many things and matters that you can take over. Now, the time has come. Lin Xian nodded. Come, everyone, raise your cups. Then, they raised their cups and downed it in one gulp. Lin Xian, let me introduce everyone to you. After a long introduction, Lin Xian remembered almost all of them in his heart. They were all core members of the Evil Divine Palace. Greetings, seniors. Hey, Your Excellency, you're too polite. An elder hurriedly said. Saint? The Evil Divine Palace's Hall Master smiled and said, Yes, you are the future Evil Divine Palace's Hall Master. That means you are the saint. Lin Xian shrugged and said, I'm not interested in being the Evil Divine Palace's Hall Master. Everyone paused. The Evil Divine Palace's Hall Master laughed out loud. I knew it. This kid is different from the rest. That's right. He's not after power, money, fame, or benefits. It's truly rare. This makes me admire him even more. Now Lin Xian was actually suspecting something. Was this the real Evil Divine Palace's main hall, or was it fake? Was it a show they were putting on? Lin Xian couldn't be sure, but He felt that it was likely real. After all, he had eaten a poison pill. They wouldn't be so vigilant, right? Chapter 1799. The Hall Master of the Evil Fiend Shrine looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, I know that you like freedom, but in my opinion, no one is more suitable than you to take over the Evil Fiend Shrine. The Hall Master of the Evil Fiend Shrine looked at Lin Xian and said, Hall Master, you flatter me. Although I admit that I'm not bad, I'm definitely not at the top. Furthermore, I'm not the most suitable person for the Master of the Evil Fiend Shrine. Moreover, I don't like this kind of life. The Evil Fiend Hall Master smiled and said, It doesn't matter. Since you don't want to do it now, I won't force you to do it now. If you don't want to do it now, I'll sit on the seat of the Evil Fiend Hall Master for now. I'll give you 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, or even 20 years. When you want to sit on it one day, I'll let you sit on it. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you for your understanding, Hall Master. Ha ha ha. You're just a child. Of course, I can understand your playful heart. It's fine. Lin Xian knew that it was impossible for the Hall Master of the Evil Fiend Shrine to hand over the Evil Fiend Shrine to him in a short period of time. Everything was just an excuse. Lin Xian, what I want to tell you next is about the Dragon Vein in Linen City. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I knew about this a year ago, but I didn't pay too much attention to it. The Evil Fiend Shrine wants to move over. What do you think? Lin Xian. It doesn't matter. Good. Straightforward, but we hope to get a large enough territory in Linen City. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm afraid that won't do.
Why?
Lin Xian. It's no secret that Linen City belongs to the Arch Xian group now. But now, if you go over and make one of the areas yours, it might not be a big deal in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of some of the more powerful people, they will definitely be able to see some clues. Whatever the Evil Fiend Temple wants to do, I'll just help them do it. There's no need for anything else. Also, Hall Master, don't forget that someone else is in control of the Arch Xian group now. That's easy. Remove them and let the people from the Evil Fiend Hall sit. Lin Xian smiled and said, It's not that I'm looking down on the Evil Fiend Hall, but they really don't have that ability. Ha ha ha. The Evil Fiend Hall Master laughed. Then the second method is to make them members of my Evil Fiend Hall. Lin Xian smiled and said, I don't want to. Ha ha ha. The Evil Fiend Hall Master chuckled. On the contrary, the more Lin Xian acted like this, the more he was at ease with Lin Xian. Tell me, if Lin Xian had obeyed them in everything, they would have been suspicious instead. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Come, drink. Then, they downed the wine in one gulp. It's like this. Other than the matter I just told you, there's another matter. In 7 days, there will be a more important meeting here. This meeting concerns the direction of the Evil Fiend Hall for the next few decades. As for you, right now, your authority in the Evil Fiend Hall is second only to mine. I need to tell you this. Lin Xian nodded. I will explain some things about the Evil Fiend Hall to you later. After all, Lin Xian had eaten the poison pill, and he believed that Lin Xian would not go against them. All right, I understand, but I still have to say the same thing. I don't care what the Evil Fiend Hall wants to do. In any case, I will not go against the interests of the human clan. Lin Xian said. Don't worry, I have been paying attention to this. Lin Xian was a little confused. What exactly did he, Lin Xian, do to attract the attention of the Evil Fiend Hall? If you were talking about strength, then he was indeed not at the top, and he did not have any background. Could it be that it was just for the money of the Xian group? Lin Xian felt that it couldn't be so simple. You need to attend the meeting in 7 days. At that time, the other hall masters will also come. At the same time, we will also discuss the details of our move to Linen City. What do you think? Lin Xian nodded. No problem. Good. Come drink. After that, Lin Xian left the Evil Fiend Hall. Hall Master, do you think he will betray us? An old man asked. What? Do you think he doesn't value his own life? That he doesn't value his woman's life? Don't worry. The poison pill is in their bodies. Even a Heavenly Dao Realm 7-star like them can't do anything about it. Furthermore, this Lin Xian's attitude proves that he is safe. But I just don't understand. Why does this position have to be taken by Lin Xian? I feel that there are many people more suitable than him. The Hall Master pondered and said, yes, there are many people with better talent than him, but firstly, it's difficult to succeed. Secondly, do you really think those people are more talented than this Lin Xian? Hall Master, what do you think? This Lin Xian only began cultivating 3 years ago. 3 years ago, this Lin Xian was a trash who was unable to cultivate and had not awakened a system. But in just 3 years, he went from trash to a Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star. Tell me, why do you think I think so highly of him? Is this? Don't look at the present. Look at the past and the future. Lin Xian came to Morong Feng's side. Ha ha ha, Lin Xian, in a year, your team has all advanced to the Heavenly Dao Realm. Not bad. Not bad at all. Morong Feng smiled as he poured a cup of tea for Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and scratched his head. That's because everyone is very strong to begin with. Don't be humble. Regarding your trip, Little Yu has already told me. Not bad, I'm very satisfied. The more Morong Feng looked at Lin Xian, the more he liked him. Oh, right, Uncle Morong. Oh. Lin Xian then told Morong Feng about the matter with the evil fiend temple. Is what you said true? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it's true. That's great. That's great. However, Lin Xian said, but I can't be sure if they are testing me or testing is impossible. How about this? I'll send people to keep an eye on them. If this matter succeeds, then the evil fiend temple will be completely removed from this continent. They were waiting for Lin Xian to enter the evil fiend temple's main temple and eliminate it. The evil fiend temple's main temple was the true evil fiend temple. The others were not worth mentioning. The threat they posed to the human race was not that great. Now, the human race and the fiend race are already rubbing their hands in preparation for war. If we can eliminate this internal threat, the evil fiend temple, it will indeed be a lot easier. Lin Xian, if this matter succeeds, you will have done a great service. Chapter 1800. Lin Xian smiled. Uncle Morong, I don't care about a great merit or something like that. Morong Feng smiled as he patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, of course I know that. But whether or not I have it and whether or not I give it are two different concepts. Lin Xian, when the time comes, we will need to coordinate from the inside and the outside. Lin Xian slightly muttered, how will we coordinate from the inside and the outside? When the time comes, I will discuss this with the other people and the other two forces. Then, I will give you a final plan. This is an excellent plan that is hard to come by in hundreds of years. It might even be the only chance in the next few decades or even 100 years. You must not let it go. Lin Xian nodded. That's right, if this matter is successfully completed, there is still one more thing that you need to do. What is it? Morong Feng said. It's like this. In order to test everyone's strength during this period of time, the Trial Union, the Temple, and the Bounty Hunter Guild will have a ranking battle. Another martial arts competition? Let's not participate. Lin Xian. It's best if we participate. Why? This ranking battle is organized by the 3 major forces. There should be no less than 100 teams participating. The Hidden Dragon Army you saw before is actually the weakest team in the temple. There are even stronger teams above them. There is even a team led by the temple's holy son, Tianlin. Morong Feng nodded. Yes, this temple's holy son basically represents the peak of your generation on this continent. His level is even higher than Xiao Yu's by a level. That's not important. Your daughter has just reached the stage where she can show her strength. Moreover, in 2 years, when your daughter reaches his age, everything will be hard to say. Lin Xian. Haha, that's true. Then, Morong Feng handed a cigarette to Lin Xian and said, the Bounty Hunter Guild and the Magistrate Union also have 1 or 2 such characters, and they have spared no effort to nurture them. Apart from this, there are also the 4 great hidden families. These 4 great hidden families and 8 great first-rate forces are far inferior to the 3 great forces in terms of strength. However, because of their deep and profound heritage and the fact that they have been developing for a very long time, their families have many geniuses, and they can also form many formidable teams. And the Radiant Association? The Radiance Association should have quite a few teams. This time, they will send out a team to participate in the ranking tournament. There are 2 reasons why I suggest that you all participate in this ranking tournament. Firstly, if you all can get a good ranking, you'll be able to obtain many privileges. Some of these privileges are things that even I am unable to give you. It will be extremely beneficial for your future endeavors. The second point is that you can face truly powerful teams, at least the top of the human race. This way, you can also hone your skills. At the same time, you can also understand the level of these people, which will be helpful to you. Lin Xian nodded. All right, I understand. And then you should stay here for a few days. Wait for us to settle the matter of the evil god shrine first, then we can discuss the rest. Lin Xian nodded. Well, Uncle Morong, I will go and find your daughter first. Lin Xian said. You brat, you and Xiao Yu developed. Lin Xian coughed dryly and said, Uncle Morong, this you also know. But you can rest assured, I will definitely take responsibility. Morong Feng glared at Lin Xian. Forget it, although you brat is very lecherous, you can still be considered a responsible person. However, there is one thing, and that is that my family Xiao Yu must truly like you. She already likes me, Lin Xian said with a smile. All right, you go first. I will go and find some people to discuss. All right. Lin Xian had been to the Morong family many times, so he knew where Morong Yu was. Xiao Yu. Lin Xian knocked on the door. Morong Yu opened the door, her beautiful sky-blue eyes looking at Lin Xian. What is it? She asked. There is something I want to discuss with you. Can I go in? Lin Xian asked. And then Morong Yu let Lin Xian in. Your room is really big. Lin Xian sighed, then casually sat on the sofa. Morong Yu poured a cup of water for Lin Xian. What is it? Morong Yu asked again. Nothing, I just missed you. Lin Xian grinned at her. Morong Yu. She felt like she had been tricked. Oh. Morong Yu replied with an oh. Miss my ass, they were together every day in the Shifters clan. This Lin Xian wanted to do something dirty. How could Morong Yu let Lin Xian do something dirty? This was her home. If it was outside, maybe she would agree, but she definitely would not agree to let Lin Xian do that in her home. I want to rest, Morong Yu said. Good, I want to rest too. Lin Xian smiled and held her hand, but Morong Yu broke away. Go away. Hey, how long has it been? I abandoned Xiaoying and Chu Xue, and the others came to find you. So I have to thank you. Morong Yu looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Hey, I didn't mean that. Don't mess around. Uncle Morong asked me to come. My father? Morong Yu looked at Lin Xian. Impossible. Uncle Morong already knows about our relationship. He is very satisfied with me as his son-in-law. Morong Yu. Liar. TSK. Why would I lie to you? Let's take a shower. Lin Xian then went into Morong Yu's bathroom. Morong Yu. No, there was something wrong with this person. Wow. Lin Xian came out of the shower. Morong Yu was sitting on the chair and playing with her laptop. This room had everything, a balcony, a kitchen, everything was available. It was very warm and beautiful. What are you looking at? Information about the opponent, Morong Yu said. Obviously, Morong Feng had told Morong Yu some information about the other teams. Lin Xian went over to take a look. Who do you think is stronger, compared to the ones we fought in the monster race? Lin Xian asked. It's hard to say. The ones we fought in the monster race are very strong, but the ones in the human race are all top geniuses. Their domains, laws, attributes, and so on are very exaggerated, including a very important factor. In the monster race, We almost never met anyone with the space and time attributes, but in the human race, there are basically experts with the space and time attributes in these teams. This is very tricky. I can't tell who is stronger and who is weaker. Morongyu said. Chapter 1801. What Morongyu said was indeed the truth. Lin Xian and company had encountered many people in the phase death arena. They were indeed very strong, but they did have a weakness. They lacked space and time. Their space and time were at best created with spirit artifacts. This was because among the Fae, their attributes were rather fixed. Their bloodline determined their attributes. The Void Fox was destined to be of the spatial attribute. It was also destined that few other Fae had space. But think about it. In this world, spatial and time spirit artifacts were rare to begin with. Spatial and time spirit artifacts that could be used in battle were even rarer. Furthermore, spatial and time artifacts that could withstand the might of the heavenly Dao realm were even rarer. And it was also because of this that Morongyu, Han Chushue, and company were able to stall for time when facing Fae with higher realms than them. But if there was someone with a higher time attribute realm than them, it would truly be difficult to stall for time. For example, when they faced the teams in the Death Arena, they were only at the 10-star Great Void realm back then. They could at least stall for time against a 1-star Heavenly Dao realm expert, but if the Heavenly Dao realm expert had a time attribute, he could have used time stop and the battle would have ended. And what made humans powerful was that compared to the Fae, time and space were commonly available to them. This placed immense pressure on them. Actually, if it's time and space, they are indeed powerful, but all of you have them as well. Other than that, there's only one thing to worry about. That's the problem of realms. At the same realm, the suppression of these two attributes isn't that great. This is because their control over them is definitely not high. That was indeed the case. For space and time, Lin Xian was the best. This was because Lin Xian was obtained by the system. As the two most difficult attributes to cultivate, Lin Xian had maxed out his proficiency and purity. Lin Xian could achieve effects that were beyond his level, but others would find it difficult. But if one's realm is higher than ours, the pressure when releasing space and time is rather great. Morongyu said, among these teams, 1-star Heavenly Dao realm is the lowest realm. The highest realm even reaches the 4-star Heavenly Dao realm.
Huh?
Heavenly Dao realm 4-star? How much older are they than us? At most 5 or 6 years older. Which team? Morongyu said, the holy sons and holy daughters of the 3 major forces. Then there's one person from the Radiance Association and a few from the 4 hidden families. They should be the strongest, but it's said that there are even stronger existences in the Radiance Association. 4-star.
Who is space and time?
Lin Xian needed to know. Almost all of them have either space or time. Morongyu said. This is still a bit troublesome, but I think my space or time is better than theirs. Lin Xian. Are you saying that under normal circumstances, a Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star can match the space and time released by a Heavenly Dao Realm 4-star? Lin Xian nodded. Morongyu had to admit that Lin Xian's control over space and time was indeed very strong. We'll see. Anyway, I'm still quite confident. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Lin Xian then pulled Morongyu's hand. Morongyu, go away. Go sleep in the other room. Morongyu really could not accept doing such things in her own home. Hey, did you misunderstand something? Lin Xian looked at her and said.
Oh?
Lin Xian, I just want to sleep with you. I'm not doing anything else. Why do you want me to go to another room? Morongyu, believe him? Only if there were ghosts in this world.
Get out.
Lin Xian laughed sinisterly. I won't. With that said, Lin Xian hugged her and threw her onto the bed. Morongyu. The next morning, AO, Lin Xian's screams were heard. The sleeping Lin Xian was directly pinched by Morongyu's soft waist and then turned 180 degrees. This was definitely a man's nightmare. Fortunately, Morongfeng was not at home. He was discussing something with others. They had been talking since last night. Right now, the leaders were discussing a very, very important matter. That was naturally the matter of the evil fiend temple. What are you doing? Lin Xian looked at Moromyu in confusion. Moromyu's pretty face turned red. Damn it. She actually fell for him again last night. Bastard Lin Xian. Moromyu got up and walked away, without saying anything. In the back garden, Moromyu sat there reading a book. Lin Xian came over. Scram. Moromyu said unhappily. Hey, look at you. We're already an old couple. What old couple? A voice sounded. Lin Xian looked over. Aunt Lu. Lin Xian called out. This was Moromyu's mother. It was no wonder that Moromyu was so beautiful. Her mother was also really beautiful. Lu Luo smiled and nodded. Then, she looked at Moromyu. Xiaoyu, it's not easy for little Xian to come here. Why don't you take him out for a walk? What's the point of reading at home? Moromyu opened her small mouth. Go quickly. Today is the weekend. It's very lively outside. Got it. Everyone, this matter can basically be settled now. There are still a few details. Morong Feng looked at the 10 people around him. This should be a secret meeting of the highest level. Moreover, there was basically no need to worry about spies from the evil fiend temple in this meeting. These people were all very exaggerated existences. They had no reason to become spies from the evil fiend temple. This was because they didn't care about anything from the evil fiend temple. First, it's timing. With Lin Xian cooperating with us, we should be able to control this timing. The good news is that according to Lin Xian, their place is a secret realm. As a secret realm, it's enough to guard the exit. However, there's another problem. That is, what if there are other exits in the secret realm? Duan Tianming nodded. I agree. According to the evil fiend temple's usual style, they will definitely leave a way out for themselves. Therefore, other than the so-called only exit, there must be another secret exit in the secret realm. What should we do about this exit? I think the simplest method is, when the time comes, won't Lin Xian go in? When the signal comes, let Lin Xian seal that position. Then what if the exit is in the main hall? This, an old man said. Therefore, the most important thing right now is to destroy the exit. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Chapter 1802. Since they were going to do this, they had to ensure a 100% success rate because they only had one chance. Once they failed, they wouldn't be able to find such a good opportunity again. But only Lin Xian can do this. If Lin Xian can't do it, we'd rather cancel this operation. An old man said. That's right. If he can't do it, we'll wait for the next time. It's better than exposing ourselves. Palace Master Morong, what do you think? Their eyes looked at Morong Feng. Morong Feng said, I will report this matter to Lin Xian. The operation must be carried out. As for whether or not we need to cancel the operation, that will depend on Lin Xian's actual situation. Let's first settle this matter and decide how we should act. Whether or not we carry out the operation will depend on whether or not Lin Xian succeeds.
All right.
Lin Xian was shopping with Moromyu. Well, the other girls had also come to Tiandu. However, Lin Xian couldn't possibly say that he wanted to go shopping with all of them, right? The meaning was different. If everyone went shopping together, it would be like a group of friends. Moreover, all of them didn't care about Lin Xian. Only Lin Xian was a man. Zhuge Feng definitely wouldn't go shopping. Most likely, the other girls were also shopping. Isn't that Lin Xian and Moromyu? Not far from the shopping mall, a few people saw the two people passing by outside. Really shameless, Ling Ying muttered. Although he already knew and accepted the fact that Lin Xian was a womanizer, he was still unhappy when he saw this scene. Still unhappy? Xiao Runing said with a smile. Xiao Runing was also temporarily on vacation at the Martial Arts Academy. She came out to play for a few days. Miss Xiao, don't you think he's infuriating? I just asked him what he was doing, and he said it was business. Ling Ying said unhappily. Xiao Runing said, he's right. He's really doing something serious. They were stunned for a moment, then shook their heads helplessly. You guys are growing up really fast. Miao Xiaomiao, Lu Yufan, and Yi Yi may have started later, but they're also growing very fast in the martial arts academy. They might not be as good as you guys, but they're not bad either. Everyone is very strong, Wang Xintong said. You are the impressive one. You are with Lu Yufan and company. Now you are already at the heavenly Dao realm, said Xiao Runing. That's because we need more Lin Xian, Wang Xintong said. He's important, but I've seen your hard work. Have more confidence in yourself. Wang Xintong nodded. It's Ling Ying and company. Morongyu also saw Ling Ying and company. I see them. I'm not going over. Why? If I go over, they'll nag me again. Lin Xian said awkwardly. But aren't you afraid they'll resent you if you don't go over? Lin Xian shrugged. What's there to be afraid of? Morongyu then greeted them. They were quite far away, but they were all top experts. They could still sense it. She's greeting us. Let's go. Look, who's that? They then saw a few men walk over to greet Morongyu. I don't know them. I don't know them either. I've never seen them before. You've never seen Ling Ying and Chushua? Are they not from Tiandu? Morongyu, I haven't seen you in a long time. How have you been? The one who spoke was indeed a very, very handsome man. Moreover, his words, including his bearing, were filled with great confidence. Not bad. Morongyu said indifferently. This is? He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled, then reached out and held Morongyu's soft hand. Little Yu's boyfriend you are? When Tianlin heard Lin Xian's words, his eyes suddenly narrowed. But it was only for a moment. When he first saw Morongyu shopping with another man, he didn't think much of it. Even though the scene was a little unbelievable, he believed that Morongyu wasn't someone that could be chased by just any man. Furthermore, they weren't holding hands or anything like that. They were probably just talking about some official business. When Tianlin saw that Lin Xian, who was standing beside Morongyu, had an ordinary appearance, he was even less worried. Who knew that this Lin Xian would directly hold Morongyu's hand and say that he was her boyfriend? Tianlin liked Morongyu. To be precise, any man who knew Morongyu didn't like her. This woman was destined to be liked by everyone. Her cold personality made any man want to conquer her. Coupled with her beautiful face, sky-blue eyes, and beautiful hair, she was simply invincible. Tell me, how could any man not like such a girl? May I know who you are? Tianlin smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Have you heard of him? Tianlin shook his head. Never heard of him. Oh, is that so? Then it's fine. I'm Tianlin. You should have heard of me. Tianlin smiled and extended his hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, Sorry, I'm holding little Yu's hand. It's not convenient to shake hands. Tianlin's eyes narrowed slightly. Then there's the other hand. Tianlin smiled and said, The other hand is carrying something. This is just a small matter. There's no need to make it so formal, right? Lin Xian said with a smile. Yes, that's true. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. Lin Xian then pulled Morongyu away. Tianlin looked at their backs and his eyes gradually sharpened. Who is this person? Tianlin asked coldly. A man beside him said, Lin Xian. Young Master Tian, you might not know, but you have been in seclusion recently. This Lin Xian is someone who has been in the limelight for the past few years. He is also the champion of the Heaven Martial Meet. He has been very close to Morongyu for a long time. Not long ago, he even commanded Team 4 of the Hidden Dragon Army. It can be said that he used half a month to make Team 4 undergo a qualitative change. He defeated Team 1 and Team 2 led by a Heavenly Dao Realm expert and became completely famous in the circle. He's just a piece of trash. Is he really in a relationship with Morongyu? Tianlin said coldly. I'm not too sure, but they are at least friends. They are members of the same team. As for whether they are in a relationship, I can only say that it's possible. After all, Lin Xian is the only man who is close to Morongyu. The other person is Zhugafeng, but the possibility of Zhugafeng is even less likely. I think it's an act. Don't you think so, too? Why didn't they hold hands previously? Why did they hold hands just now? She's just putting on an act. Tianlin found it reasonable. Chapter 1803. On the other side, Morongyu frowned as she looked at Lin Xian. That's Tianlin. Don't provoke him.
Morongyu said.
I know, but why don't I provoke him? Do you think I'm afraid of him? Lin Xian shrugged. He's the holy son of the holy temple. Then he's not human? Morongyu shook her head helplessly. What I'm talking about is his background and his personal strength. People like him are all extremely conceited. I know, I'm not a fool, so what? Do you think I'll lie to him and say we're just friends? We're just friends to begin with, Morongyu said. Lin Xian, oh, then as a friend, isn't it a little too intimate for you to know each other in depth last night? Lin Xian laughed evilly. Morongyu gritted her teeth. Scram. At night. Lin Xian, I've told you everything. What do you think? Morongfeng handed Lin Xian a cigarette and said, Of course I can give it a try. But you have to know that once you enter that secret realm, it means you've been targeted by those people. If you want to move and find another exit, it'll be extremely difficult. If you want to destroy it, it'll be almost impossible. Moreover, once you're exposed, it means that we won't be able to get rid of the evil fiend temple for many years. If you're not confident, we can find another opportunity. Morongfeng said. I'm clear on this. I'll definitely give it a try. If it works, I'll send you a signal. If it doesn't work, then you can retreat. Morongfeng nodded. Okay, but don't force it. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Remember, you can't expose yourself. Understood. A few days later, Lin Xian arrived at the manor in a seemingly secretive manner in a taxi. The decorations in the manor were exceptionally grand today, as if a banquet was being held outside. However, Lin Xian knew that all of this was fake. It was just a cover. There was indeed a gathering in the manor, but this gathering was just a show. It was just a show. They were all from the evil divine hall. Otherwise, with so many cars and so many people gathered in this manor, it would definitely arouse suspicion. After Lin Xian entered, someone led Lin Xian to the secret realm.
Who came this time?
Lin Xian asked, reporting to the Holy Sun. Apart from the 5 hall masters, basically all the elders of the main hall are here as well. Lin Xian nodded. Yeah. What's the announcement this time? It said that part of the reason is to move the evil fiend temple to Lin in city. Naturally, there are other reasons as well. The details will have to be announced by the temple master himself. Lin Xian nodded. Here? Yes, most of the people have already gathered in the main hall. Holy Sun, please come in. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and walked in. In fact, Lin Xian had been using his eye of cave spirit to investigate the direction of the spiritual energy. Through the direction of the spiritual energy, Lin Xian could roughly guess that there might be an exit in some places. If there was an exit in the secret realm that led to an unknown place, this exit would obviously be a teleportation array. As long as it was a teleportation array, there would be a large amount of spiritual energy gathering. Therefore, Lin Xian's search was not wrong. However, the awkward thing was that Lin Xian had indeed found a few locations with relatively dense spiritual energy. However, Lin Xian could not determine which one was a teleportation array. Moreover, Lin Xian couldn't leave to investigate at all. Logically speaking, there are basically only 2 ways to set up a teleportation array. One is to set it up in one of these main halls. After all, as long as they are in the secret realm at all times, they are in the main halls. Therefore, the possibility of this teleportation array being in the main halls is very high because it is convenient to run. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. This main hall, no, it should be called a palace. There were even more places with dense spiritual energy here. However, there is also a second possibility. That is, the teleportation array is not in the main halls, but in the wilderness of the secret realm. Because of safety considerations, if the main halls are attacked, the main halls are also the primary targets. Therefore, it is more dangerous to set up the teleportation array in the main halls. Once the main halls are sealed, we will lose 2 escape routes. Lin Xian could not be sure which one it was. Then, if he thought about it from another perspective, both were possible. That's not right. Lin Xian realized that he was really stupid. He was a highly regarded saint. He should have known the second escape route. Then, Lin Xian entered the main halls. At that moment, there were hundreds of people gathered in the main halls. They were all top experts, but to Lin Xian, they were all unfamiliar faces. Come, let me introduce him to everyone. Perhaps you are no longer unfamiliar with him. He is Lin Xian, the future successor of our evil fiend hall. The hall master pulled Lin Xian over and introduced him to everyone. Ha ha, young Master Lin, I've met you before. I've met you once in the past. Back then, young Master Lin was only at the Mystic Heaven realm. In the blink of an eye, you are already at the Heavenly Tao realm. You are a pillar of the future. That's right. Furthermore, young Master Lin is meticulous. He is not an ordinary person. We are very convinced. Especially young Master Lin. How old is he? He even directly controls Lin and City. Furthermore, I heard that Lin and City is actually the location of this continent's dragon vein. It is too shocking. If Lin and City can become the headquarters of our Evil Fiend Hall in the future, our Evil Fiend Hall will have a chance of unifying the continent. Come, young Master Lin. Let me toast you. Lin Xian said, Everyone, there is no need to be so polite. To be honest, I don't have much ambition. I am not interested in unifying the continent or anything like that. I am also not interested in being the hall master. It was purely the hall master who pushed me to this position. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter. Just because you are not interested now does not mean that you will not be interested in the future. The hall master said with a smile. There's one more thing. Lin Xian glanced at everyone and said, The main hall is in such a place. There are cars coming and going from the manor outside. Everyone is gathered here. Aren't you afraid that something will happen? Even if we choose to gather at another location, wouldn't that be? Young Master Lin, you don't understand. Even if something happens, we have other escape routes that lead directly to the demonic beast domain. Moreover, we're going to leave anyway, so there's no need to worry so much. Moreover, with so many of the backbone of the evil fiend hall gathered here, how terrifying is our combined combat strength? What do we need to be afraid of? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Chapter 1804. It could be seen that these people still trusted young Master Lin. The main thing was that they had no choice but to trust him. Lin Xian ate the poison pill, and Lin Xian's women also ate the poison pill. In addition, Lin Xian was a person who valued friendship and loyalty. So, everyone thought that even if Lin Xian was a little disloyal and unhappy, he had no choice but to compromise. He was one of them. In addition, the evil fiend hall master thought highly of Lin Xian. In the future, Lin Xian was also their immediate superior. In other words, they would have to follow Lin Xian in the future. They were quite convinced by Lin Xian. How should they put it? Some of them had witnessed Lin Xian from the beginning until now. They also knew how much time Lin Xian had spent from the beginning until now. They also knew how strong Lin Xian's battle strength was. Perhaps he couldn't compare to many of them now, but in fact, these people still thought that Lin Xian only needed time to surpass them, and his achievements wouldn't be too low. When Lin Xian heard their words, he also believed in some things. There was no need for them to lie to him, because if they did, it must be ordered by the higher-ups. If there was no order from the higher-ups, why would they lie? Then what would the consequences be if they lied? It would definitely be Lin Xian falling out with them. This was definitely not something that any of them wanted to see. Well, I'm just worried. After all, if something goes wrong, my life will be over. Lin Xian said. Ha ha ha, we can understand young Master Lin's worries. When this old man first participated in this kind of meeting, although we were all experts, we were still worried about this and that. It's a very normal phenomenon, but it doesn't matter. We'll slowly get used to it in the future. Lin Xian nodded. Well, I can understand that. Oh, right. Where is the escape route? This is an important thing. This young master doesn't understand anything else, but at least this thing has to be understood. Otherwise, I'll always feel uneasy. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Young Master Lin, are you worried that there's a traitor among us? An old man laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, that's not what I meant. It's just that, after all, this is my first time staying in a place like this. You have to understand my feelings a little. Also, I'm not a senior like you. I'm just a young man in his 20s. After all, I know the position of the Evil Fiend Temple. Therefore, to put it bluntly, I feel that the Evil Fiend Temple's scheming are more terrifying than ordinary forces. You have to understand a little. I hope you can understand. Ha ha ha, good news. It's a good thing. The Hall Master laughed and said, the future leader of my Evil Fiend Hall, other than having great ability and strength, must also be worried about danger. Because only in this way can the Evil Fiend Hall stand tall and protect every member to the greatest extent. Very good. Lin Xian sneered inwardly. Then, why didn't you suspect anything?
He did.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to see Lin Xian. Previously, at most, he let Lin Xian meet other people in the main hall of the Evil Fiend Temple, but he was also conceited. He thought that there was no antidote in the world for his poison pill. In fact, this was indeed the case. After so many years, so many doctors and experts, no one could develop an antidote. But if Lin Xian didn't appear, then, the hall master said, the location of the other exit is in the basement of this hall. On every floor, and even in many places in this secret realm, there are small teleportation formations that can directly lead to the basement. You only need the power of this teleportation crystal to activate it. Then, he threw a teleportation crystal to Lin Xian. Just in case you need it, keep this. Lin Xian took it and nodded.
Damn.
These people were really cautious. No wonder after so many years, the three major forces couldn't do anything to them. They were too cautious. Then, Lin Xian would have to find an opportunity to destroy this teleportation formation. As long as this teleportation formation was destroyed, and at the same time, he would release the power of space to envelop these halls in this secret realm, making it impossible for them to escape. Then, the remaining experts of the three major forces would be able to rush in and catch the turtles in a jar. Of course, the power of space wasn't released by Lin Xian. The power of space released by Lin Xian would definitely be easily broken by these people and then run away. This space was relatively top-notch space in this world. It was the top-notch space power that the entire human race could take out. It was definitely enough to seal them. After all, this was a big matter. As long as the human race could solve this matter, they would not hesitate to pay a huge price. As for the Evil Fiend Temple's main hall, the remaining Evil Fiend Temples wouldn't be important because they wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Come. Then, let's talk about some important matters. Everyone, listen carefully. Yes. Time slowly passed. In Lin Xian's eyes, many things were still very ambitious. In any case, Lin Xian would absolutely not let them enter Lin City. Once they entered Lin City, they would directly lose control of Lin and City and become there. At the same time, Lin Xian's benefits would be much, much smaller. These people from the Evil Fiend Temple were purely trying to gain something without risking anything. In their eyes, Lin Xian was one of them, and everything of Lin Xian should be theirs. In any case, he would be the boss of the Evil Fiend Temple in the future. A strong Evil Fiend Temple now would be a strong force for him in the future. That was the logic. Then, what if they suddenly turned on him? The people outside were waiting for Lin Xian's signal, and Lin Xian had to go to the teleportation formation's location right now. Moreover, he had to be quick because if he scattered, a portion of the people here might just leave. Anyone who walked out of here had the ability to lead, so it was best if none of them could run away. Everyone, the wine is almost finished and the matter is almost settled. Lin Xian, what do you think? Lin Xian said, I basically have no objections. My only opinion is that the Yi Xian group is no longer mine alone but many people's. Therefore, I hope that the development of the Evil Fiend Temple is the development of the Evil Fiend Temple, and the development of the Xian group is the business of the Xian group. The more Lin Xian acted like a rebel, the less suspicious they would be. Yes, but occasional help is still needed. As long as it doesn't harm our vitality. Haha, that's not a problem. Chapter 1805. Lin Xian had been thinking about how he could destroy the teleportation array in a proper way. It was fine as long as it was over. Then you guys go ahead and chat. I'll walk around. Is there anyone who can show me around to familiarize myself with this place? Lin Xian asked. If Lin Xian said that he was going to walk around alone, he might be suspected. However, Lin Xian took the initiative to ask if there was anyone who could show him around. In their eyes, Lin Xian was purely trying to familiarize himself with this place. Seventh Elder, accompany Lin Xian to familiarize himself with this place. I still have some matters to discuss with the others. Yes, Temple Master. Then, he led Lin Xian out of the hall. There was nothing to be suspicious about. Seventh Elder, right? Yes, Your Excellency, the old man said respectfully. Just bring me around. Tell me about the special things in this secret realm, and the things I need to know. There's no need for you to tell me about the scenery. Lin Xian said to the seventh elder. Yes, this old man understands. Please follow me. Then, Lin Xian followed the seventh elder to familiarize himself with this place. However, Lin Xian couldn't stay with him for too long because he was worried that the others would leave. Is there only one escape route here? Including the one we entered, there are only two? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Why not set up another one? That way, it will be safer. Lin Xian said. This was actually Lin Xian probing. What if there were other routes besides that one? However, after walking around, Lin Xian had been using his Eye of Cave Spirit to check and didn't see anything else. Young Master Lin, you're overthinking. The chances of being attacked are very, very small. With such a small chance, we still have an escape route. In fact, there's basically no danger. The key is that there are many places to go to the teleportation array. For example, we can go to here and there. The seventh elder said. Yes, let's go take a look. Lin Xian. Yes. Then, Lin Xian and the seventh elder disappeared from where they were and appeared in the basement. Where is the teleportation array? Lin Xian asked. Young Master Lin, take a look. Then, the old man placed a crystal in the groove beside him. With a burst of power, a huge teleportation array appeared in front of them. In order to avoid overcrowding, this teleportation formation is still very big. It's very safe to directly connect to the demon territory. Lin Xian said, then if something happens and others chase after us, they can also use this transmission array to chase after us. We can, but we need time. We only know the exact location of this teleportation array. As long as we escape 10 seconds before they do, we can escape immediately. Lin Xian nodded. That's true. Is there anything else, young Master Lin? Lin Xian paced slowly. Yes. This elder's realm was at the Heavenly Dao realm at 6 stars. It wasn't low, but realm increases domain, realm decreases domain. Paramount Sage Cultivation Technique, Heretical God Force, Strength Multiplier, Nomological Creation. At the same time, Lin Xian went all out. Furthermore, he went all out without holding back. This resulted in Lin Xian reaching the Heavenly Dao realm at 3 stars. At the same time, there was a 10-fold increase. As for the elder, his realm was forcefully reduced to the Heavenly Dao realm at 3 stars. Although Lin Xian was greatly drained, Lin Xian did not want to fight. Bang! Lin Xian then punched the 7th elder in the chest. The two of them were at the same realm, so the 7th elder was caught off guard. That punch shattered his chest. Although he didn't die, he couldn't stop Lin Xian either. Pwah! You! The 7th elder's pupils constricted. What's going on? Above them, they also sensed the energy fluctuations, but as long as they didn't leave at the first second, they wouldn't be able to leave. Schwa, an unimaginable spatial power directly sealed this place. Boom! Following that, there was a loud explosion as the teleportation array was completely destroyed by Lin Xian. You are courting death. The seventh elder spat out blood as he pointed at Lin Xian angrily. Hall Master only needs a thought to kill you. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Then let him try. Schwa. Lin Xian vanished from the spot. There was no other way. Lin Xian couldn't run either. He could only hide. He had to wait for the three factions to charge in before meeting up with them. Lin Xian had to bear the danger. Schwa. The Hall Master led a group of people here. Seventh Elder. What's going on? The evil fiend Hall Master shouted. Cough, cough, Hall Master, that Lin Xian wants to rebel. He seriously injured me, sealed the mystic realm, and destroyed the teleportation array. What? The Hall Master's eyes narrowed. That can't be. How dare that Lin Xian do that? He ate a poisonous pill. Does he not want to live anymore? Even if he doesn't want to live anymore, do his women not want to live anymore? That's not realistic. Whether it's realistic or not, this place is indeed sealed. That bastard has been trying to get information out of us. Hall Master, that means that Lin Xian is probably in cahoots with the three factions. I'm afraid. The Hall Master's eyes narrowed. Destroy the seal. Hall Master, we can't destroy it. Crack, 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 he clenched his fists tightly. Then I'll kill them. The Hall Master's eyes narrowed. He was releasing his power now. This meant that Lin Xian and Lin Xian's women would all die. Hall Master, this is bad. Countless people from the three factions have charged into the mystic realm. Crack, crack, crack. The evil fiend Hall Master gritted his teeth. So, what if Lin Xian and the others died? So what? I didn't expect that my evil fiend Hall would be destroyed by a kid in his 20s. He roared angrily. Hall Master, follow me and kill our way out. Yes. What was Lin Xian doing? Lin Xian used the law of creation to turn himself into a vase and stood in the main hall. He didn't dare to move.
Fuck.
He didn't have much spiritual energy now. There were hundreds and thousands of top-notch experts here. Once he was discovered, Lin Xian would die instantly. This place was very big. Even if the experts from the three great powers rushed in, it would take some time for them to rush here. Murong Feng and the other top-notch experts led the team and charged into the mystic realm. Is this the evil fiend hall? We finally found it. Come with a group and guard this exit. There must be many people who want to rush out of here. Don't give them the chance. Murong Feng said. Yes. Everyone else, follow me and kill. Kill. Chapter 1806. A great battle was about to break out. Fortunately, this battle was taking place in the secret realm. For the three major forces, this was exactly what they wanted to see. Because think about it, if a war were to take place in the city, then for them, they would rather not have to fight this war. One must know that in a battle in the city, the losses would be unimaginable. Not only would it affect the economy, but it would also affect the lives of people. One must know that such a great battle was equivalent to a battle of the heavenly Tao. With so many heavenly Tao erupting at the same time, the terrifying power was truly terrifying. Therefore, for them, this was already considered to be the best time, place, and people. Murong Feng, you guys are really sinister. The evil fiend Hall Master stared coldly at Murong Feng and the others as he gritted his teeth and said, in terms of insidiousness, we can't compare to you guys. After hiding for so many years, we finally found you. After harming the continent for so many years, it's time to end it. Unfortunately, the price you guys paid wasn't small. In order to eradicate the evil fiend Hall, a group of future top geniuses died. Let me tell you, not only that Lin Xian but also your daughter Murong Yu, the Ling family and the Han family, they all have to die. The evil fiend hall master laughed loudly.
Ha ha ha.
Morong Fong laughed loudly.
What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at your conceit. The evil fiend hall's poison pill can be cured. The evil fiend hall master's eyes narrowed. Impossible. Nothing is impossible. Otherwise, why would they be sent to their deaths?
Yes.
Morong Fong laughed. Whoosh, the power of space erupted, and Lin Xian appeared in front of them.
Lin Xian.
The evil fiend hall master looked as if he had seen a ghost. That's right, I cured it. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. The evil fiend hall was gone. At least, the main hall was gone, and the other halls were no longer capable. Even if someone took over, it was useless. They could no longer rise. Lin Xian lay on the bed and looked at the date on his phone. It's Valentine's Day. Lin Xian had a headache. He had avoided Valentine's Day before, but this time, he really couldn't avoid it. Tell me, what should we do about Valentine's Day? There are so many girls here. You can't possibly accompany them all, right? But you can't not accompany me, right? You can't just accompany one person, right? Linglong Shui and the others didn't care about this, but it was different for the others. Looking around, the people in Lin and City who had confirmed their relationship were Lu Yufan, Miao Xiaomiao, Lingying, Han Chuxue, Wu Yuhan, Wu Yunhua, Xiao Xinyue, and her sister Xiao Runing. Although Xiao Runing and Xiao Xinyue had not officially confirmed their relationship, it was fine. Xiao Xinyue had not confirmed their relationship either, so it seemed that these two people did not need to accompany each other. As for the others, Bai Xianxian and Luo Chenxi were fine. They could make up for it later. Zhao Yunqi could also make up for it. Then, he could only display the skills of a scumbag. Little Miao Miao, I'll spend Valentine's Day with you today. Lin Xian sent a message to Miao Xiaomiao. Aren't you going to accompany Sister Linglong and the others? Miao Xiaomiao asked. Although, of course, she hoped that Lin Xian would accompany her. Nope. You're more important. Of course, I'll accompany you. Lin Xian displayed the skills of a scumbag. Humph, you said it. Yes, I said it. I'm going to take a shower. Come and pick me up tonight. Miao Xiumiao did not reply. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Valentine's Day. That was a good day. If it was done well, maybe then Lin Xian sent a message to Lingying. I'll accompany you on Valentine's Day today. Are you going out tonight? If you want to accompany Sister Linglong and the others, then forget it. I'll only accompany you. Little Lingying, I won't accompany you. I'll accompany you. You're the most important. Lin Xian sent her a message. Teske. Although she said that, Lingying was actually very happy. You said it. Yes. I'll go and change. Lingying ran away happily. Girls cared about these things the most. Then, Lin Xian sent a message to Han Chuxue. Little Chuxue, I'll accompany you on Valentine's Day tonight. Don't tell anyone. Of course, I like you the most. Xiao Yuhan, I'll accompany you on Valentine's Day tonight. Don't tell your sister. Don't tell anyone. I'll accompany you alone. Little Fan Fan, I'll accompany you on Valentine's Day tonight. Of course, just you. No one else. I've thought about it. I like you the most. Okay, see you tonight. Phew, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. There were only 5 of them. He was going on a date with 5 girls in one night, and they couldn't see him. How is that possible? Lin Xian smiled.
What was impossible about that?
Then, please call him Time Manager. If he couldn't solve such a small problem, was he worthy of being called a Casanova? Lil Chuxue, I'll go and pick you up first. At Han Chuxue's house, the fragrant Han Chuxue walked out. Han Chuxue looked at Lin Xian and asked, I took a look. There are a few good movies. Do you want to watch all of them? Lin Xian. Damn. Watch all of them? Would it kill him to watch all of them? Even a time manager wouldn't be able to handle it. Just one is enough, right? Then we'll eat and go shopping. Otherwise, it'll be late at night by the time you're done watching. The shopping malls and other places won't be lively on Valentine's Day. Lin Xian said. That's true, she wasn't sure. She hadn't watched it before. She only knew that it would be lively tonight. Shall we go? Let's go when it's dark. Okay, when it was dark, Lin Xian and Han Chuxue changed their clothes. She held Lin Xian's arm, and the two of them went shopping. Needless to say, when the two of them walked on the streets, the number of people who turned their heads was really too high. This was Han Chushue's first real date. She wasn't used to it, especially the gazes of the people around her. But thinking about it, she was already married. What was wrong with that? Brother, do you want to buy a bouquet of roses for your girlfriend? A girl walked in front of Lin Xian. She wasn't old. She looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old. Her clothes could only be said to be ordinary. She should be a child from a relatively poor family. Lin Xian smiled. 2 bouquets. Han Chuxue was stunned. 2 bouquets? Thank you. It's a total of 50. Lin Xian handed the money to her and then handed one of the bouquets to the girl who was selling flowers. Here, this is for you. I wish you a happy Valentine's Day. The beautiful girl opened her mouth. Then, she saw Lin Xian's handsome appearance and couldn't help but blush. Thank you, brother. I wish you two will be together forever. Then, she ran away with a red face. Here. Lin Xian handed the flowers to Han Chuxue. Thank you. Han Chuxue sniffed slightly. She didn't know how many times she had received flowers, but she treasured this one the most. Do you want ice cream? Lin Xian asked. Okay, I'll go buy it for you. Lin Xian didn't wait for Han Chushue's reply and ran away. While waiting, he opened the web page. When are you coming to pick me up? I've already changed my clothes. This was a message from Miao Xiaomiao to Lin Xian. Ling Ying also sent a message to Lin Xian. She said that she had already arrived at the pedestrian street. Chapter 1807. The pedestrian street was where Lin Xian was now. Lin Xian swallowed his saliva. It was too difficult. I don't have a car. Take a taxi to the pedestrian street. We'll eat first. Lin Xian sent this message to Miao Xiaomiao, then said to Ling Ying, send me your location. I'll go over now. Miao Xiaomiao pouted, then casually took a taxi. Ling Ying also sent Lin Xian the location. She got the private room and waited for Lin Xian to order. Lin Xian quickly took the ice cream and ran to Han Chuxue. At this moment, Han Chuxue was being hit on by no less than 3 people. Here. Lin Xian passed the ice cream to her. Thank you. Lin Xian laughed. You don't have to thank me. Let's go and watch the movie. Watch it now. Shouldn't the streets be the busiest now? Isn't it best to go shopping? Han Chuxue licked the ice cream, then stood there and looked at Lin Xian coldly. She didn't quite understand because she had never celebrated such a festival. Think about it. Although it's the busiest time now and everyone is shopping, we should also go shopping. When it's time to watch a movie, everyone will be watching a movie at that time. So many cinemas will be full, right? I'm afraid we won't be able to watch a movie today, right? Don't you want to watch a movie? Lin Xian said. And that makes sense. Han Chuxue nodded. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief, then brought Han Chuxue to the cinema and chose a romance movie. The seats were basically full, and all of them were young couples. Han Chuxue leaned on Lin Xian's shoulder, eating popcorn and watching the movie. Lin Xian quietly opened the webpage.
Where are you?
This was a message that Ling Ying had sent to Lin Xian. Miao Xiaomiao was probably still on her way. As for the other 2 girls, Lin Xian had arranged to meet them a little later. Why did Lin Xian want Miao Xiaomiao to take a taxi? The roads were congested during this festival. She needed time. This was the strongest state of time management. Not only was his own time management ability very strong, but he could also fight for time according to the environment, road conditions, and various other factors. Coming. Lin Xian secretly sent her a message and swallowed his saliva. Damn, I suddenly remembered that I forgot to take the Valentine's Day gift that I prepared for you at home. Lin Xian patted his head. Han Chuxue glanced at Lin Xian. Did he prepare a gift for her? It's okay. I'll go back and get it. It's different. I did go home, but today is Valentine's Day. I can't give you a present at home. This is a rule. You wait here, I'll be back soon. Lin Xian kissed her pink cheeks. Then okay. Han Shushua nodded. Then, Lin Xian rushed out and released the power of the space attribute. He arrived at a luxury shop. Lin Xian glanced at it. Wrap this purple necklace and white earrings for me. The shop assistant opened her mouth. These 2 necklaces added up to 10 million yuan. These were the treasures of their shop.
How rich.
Hurry up. Okay. Lin Xian then paid the bill and quickly ran out. He arrived outside the hotel where Lingying was staying and went to the private room she was in. He pushed the door open and walked in. Today, Lingying was also in disguise. She was so beautiful that she couldn't be imagined. Why are you only here now? Lingying looked at Lin Xian. Although she was very smart, she would never have thought that Lin Xian, the master of time management, would ask 5 girls out at the same time. Now, he had already started to deal with 3 girls. The main thing was that she didn't think anyone could do it. Lin Xian smiled, then took out the pair of white earrings and handed it to her.
Here.
Lingying took it, and her beautiful eyes lit up. You came late because you wanted to pick a present for me? Lingying asked. Lin Xian did not reply, which meant that he had admitted to it. He thought to himself, I'm not lying. This is what Lingying said, not him. There was no other way. How could a scumbag be cultivated? No, this wasn't a scumbag. This was a love saint. Anyway, Lin Xian was sincere to them. But could it be that he didn't want to spend Valentine's Day with the 3 of them?
How could that be?
Lin Xian could only accept this. I forgive you. Lingying happily put away the earrings. Lin Xian's taste was still very good. In addition, it was very expensive. Although Lin Xian didn't spend much time buying these white earrings, he knew that they would definitely suit Lingying. Let's order. Okay, Lin Xian wiped his sweat. This time management was really difficult. Fortunately, it was still perfect until now. When the dishes were served, Lin Xian had only eaten a few mouthfuls when his phone vibrated. Lin Xian knew that it was a message from Miao Xiaomiao. It's so congested. I'm at the pedestrian street. Where are you? Lin Xian. Lin Xian secretly glanced at Miao Xiaomiao's message. She was already at the pedestrian street.
Great.
The time management technique was online again. Do you want a drink? Lin Xian asked.
Why?
Lingying smiled charmingly at Lin Xian. Ahem, drinking is more fun, isn't it? Lin Xian laughed. TSK, fun my ass. Then I'll go order. Lin Xian then slipped out. Lingying opened the earrings that Lin Xian bought for her. They don't seem cheap. Her mouth curved slightly. She didn't suspect anything. It was really hard to suspect that someone would ask 3 people out. No, 5 people out. But the other 2 girls weren't online yet. Then she began to put on the earrings. They were quite pretty. At this time, Lin Xian saw Miao Xiaomiao standing at the end of the pedestrian street. He let out a long sigh and walked over. Hello, little beauty. Do you want to go out? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Miao Xiaomiao turned her head to look at Lin Xian, then glared at Lin Xian. You clearly have the space attribute. Why don't you take it? It's blocked. Didn't I forget? Lin Xian laughed. Humph. Tell me, did you ask other girls out? Miao Xiaomiao pouted and looked at Lin Xian. Miao Xiaomiao had grown up. She used to be a little brat, but now she was 17. She was becoming more and more beautiful. How is that possible? I said I would only bring you out, so I'll bring you out. I'm a good man. Bullshit. You're a scumbag. Miao Xiaomiao glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Let's go shopping, okay? Lin Xian laughed. You have to pay for my expenses. Miao Xiaomiao wrinkled her nose, then grabbed Lin Xian's arm. Okay. I don't lack money. At this time, the beautiful girl walked over again. Handsome, do you want to buy a bouquet of flowers for your girlfriend? Lin Xian turned to look at her.
Damn.
Her again? The girl looked at Lin Xian, and her mouth opened. Then she looked at Miao Xiaomiao, and her mouth opened even wider. She remembered it wasn't the sister just now, right? Although she was also very pretty, it definitely wasn't this one. This brother, who looked so nice, was actually a scumbag. Chapter 1808. Lin Xian was also embarrassed. He was afraid that this girl would say something. Was it easy for him? With so many girls around, how could he handle all of them in one bowl? He was trying his best to make them happy. Although they could understand Lin Xian and accept Lin Xian's fickleness, they were still uncomfortable. Lin Xian was trying to make them feel better, right? Lin Xian winked at the girl and said, "I'll buy 2 bouquets." "Thank you." She stuck out her tongue and handed 2 bouquets to Lin Xian.
25.
"Isn't it 50? Lin Xian looked at her. 25 is fine. Lin Xian smiled and handed her 50. At the same time, he handed her another bouquet. "Happy Valentine's Day." Lin Xian then gave the other bouquet to Miao Xiaomiao. "Here." Miao Xiaomiao took it. "At least you still have a heart." She took the bouquet and held Lin Xian's arm. Miao Xiaomiao was no longer the arrogant little loli from before. Well, she was still a tsundere, but she was no longer a loli. She was slender and tall, almost 1.7 meters. Moreover, Miao Xiaomiao had completely accepted her relationship with Lin Xian. She could even take the initiative to hold Lin Xian's arm. Because, after all, she had grown up. She had thought through many things clearly. After growing up, it was best for everyone to be together. Nothing else mattered. "Let's go shopping." "Let's go."
What do you want to buy?
"Expensive things." Lin Xian. These 2 simple words were more incisive than anything else. "Little Miao, you've grown more than 10 centimeters in this year. Good girl. This is the first time I've seen you after returning from the beast territory. I thought you had an older sister. You scared me." Lin Xian looked at Miao Xiaomiao as he walked with her. "Yes, but Grandpa said that I can only grow this tall. I won't grow any taller in the future." Lin Xian nodded his head. "That's enough. You're almost 1.7 meters tall with your shoes on. Look at Ling Longyue, she still looks like a kid. Yu is a demon. I'm not used to your tsundere attitude," Lin Xian said with a smile.
Get lost.
The 2 of them walked forward. "What are you thinking about?" Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian. "I'm thinking that I should find a chance to do you." No. I mean, the sun is really bright today. Ha ha ha." Lin Xian was drenched in cold sweat. "The sun? It's already 6:00 in the evening, okay?"
Bastard.
"Shameless. Did you already have this idea before I did?" Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes. "In all honesty, you were so young back then. I really wasn't interested. Then why are you chasing me?" Lin Xian. I know you're beautiful. You'll definitely be even more beautiful when you grow up." "Humph. Let's go shopping." Then, Lin Xian brought Miao Xiaomiao to the shopping mall on the pedestrian street. They walked around the luxury stores. Miao Xiaomiao tried on clothes while Lin Xian chatted. "Not here yet." This was a message from Han Chuxue to Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head.
Wow.
So difficult.
Soon.
Okay. Linging sent a message to Lin Xian. "Where is she?" Lin Xian didn't reply. "How is it? Do I look good?" Miao Xiaomiao wore the new clothes and twirled in front of Lin Xian. It's good. So perfunctory." Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes. "Ahem, well, you try it first. I'll go buy you a present." Lin Xian smiled. "Let's buy it together." "No, there's no mystery if we buy it together. After you try it, wait for me in the private room at Drunken Pavilion. I'll send it over." Okay, still pretending to be romantic. "Go ahead." Although Lin Xian was about to leave, she still felt happy when she thought about the present he bought for her. Lin Xian quickly ran away.
Wow.
So difficult. But what could he do? Well, this wasn't called tricking girls. He just wanted to survive. He just wanted to leave a good impression. He just hoped that they wouldn't bump into each other. After all, they were on the same street. Otherwise, there would be an explosion. Lin Xian came to the theater and sat down beside Han Chuxue. "So long? It's a bit crowded." Here. Lin Xian handed the purple necklace to Han Shushua. This necklace was bought together with the earrings he bought for Linging. Han Shushua took it and took a look. She fell in love with it at first glance. Not only was it beautiful, it also had additional value. The purple necklace really suited Han Shushua's temperament. Thank you. No need to thank me. Let's watch the movie. About 10 minutes later, Lin Xian whispered in her ear, I'm going to book a room. Han Shushua, was this person crazy? Not going home? No, it's better to stay outside on Valentine's Day. If we wait any longer, it'll be too full to book. Our phones are all booked. We'll have to book a room at the hotel first. Han Shushua thought about it and nodded. Her face was slightly red. Although she didn't think it was important and wanted Lin Xian to watch a movie with her, she hadn't celebrated Valentine's Day yet. She would just let Lin Xian be. Whoosh! Lin Xian disappeared on the spot. Why are you only here now? Didn't you go to buy wine? The food's already cold. Lin Xian put the wine on the table and smiled. I met an acquaintance and chatted for a while. Hurry up and eat. Lin Xian nodded. Soon they finished eating. Linging then held Lin Xian's arm, and the two of them went out shopping. Handsome, do you want to buy a bouquet of flowers for your girlfriend? Another familiar voice came from behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the little girl. The little girl was stunned again. Then, she looked at Linging, who was beside Lin Xian, and her little mouth opened wide. The third one? 3 different girls, and they were all so beautiful, damn. Same old rules. Then, Lin Xian handed her 50 yuan and took a bouquet. Here. Lin Xian handed it to Linging. Linging smiled and took it. What old rules? Haha, nothing. What's next? Book a room. Linging casually pulled up her hair and said. Her pretty face was still a little red, but they were already an old couple, so she didn't hide it. Especially since she hadn't been intimate with Lin Xian in a long time. She was also ringing. Lin Xian, are you sure? Hurry up. It's Valentine's Day today. Otherwise, there won't be any more rooms. What was very awkward was that after going around in circles, Lin Xian could only book the same hotel as Han Shushua. Because the room was slightly more remote, the other rooms were all full. You booked? Then, let's go shopping. Ling Ying held Lin Xian's arm. Why don't you wait in the room for a while? What's up? Lin Xian nodded. Ling Ying didn't ask any more questions. Okay. Then, Lin Xian quickly slipped over to Miao Xiaomiao. Han Shushua sent a message to Lin Xian saying that the movie was over. Lin Xian quickly replied and sent her the hotel room number. He told her to go over and he would bring food over later. Han Shushua didn't think much of it. After walking in, she saw Linging sitting in the lobby and drinking coffee. Chapter 1809. Han Shushua saw Linging here. How should she put it? She wasn't surprised. Han Shushua was very smart. Lin Xian was so busy watching a movie. She guessed that there was another girl. Of course, it was just a guess. What if there wasn't? Then Han Shushua walked in front of Linging. Linging looked up at Han Shushua with a smile. At this moment, Linging understood.
Damn.
It wasn't that Linging wasn't smart, but he wasn't as careful as Han Shushua. You're spending Valentine's Day with Lin Xian? Linging asked. Han Shushua nodded. Where is he? Linging asked. He said he booked a room and asked me to come first. Han Shushua said lightly. Linging smiled in his heart. This damned man. He guessed that he had something to do before, like buying wine, chatting with an old acquaintance. So, he must have taken advantage of his time to go on a date with Han Shushua. That's amazing. However, Linging didn't think it was a big deal. It was quite interesting.
Bastard. Sigh.
Then where is the person who booked the room? Han Shushua shook her head. Linging opened his mouth. Wait, there couldn't be another person, right? Linging froze for a moment. That's possible. Lin Xian had a lot of girls. Amazing. This Lin Xian was really strong. Do you believe that there are other girls? Ling Ying asked. Han Chushua nodded. I'm convinced. This Lin Xian deliberately booked a room in a hotel? Does he want to go through several rooms at night?
Wow.
I can't stand him. Ling Ying was dumbfounded. Then I'll go back to my room first, Han Chushua said. Then let's watch a good show tonight. After Ling Ying finished speaking, he returned to the hotel room that he had booked with Lin Xian. What Lin Xian didn't know was that Ling Ying didn't listen to him and didn't stay in his room. Instead, he ran into Han Chushua in the living room. He was eating with Miao Xiao Miao and had already given her a present. It was an expensive bracelet. Why aren't you eating? Miao Xiao Miao looked at Lin Xian in confusion. She was already wearing the bracelet on her wrist. Although she muttered that it was ugly and that Lin Xian's taste was terrible, she was still quite happy in her heart. Lin Xian didn't want to tell her that he had eaten enough. Yes, of course. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. I feel like you have something on your mind. Are you unhappy about going shopping with me? Miao Xiao Miao asked. How is that possible? Why don't you look at how beautiful you are? Lin Xian laughed. Miao Xiao Miao rolled her eyes. How come I've never seen you say such nice things before? Say it. Is it because today is Valentine's Day, and you really want to do something to me? Is that why you're sweet-talking me? Miao Xiao Miao glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, you're so beautiful, and today is Valentine's Day. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to do it, right? Lin Xian grinned. TSK. Miao Xiao Miao lowered her head and blushed. I don't know if you'll give it to me or not. Lin Xian muttered. Even if Miao Xiao Miao gave it to him, he probably wouldn't be able to do it tonight.
Wow.
There was also Lu Yufan and Wu Yuhan behind him. Wu Yunhua didn't care. This woman's personality didn't matter much. She could make up for it later. Wu Yuhan still had her reasons. Back then, she had been defiled by Lin Xian because Wu Yunhua had tricked her. Actually, Lin Xian wanted to spit on every girl, but wow. He couldn't do it. He could only slowly make it up to her later. If other people knew about Lin Xian's thoughts, they would be furious. Fuck you. They only have one girlfriend. What about you? How many? Every one of them is so outstanding and beautiful. Do you have any shame?
No.
Miao Xiao Miao muttered. Forget it then. I'll send you back after dinner, Lin Xian said with a shrug. We're not going to watch a movie. Miao Xiao Miao looked up at Lin Xian. Other couples go out to watch a movie to get a room after the movie. If you don't give it to us, then what movie are we going to watch? Miao Xiao Miao. You. This person was poisonous. Did it have to be like that? Actually, it wasn't impossible. Miao Xiao Miao lowered her head and thought for a while. They had known each other for so many years and their relationship was so good. Although they didn't spend much time together, feelings grew over time. She did like Lin Xian more. Also, today was Valentine's Day. Hurry up and eat. I'll send you home after dinner, Lin Xian said with a smile. Damn it. Miao Xiao Miao was very touched that Lin Xian had given her flowers and presents, and even said that he would spend time with her if he didn't want to spend time with Han Chushua and the others. In fact, if he had asked, she would have been touched, but now, damn it.
No.
No. Definitely not. It was still early. Why did he want to send her home after she tried to reject him? Could it be that he was meeting other girls tonight so that he could go on a date with other girls after he dealt with her? Damn it. She couldn't let him have his way. Let's watch a movie after dinner. After the movie, I'll get a room with you. Miao Xiao Miao raised her head and looked at Lin Xian with a red face. Of course, she decided that she wouldn't let Lin Xian touch her. She wanted to make things difficult for him. Humph. Lin Xian. Can we not watch a movie? Lin Xian asked. This movie will take 2 hours. Hiss. Miao Xiao Miao. I already promised you. Can't you watch a movie with me? Miao Xiao Miao pouted. Sure. Lin Xian smiled and moved closer to Miao Xiao Miao. Let's kiss first. No. Then you won't even let me kiss you. Tonight you'll do that? Isn't that too fake? Humph. Meow Xiao Meow snorted and kicked Lin Xian.
Eat.
You still want to meet other girls? I'll see when you'll come clean, and when you'll give yourself away. You'll be anxious to death. After dinner, Lin Xian took Meow Xiao Meow to watch a movie. Han Chuxue and Ling Ying were waiting for Lin Xian in the room. However, Lin Xian couldn't go over right now. I'm going to the toilet. After watching the movie for a few minutes, Lin Xian slipped away and replied to Han Chuxue and Ling Ying's messages. They asked the same thing. Where did you go? Why aren't you back yet? Lin Xian scratched his head and hurriedly went to buy some food. Then he used the space attribute to go to the door. Luckily, although they were on the first floor, they were quite far away from each other. It was fine. Sigh. Thinking about how Wu Yuhan and Lu Yufan were both out, Lin Xian felt terrible. What should he do? He was so tired. Lin Xian went to Ling Ying's room first. I bought desserts especially for you. Lin Xian smiled and handed it to Ling Ying. Ling Ying took it. Oh, right, Lin Xian. I saw Chuxue just now. Ling Ying purposely said. Lin Xian. Huh? Here? Lin Xian played dumb. Yeah. Did you talk to her?
No.
After all, you said that I was the only one worthy of her today. If Chuxue found out, she would definitely be unhappy. Ling Ying purposely smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian wiped his sweat and quickly said, maybe Chuxue came out to shop with other girls and happened to be eating here. I think so too. Ling Ying smiled. Lin Xian was really scared to death. Chapter 1810. Lin Xian was glad that he had the space attribute. This space attribute had saved him a lot of time as a master of time management. Ling Ying purposely wanted to scare Lin Xian.
Bastard.
Who told him to lie. He even said that he would accompany her tonight. It's fine if you accompanied others, but you accompanied several people. It's not like I don't want you to accompany me. It's wrong of you to lie.
Bastard.
Here. Ling Ying handed Lin Xian something to eat. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm not eating. He really ate too much today. Okay. Do you want milk tea? I'll buy you a cup. Lin Xian smiled. Let's go together. You just eat properly. I'll go buy it. How about mashed taro milk tea? Ling Ying nodded. Okay. I'll go. Lin Xian then walked away. He slipped to Han Chuxue's door and knocked. Han Chuxue opened the door for Lin Xian. I bought you something delicious. Lin Xian handed the food to Han Chuxue with a smile. Thank you. Han Chuxue said softly. Hey, we're already an old married couple. There's no need to say thank you. Lin Xian said with a smile. You haven't watched many movies. I prepared a surprise for you. I haven't celebrated Valentine's Day, too. There are many things I don't know how to do. Han Chuxue nodded.
Sit here for a while.
I'll go buy you a cup of milk tea. How about mashed taro milk tea? Let's go together.
Han Chuxue said.
Hey, I don't want you to move. Just sit here and play with your phone. Leave the moving part to me. Okay. Then Lin Xian quickly slipped away. He quickly released his space and went to Meow Xiao Meow's place. Why did you take so long to go to the toilet? Also, why did a warrior like you go to the toilet? Meow Xiao Meow asked when she saw Lin Xian sitting beside her. It wasn't that martial artists didn't need to go to the toilet. Martial artists needed to go to the toilet when they were in a lower realm, but once they reached a higher realm, it was just like eating. It was fine even if they didn't eat for half a year, or even for a lifetime. It was the same for going to the toilet. Going to the toilet was to expel poison, and their bodies would no longer produce poison. Of course, the frequency was reduced. I ate something bad. Liar. Meow Xiao Meow wrinkled her nose. This bastard has already been exposed. He didn't need to go to the toilet at all. Since he said that he went to the toilet, it was obvious that he went to accompany other young ladies. Humph. Let's see how you can continue pretending. You still won't admit it? Alright, actually, I'm going to get a room. Lin Xian shrugged. Meow Xiao Meow. She couldn't help but blush.
She believed that.
What room? Today is Valentine's Day. If we don't book a room early, there won't be any rooms left. Go home if you don't have a room. You won't feel anything when you're home, understand? One look, and I can tell that you're a pitiful girl who's never been in a relationship. Lin Xian sighed and shook his head. Says who? I've played with at least 800 men, if not 1,000. I can find any man I want. Miao Xiaomiao said proudly.
Wow.
You're great. Hearing Lin Xian's tone, Miao Xiaomiao flew into a rage. I'm going to bite you to death. Then, she bit down on Lin Xian's arm. Hiss. Lin Xian smiled as he watched Miao Xiaomiao freeze there. Miao Xiaomiao, let go. Tell me, where did you go? Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged. I really want to get a room. You really wanted to? Miao Xiaomiao lowered her head, her face red. Tell me, I waited so long for you to grow up. Then shouldn't I take you down? Especially when you weren't obedient at all in the past. I still remember that, and was waiting to bully you now. Tisk, Miao Xiaomiao's cute little nose wrinkled. Although she had grown up, Miao Xiaomiao's style was still a little cute. She was the kind of girl that would make you excited to death if she wore a JK or something. Let's go, stop looking. I don't think you're in the mood to look. Let me see how good you are as a man reaper. Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks. Let's go. Then, the two of them went to the hotel where Han Chuxue and Linging were staying. Lin Xian had already booked the rooms. To be safe, Lin Xian booked 5 rooms. After all, there were 5 girls. Because this hotel was more expensive, there were more rooms left. One room cost more than 1,000. Tell me, which normal couple would book a room that cost more than 1,000 a night? I made an appointment before. Lin Xian came to the front desk and said. The lady at the front desk raised her head and looked at Lin Xian. She was fucking stunned. Brother, didn't you bring 2 beautiful girls here before? Another one? Are you going to fly to outer space tonight?
No. Who was he?
He didn't feel that handsome.
So, what if you're rich?
You only need to bring 1 pretty girl, 3. The most ridiculous thing was that the girls he brought were not only beautiful, they were definitely rare beauties. Moreover, their auras were all top-notch. She felt that the girls he brought were not from normal families, nor were they materialistic girls. He was really amazing.
Ah.
Okay, it's 1802, here you are. The lady handed the room card to Lin Xian. Miao Xiaomiao. He really did book a room in advance. He really wanted to do her tonight? Stupid hooligan, shameless, bah. Lin Xian secretly winked at the lady at the front desk, indicating that she should keep it a secret. Then, he brought Miao Xiaomiao back to the room. Let's start. Lin Xian smiled at Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao stood in front of Lin Xian. She was too reserved. Oh my god. Was it really going to start tonight? Actually, she had already made her preparations. I'll take a shower. Miao Xiaomiao quickly slipped into the bathroom. Hey, didn't you just take a shower before you came? It's none of your business. Lin Xian smiled and slipped into Han Chuxue's room next door. Milk tea. Lin Xian handed the milk tea to Han Chuxue. At this moment, Han Chuxue had just finished her shower. She was lying on the bed with her hair disheveled, wearing pajamas and watching TV.
Thank you.
Han Chuxue shrunk her legs and took the milk tea. Hiss. Her beautiful legs were fucking invincible. Turn off the lights? Lin Xian smiled and asked. Han Chuxue's face turned slightly red. Anything is fine. Click. Then, Lin Xian smirked and turned off the lights. Forget it, forget it. Although time was tight, he had to hurry up. He really couldn't take it anymore. Originally, Lin Xian just wanted to give Han Chuxue the milk tea. After this girl took a shower, her legs directly made Lin Xian delirious. Who the fuck could withstand this? Forget it. He was going to make his move. The other girls were waiting. He would think about it later. Let's get down to business first. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.